out, and on the 8th of April, 1838, SS West began its maiden voyage across the Atlantic, hoping to beat the Sirius to the United States. Because of the accident, Brunel couldn't take part of the voyage. Still, the result satisfied him. Despite the Sirius having a 4-day head start, the Great Western gained ground quickly on it, with the Sirius having to slow down to preserve its supply as it continued on. When the Sirius limped in New York on the 2nd of April, the Great Western was not far behind and arrived later that day. Although it had narrowly missed the Adelaide being the first steamship across the Atlantic, the Great Western was considered and became the first regular transatlantic steamship service, making almost 50 crossings between 1838 and 1846. While the Great Western ship was already in operation, the prospects for the Great Western Railway were less rosy. In June 1838, an eastern section of the line had opened between London and Maidenhead, but Brunel's modifications to the track had not made the ride any smoother. Commissioning a couple of reviews that criticized Brunel's approach, the Great Western Railway Board planned to appoint a second engineer to work alongside Brunel, leading Brunel to threaten to resign. In January 1839, a powerful group of Northern shareholders, known as the Liverpool, attempted to remove Brunel at a company meeting, but Brunel won the vote. Further sections of the line were given the next stages, and Coach began building the new Firefly class locomotives, which would run at 50 miles per hour. Since the locomotive fleet was about to relate temporary facilities in Paddington, in 1840, Coach proposed building a maintenance facility in Swindon, then a small hilltop Markington in North Wiltshire, which was in 1843. Brunel not only designed the train sheds, but also accommodation and public buildings for the workers. A hotel was built inside the station to offer refreshments to passengers in what was one of the first major instances of travel hospitality. Although Brunel had missed several deadlines for the completion of the line, on the 3rd of June 1841, the Great Railway train ran a direct public service for the first time between London and Bristol, making the 118-mile journey in 5.5 hours. The construction work had not considerably budget, but Brunel had defied his critics and become a nationally beloved engineer. Brunel nearly didn't live long enough to enjoy his success. In April 1843, he suffered his third near-death experience when he was entertaining his sons by laying a coin into his mouth and accidentally swallowed it. Although he was still able to win, the coin was lodged in his wit, and his efforts to remove made national headlines. Eventually, his father came up with a solution, signing it which turned upside down and enabled the coin to slowly descend out of his mouth. By 1843, Brunel was preparing to launch a second transatlantic steamship. The Great Western Steamship Company had envisaged building a sister ship to the SS Great Western, but Brunel was grander ambitions. In 1838, he had dispatched Curtis to investigate the prospect of building a ship with an iron hull rather than a wooden. A positive report was 7 times that of the largest iron-hulled ships of the day. Work began in July 1839. The design would evolve over time, particularly so after Brunel saw the SS Archimedes enter the Bristol docks powered by a screw propeller in the early summer of 1840. After sending the company on board the vessel on its journey to Liverpool, Brunel persuaded his directors that he had to redesign the SS Great Britain to incorporate elements of the screw propeller. This would eventually call the attention of the Admiralty in London, which invited him to oversee trials for its use in the Navy. He accepted the assignment of the means of obtaining was into the SS Great Britain. Trials were successful. In 1843, construction of the Great Britain was completed, and Prince Albert, the husband Victoria, was the guest of honor as the ship floated from the dry dock into the floating harbour, where it would be fitted with its engines and boilers. March 1844, the ship was ready, but she could not yet leave the harbour, as the Bristol Docks Company had not formed the entrance of the harbour sufficiently to allow it to go through. As a consequence, she only finally left in January 1845 and steamed to Blackwall in London to be merged. In July 1845, the SS Great Britain made its first transatlantic crossing in less than 15 days. However, the following September, the ship ran into trouble as its master, Captain Rothschild, lost his way in heavy rain. The ship ran along the northern coast of Russia, and efforts to free it were to no avail. Although the iron hull emerged relatively unscathed, Rothschild had effectively written the ship off in his reports to the government. At the time, Brunel was busy running on the Great Western Railway's branch line and could not get to Ireland until December 1846. When he did, he was enraged that his state-of-the-art ship had left England, lying like a useless saucer, hanging about on the most exposed shore you can imagine. After a lengthy salvage operation, the vessel was towed to Liverpool. The Great Western Steamship Company was bankrupt and the fittings were removed. In 1851, the ship was sold for a fraction of its cost. The fate of the SS Great Britain and the Steamship Company did nothing to diminish the reputation. Fortunes of the 39-year-old is an odd kingdom for now. As the engineer of the Great Western Railway and 7 branch lines, Brunel continued to seek improvements to his network. He believed that steam power was dirty and expensive and sought even an alternative. On a visit to Kingstown, presently East Coast, in 1844, Brunel witnessed the operation of an atmospheric railway which was powered by nothing more air pressure. Brunel began experimenting with the atmospheric railway on a stretch of the Southern Railway between Exeter and Tillman, despite warnings from Daniel Gooch and the Stephensons that it could never work. After considerable delays, a section of track was opened in September 1847, but Brunel's lasted only a year before the engineering charges in Somalia. The South Devon Railway directors opted to align the conventions. Obviously, to extend the Western network. famine and socio-economic chaos from the importation of the potato line from the Americas on the steamships that were now designed. Yet he had plenty of opportunities elsewhere, being hired by the government of the kingdom of Piedmont in northwestern Italy to link its capital of Turin with its port of Genoa via rail, as well as an extension from Genoa towards Milan. ship. A mammoth vessel almost 200 meters in length, designed to carry enough gold to make the journey to Australia without stopping to rest. Brunel approached and secured the backing of the Eastern Steam Navigation Company to build the ship. While the SS Great Eastern would be built at Scott Russell's shipyard in Liverpool in London, the project would place great strain on Brunel and Scott Russell's working relationship. Brunel had been used to having ships built according to precise specifications, but the experienced Scott Russell was flexible in his interpretation of those instructions. A year later, in February 1855, Brunel was approached in the second reform of the British government to design a new hospital for men wounded during the Crimean War, during which the British and French forces supported the Ottoman Empire's territorial integrity against Russian expansion in the Black Sea region by invading the Crimean Peninsula. The government official in question was none other than Brunel's brother-in-law, Ben Hawes, who had been criticized by London's Florence Nightingale for his dismissive attitude toward Holocaust. The poor sanitary conditions of the field hospitals were causing unnecessary deaths among wounded soldiers by facilitating the disease. Within 6 days, Brunel designed a prefabricated hospital that incorporated Nightingale's recommendations on ventilation and sanitation. The parts were shipped to Reykjavik in modern-day Turkey in May, and the facility opened in July. Nightingale was delighted by the hospital, which contributed to a significant decline in the rate of fatalities, though it was only in operation for a few months as the Crimean War came to an end in January 1856. The remainder of Brunel's life was dominated by the construction of the SS Great Eastern, which, under its final specification, was to be over 211 meters in length, capable of 4,000 passengers, many of whom would stay in artificial and ventilated in their cabins. The sheer size of the ship meant that it could not be launched conventionally and typically angled as it would run a glove from down. Instead, it had to be built parallel to the river. While Scott Russell had built his ships by conventional methods based on regulations, Brunel combined conventional and designed a double hull joined together by bulkheads, which would provide strength without additional weight. The two hulls would be built out of standardized steel rings attached to the bulkheads by rivets. As construction progressed, relations between Brunel and Scott Russell rapidly deteriorated, and Brunel suspected that Russell was seeking to take credit for the ship's design. A combination of increases in the price of oil
What up, dude? How you living, man? You don't even know who Isambard Kingdom Brunel is. You don't even fucking know.
I'm gonna say.
Did you didn't know who James was? That's right. So Isambard Kingdom Brunel is perhaps the greatest engineer in global history. He is one of the greatest figures of the Industrial Revolution, perhaps the most eminent Victorian engineer, and his work altered the lives of most every person in Britain and millions abroad. The first engineer of the Great Western Railroad, he was responsible for the design and construction of the London Bristol Main Line. His maritime career saw the construction of the largest steamships in the world at the time, the SS Great Western, SS Great Britain, and SS Great Eastern. His career was marked by continuous engineering setbacks project he claimed his tunnel was canceled after a blast nearly killed him and was only completed later because of his involvement. While recovering, he began from Clifton Suspension Bridge and riots in Bristol around government policy work on the bridge was canceled. It was only completed after his death. Is that the greatest story that you've ever heard in your entire life?
That's pretty cool. I'll watch it.
Okay, like
Prison Hugs instead. Was cheaper. And it quickens faster. Whereas cement was stronger. And built the Statue of Liberty. They used that cement to build the statue of Liberty that takes like was meant to settle.
that's pretty fascinating, Doc. Are you gonna call your friend? Did you know that his belly button is? Did you know that his belly button is infected?
Oh, that's
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. How do you get your belly button infected? Nobody puts shit in it. You showered properly. Would you please?
Sometimes people like for concert.
Would you please call him? What up? All right, are you excited?
Yeah, I'll say it.
All right, you think you're gonna come inside her?
Do you think you're welcome to?
I don't think there's a woman on earth who wants you to.
Well, would you say that?
The second they see your mini golf game, they're not gonna want you to come with that 10 feet of them on that. Are you calling Riser?
Yeah.
The crowd goes wild.
He's busy.
What's he doing?
He's okay.
How do you know he's busy?
When I call him, it's so busy.
Do you think he's really busy, or do you think he's avoiding you?
He could be on another planet.
Who the fuck is he calling at 9 o'clock at night on television? Bitcoin Obama?
They're kind of bums.
Why is he a champion, big dog?
Hey, and Richard Dodger.
Oh, for sure, dog. Did you wish him a happy birthday?
I don't think that was a real thing.
Why don't you think it was his? Why don't you think it was his birthday? Yo, dog. Why don't you think it was his birthday?
Anyways, he should have moved up that first off last week.
All right, well, couldn't it have been his birthday? couldn't he have been like, hey, my birthday's on Friday. Give me something because it's my birthday. He says it on Monday. He says it on Wednesday. And then he says it on Friday, which is the real day.
His telegram says
His telegram says his birthday's in March. Okay. You know when my birthday is. You ask me this all the time. We're not going through this. You ask me this all the time. You came into the Discord. June 26th, baby. Or January 26th, apologies. January 27th. January 24th. January 28th. January 22nd. January 25th. January 29th. January 30th.
No, that's the same day as Martin Luther King's birthday.
January 15th.
Yeah.
It's January 15th.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here's my question for you.
Right. You got to change it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're saying that's his birthday, it changes. Okay, are you okay? Are you ready to? Are you ready to lose? Probably a day ago.
Because I don't think jobs will be a thing in the future.
You don't think jobs are gonna be something in the future? No. Okay. Are you ready? I'm gonna. You're already in this game. I'm gonna send it to Riser as well, so he can just jerk himself off, so he knows that it's available to him. And then I'm gonna send you a player, 5 holes, 2 players. Zoo. It's the Mickey Mouse hole. Dude, it's the Mickey Mouse hole.
And I think in the future you'll be able to travel. Like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years from now, you'll be able to travel from Australia to America in like an hour.
With teleportation, perhaps instantaneously, dog. Don't hit your ball in front of my ball. Whenever you do, don't hit your ball in front of my ball, dog. Good job. Do you think I had the best shot in the history of the game? That's devastatingly bad. I can tell how bad that is. That's bad too. Devastating. Huge risk. One of the biggest risks of your entire life. Giant risk.
Not bad. I think we have the same shot.
Oh, you really do?
Fuck. Is that a hot shot?
7, easy shot. By the sand, though. All right, big dog.
Both are really annoying.
Yeah, but
Both
sometimes.
run that up. Don't crush her.
Okay, so here's my question for you.
Well,
What would you rate the movie that girl said? What did that girl say?
8.5.
Okay. Oh,
I can see how like someone with like what just the basic.
What did you just say, big dog?
That was interesting. But there's a lot of flashbacks like Jenko's sleep, and like it's hard to keep up with what's going on time is there.
Okay.
Like it's hard to know.
Did you see that shot, too? I've never seen that. Did you see your shot? You hit my ball in. I've never seen that. I played this game thousands of times. I've never seen that. Devastating.
Shot. Oh, that was a good shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
We're playing a game.
Are you serious? Short. Zoot takes the lead.
This is the one you want to go
Way too hard.
for. Like, you don't want to go first. That's a perfect shot.
It was a perfect shot.
No, I don't think it's a perfect shot because you can get a fucking way. Okay. Not bad. I might win.
I think you are going to win. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game.
You can get it.
It's over, Zoot. You won. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, so going for a perfect shot. I fucking hate this all. Do you know what?
Because you're terrible at it. Dude, that was amazing.
That's it. Christ says that wasn't bad. I don't know, but did you actually just help me?
No, I didn't.
You did. Is that straight up? Just help me out.
you serious? Are you serious? Hit the tree.
You can get flop.
Dude, you got a perfect game.
I want.
Dude, you played marvelously. And you know what you get? The game of dice party.
So,
And then I'm going to bed.
looking up the shots.
Okay, well that's a cool story.
You know, go to church at 5 kids.
I mean, you're just telling amazing stories, Zoot. Zoot, what did you think of this?
And then I did that.
Okay. Zoot, you're up and everybody's awaiting you. You believe that Riser has a fever, yes or no? I'll wait.
Yeah.
Zoot, you know that you have an
That's
invitation? Why let me start the game without you in it? That's so stupid. Right. Did you like that it does that? Is that the happiest thing in the world?
You know what makes me happy about your role? I want to be doing good. If I want to be doing good, bad, not doing good.
No, we both could do well.
That's way too much. That's way too much. Anyway, no good. Very wrong. I'm on by 6 points. Well, you go one. You go one. Actually, I think that was good. I got some straight right on. You got a smoke straight. You got anything else? You already got the number. I know what you were doing now.
Taking a big risk, big dog.
Got the wrist payout.
You make 100% of shots you don't take.
I need a full time.
That's a cool story.
I'll say, what?
It's over.
God.
You got 5 X's? Well, it's super over, son.
Not to fuck up.
There's no way you're fucking this up.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's good. Grandma, what do you got?
It calm down, son.
How about you? He's going for a long strike.
Me-
No, that is very awesome.
No, it's not. Don't even talk about that. You know it's not.
Uh,
Uh, right.
I like them.
Yes, you do.
That's British.
Okay. What do I do? Kind of F.
Uh,
Kind of F. I have to go with the 5X. Dude, I need two twos. I need two fours. I need two fours.
anyone can shoot that. You're only going to try.
No, absolutely not. Unless it's Paul Hogan. That's the only thing. Australia was really cool in like the 80s. And just because of that movie. Aside from that, nobody cared about it. Not even Marco Robbie can make it big. Or whatever those brothers are worth. Absolutely no one cares. I mean, we're going to take a big risk here. We need a two.
Relative.
That was devastating. No way. No fours. No fours for Zoo. No fours for Zoo. You need one more four.
Still gonna win.
One, two. I just took the lead, Zoo.
Yes.
You need a four. You need a two. Oh, you got so fortunate. Dude, you got so fortunate.
What do you need? Been here 4 times.
It's over, baby.
No,
It's over, baby. What is? Why did?
no,
Why did you say that?
because I'm gonna make these. Two.
It's over, baby.
Oh, my husband.
You think he really has a fever? Yeah, dude. All right, so good game. Go take your shower. We'll see you tomorrow, big man. Best wishes with that chick. I hope she likes your movie. I hope that chick likes your movie. I'm gonna watch your movie one of these days. Is it a religious movie? I know, but like, what's it about?
The City of God.
Yeah, dog.
It's got the songs, seasons, like photography is taking photographs of all the drug trade, the drug trade for the newspaper in Brazil. He's taking what's going on in this Brazil, inside Brazil, and like what happens in this land of Brazil.
Why did you watch this movie? Like, did you have to watch it in school or something?
So,
Okay.
although this is the bad one, yeah,
All right, big dog. All right. We're gonna have to watch it. You're gonna have to watch it.
Painkillers, drugs, so he's like, I didn't see what he's doing. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like, yeah, that's good.
All right.
It's like 100 days. It's 22. Right? I think it's Shawshank Redemption, which isn't bad movie. Oh, yeah, Shawshank Redemption.
So it's number 22 all time. I have to check it out. That's pretty high.
Right.
Peace, big dog. Shout to you. This move, folks. You thought that was the look at this move.
Regular intervals.
This move.
Unbeknownst to go down. There remained the challenge launched, but despite a combination of witches and hydraulic rams, she refused more than a few inches at a time. After four failed launches in November, Brunel consulted his erstwhile rival Robert Stevenson, who suggested power in the shape of hydraulic rams. Brunel agreed, and by the end of January 1888, his great was finally afloat with the aid of 18 hydraulic rams. Despite his success, the ship had cost the Eastern Steam Company so much money that several directors wanted to have nothing more to do with it, and a new entity, Great Ship Company, was formed by the remaining directors to acquire the ship. While the Great Eastern was a magnificent engineering achievement, the structure's construction and the financial difficulties which shrouded all of Brunel's great projects contributed to a significant decline in his empire in the 1850s. He went on an extended trip to the south of France, May and September. Upon his return to London, he was appalled to discover that the ship had still not been fitted up. By the end of the year, he had been diagnosed with nephritis and inflammation. Over the winter, he joined his family on a visit to Egypt. After returning to England in May 1859, Brunel regularly inspected the fitting out of the ship, but was too weak to attend the ceremonies marking its completion. On the 5th of September 1859, Brunel suffered a stroke and was taken home. A couple of days later, the ship set out on its maiden voyage without him on board. In Brunel's absence, company had the all results of its purpose, and on the 9th of September, the ship's first funnel exploded, killing 5 couples of goods in the process. At home, Brunel was distraught when he heard of the accident. It was the last straw that pushed his income beyond repair. A few days later, he died on the evening of the 15th of September 1859. He was just 53 years of age. 5 days later, he was buried in a handsome cemetery in London. His escape would eventually make the transatlantic crossing in June 1860, but the Great Ship Company could not afford to operate the route to Australia as Brunel had originally intended. After being sold in 1865, it was modified to lay the first telegraph cables across the Atlantic. Following Brunel's death, the group of his colleagues, institutes, and engineers decided to honor his memory by completing work on the suspension bridge, which had been stopped since 1843. The structure was finally completed in 1864, with some modifications to Brunel's design. Upon the learning of Brunel's death, Daniel Welch wrote in his tiny quote, "In his death, the greatest of England's engineers was lost. The man with the greatest originality of thought and power of execution. His plans, the commercial work of great, also great things are not done by those who sit down and count the cost. attractions in the port of Bristol today, nearly 200 minutes is also credited as being the founder of the town of Liverpool, where his statue stands in the middle of an unfortunate shopping centre bearing his name. While Brunel was lucky that his father's guidance early in his career, the scale of his ambition was much greater, and several of his more exotic ideas were realized, despite how outlandish they must seem when he first devised them. Even before London to Bristol by rail, he connected with the United States by steamship. This was perhaps his greatest work, paving the way for mass migration of tons of billions of Europeans and Americans from Europe on steamships between 1840 and 1920. While his projects did not always enjoy commercial success, demonstrate yes, the great economy of Victorian Britain. In 2002, he came second in a nationwide BBC poll that determined the 100 greatest. Is a hard kingdom Brunel. Once again, he is summer of 213 BC, approached the Greek city-state of Syracuse that has allied itself with Rome's great enemy, Carthage. Suddenly, one of the Romans catches fire, bursting into flames. The invaders into confusion. Sure, they are too far away from the enemy battlements to be attacked. A flash of light catches their eyes. The defenders are using giant mirrors to reflect the sun's rays, burning the Roman vessels like ants in a magnifying glass. From his vantage point ashore, the Lord watches on as his secret weapons wreak havoc on the invaders. His name, Archimedes, the greatest inventor of the ancient world. Man known to history as Archimedes was born in the city of Syracuse in Sicily during the early 3rd century BC, probably around 287 BC. At that time, Syracuse was the foremost city of the island and the greatest of the Greek cities of southern Italy, a region known as Magna Graecia, Great Greece. Such was the level of Greek colonization since the 8th century BC. Thus, although born in Sicily, Archimedes was Greek and emerged from a Greek cultural and intellectual lineage. While Archimedes is commonly recognized as one of the greatest scientists and inventors in history, little is known definitively about his life. Brief accounts of his life and career are found in the works of Greek and Roman authors from centuries after his lifetime, and these have been diminished over the centuries. For instance, while we know that Archimedes must have been born early in the 3rd century BC, the notion that he was born in the year 287 BC is based on a claim by 12th century AD historian John Sissus. He wrote that Archimedes was approximately 75 years old when he died in 212 BC. Still, while Sissus was writing a millennium and a half after Archimedes' times, he does cite Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian from Sicily writing in the 1st century, as evidence for his details of the scientist's life. Furthermore, according to the Greek mathematician Eutocius of Ascalon, who lived at the turn of the 6th century AD, a biography of Archimedes was written by a friend named Heraclides. Well, this has been lost 7 centuries since, and parts of Diodorus' histories have only survived in fragmentary form. We can assume that writers like, as it says, Eutocius, who were writing many centuries after Archimedes' time, did have substantial source material from which they drew their information. Finally, and perhaps most importantly of all, there are several scientific treatises that Archimedes wrote himself that have survived down to the present day, in which he provided evidence to mathematicians, which included further details about his own life. In one of his treatises, the Eastern Reckoner, Archimedes states that his father was an astronomer named Phidias, who calculated the difference in size between the sun and the moon. He stole the fact that Phidias was also the name of the most famous sculptor in ancient Greece, who decorated the Parthenon and made the monumental statue of Athena Parthenos that stood inside the iconic temple of Regardless, Archimedes' modern-day translator revealed this, a specialist in ancient mathematics, suggests that the scientist's paternal grandfather was an artist who named his son in homage to the great sculptor. They discuss further by suggesting that Archimedes' name, which may be interpreted as the mind of the principle, is a reference to the principle or order of the universe. The Greek philosopher Plato, who lived in the 4th century BC, believed that the universe was governed by rational mathematical principles. Perhaps Phineas was a follower of Plato and gave his son his name to reflect his belief in rational and harmonious cosmic order. Apart from this, nothing is known about Archimedes' family and early life. His mother's name is unknown. There is no indication if he had any siblings, or whether he himself was married and had any children. Instead, ancient works which mention Archimedes make his story much later in his life, during the Punic War. This includes the life of Marcellus, written by 2nd century AD, the Roman historical biographer Plutarch, and the 2nd century BC historian Polybius. Those histories have provided a universal history of the world and the rise of the Roman Republic down to his own day. Much of Archimedes' story relates to the history of his hometown, Syracuse, in the 3rd century BC. The city was founded in the 730s BC by Greek colonists from the city of Corinth, greatest cities of mainland Greece, and one which was strategically located in the Gulf of Corinth, in the Isthmus of Corinth, the latter being the narrow neck of land that connects the Peloponnese, southern Greece, to the rest of mainland Greece. Syracuse lies on the southeastern tip of Sicily. The settlement had the advantage of fertile land and deep harbors opening ships to trade in the Mediterranean Sea. But it retained some links to Corinth. Syracuse became increasingly independent over time, founded its own colonies. By the end of the 5th century BC, the city and its hinterland had a population of around 250,000, rivaling Athens in size and weight. In 415 BC, during the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta for hegemony over the Greek world, Athens invaded Sicily. As the richest city on the island, Syracuse was the main target and received reinforcements from Sparta and Corinth. With the assistance of the Spartan general, the Syracusans defeated the Athenians, and by 413 BC, the entire Athenian expeditionary force was destroyed, a pivotal episode in the Peloponnesian. As such, while Syracuse was located considerably to the west of Greece, it was a key player in the wider politics of the Greek world. Moreover, Sicily and southern Italy had developed into part of the intellectual world of the Greeks. Plato most likely traveled here for a time in his middle years, while the mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras founded a school at Rome, Calabria, in southern Italy. Therefore, the place Archimedes grew up in and lived during his just died, and the city's politics were once again entering a period of flux. The tyrant, in this ancient context, was a cross between a king and a military dictator. Geopolitical developments in Sicily, in the western Mediterranean in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, would also be central to Archimedes' life story. By the time of his birth in the early 3rd century BC, Sicily was caught in the middle of the rivalry between Rome to the north and Carthage to the south. Carthage was a Phoenician colony that had been founded on the northeastern coast of now Tunisia by settlers from Tyre in the Levant back in the 9th century BC. It subsequently emerged as one of the great trading and naval powers of the western Mediterranean, securing control over large parts of North Africa, southern Hispania, and the Balearic Islands in the 6th, 5th, and 4th centuries BC. It had also set its sights on conquering Wales. Carthaginians had succeeded in doing so to some extent, claiming the western half of the island in the 4th century BC, but Syracuse, particularly during the long reign of Agathocles, had offered strong resistance to the Carthaginians and remained the preeminent power west of the island. Meanwhile, further to the north, a newer power was emerging. The Roman Republic was a rustic backwater state of central Italy for much of the 5th and 4th centuries, while Syracuse and Carthage were great powers to the south. But the Romans were becoming an extremely aggressive military, and in the century prior to Archimedes' birth, had won a series of wars against their neighbors, bringing a wide range of city-states in Latium and Etruria under their control, before turning their eyes southwards to the Greek city-states of southern Italy. Syracuse's story in the 3rd century BC would be one of being caught between Rome and Carthage as the two powers fought and struggled for dominance of the western Mediterranean. Archimedes would be caught up in that struggle. In 278 BC, when Archimedes was probably a child of around 9 or 10 years, the Carthaginian army laid siege to Syracuse in the North African state's latest attempt to conquer the entirety of Sicily. In response, the city authorities requested assistance from King Pyrrhus of Epirus. He was the ruler of a Greek kingdom in what is now southeastern Albania and northwestern Greece. Pyrrhus had been fighting the Romans in Italy since 18 BC, after the Greek colonies of the south of the peninsula had called on him to aid them against the increasingly aggressive Romans. Now, 2 years after the Pyrrhic War had started in southern Italy, the Syracusans sent messages to Pyrrhus requesting him to come to their aid as well as against the Carthaginians. Pyrrhus accepted and was subsequently proclaimed as tyrant of Syracuse after helping to defeat the besieging army. By 276 BC, Pyrrhus had conquered most of the island, leaving the Carthaginians confined to the port of Lilybio, known as Marsa column was to expel pigs. He intended to try and secure control of destiny for himself, following which a young Syracuse commander named Hierro took control of Syracuse. According to Polybius, Hierro noticed mutinous elements among mercenaries who served in the Syracusan army and addressed the problem by leading a campaign against the Palatines, a people from southern Italy who settled in Messina in the northeastern corner of Sicily. Hierro deployed the mercenaries at the front of the army and allowed them to be killed by the enemy before the rest of the army. While this boy secured Hierro's position in Syracuse, it encouraged the Latins to take the offensive against Syracuse. Hierro manipulated his citizen militia and defeated the Palatines at a battle near the river Longanus in 269 BC. After his return to Syracuse, he was proclaimed as tyrant or king of the city. The Battle of Longanus would have a greater importance still in years to come, as the Palatines appealed for assistance from the Romans. They would in turn launch their own military campaign to the island, and this to the outbreak of the First Punic War in 264 BC. The clash was primarily between Rome and Carthage. A Roman term for the Carthaginians, but Sicily would be central to the First Punic War, which lasted up to 1 BC. Hierro remained tyrant of Syracuse and his death in 215 BC, a few years before Archimedes' own death. He died writing in the 2nd century AD. Archimedes was Hierro's kinsman without specifying the degree of their familial relationship. While nothing substantial is known about Archimedes' childhood, the passage in Theodorus that he spent some time studying Egypt, then ruled by the Greek Ptolemaic dynasty, founded by Alexander the Great's general Ptolemy I, following Alexander's death in 323. By the time Archimedes was in Egypt, the king would have been Ptolemy II, who succeeded his father around 283 BC and reigned until 246 BC. The Ptolemies governed the kingdom from the capital of Alexandria, founded in 331 by Alexander. By the early 3rd century BC, Alexandria was developing into a major center of Greek learning, and the famous Library of Alexandria was founded at this time. While in Alexandria, Archimedes likely to have become acquainted with students of Euclid, the father of geometry, who was active in Alexandria around 300 BC, but was quite likely already dead by the time Archimedes was there. Archimedes corresponded with several Greek mathematicians based in Alexandria, including Gunon of Samos, also known for his astronomical discoveries, and Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who is best known for being the first person to calculate the Earth's circumference in around 240 BC. His remarkably accurate estimate of 152,000 stadia, or approximately 40,000 kilometers, is within the margin of error of less than 2.5%. Theodorus claims that while he was in Egypt, Archimedes invented a device for drawing water under rivers and other bodies of water. Now, normally used the Archimedes screw The device consists of a spiral thread wrapped around a pole, which when inserted into a tube, so that it lift to the blood again. According to the uterus, the Archimedes screw was used in silver mines in Hispania, the ancient name for Spain, to remove water from underground streams to the surface to create a dry environment and facilitate mining operations. The version of the device continues to be used in the Nile Delta to this day for irrigation purposes. While Diodorus credits Archimedes with the invention of the water, similar devices had been used in Egypt before his time, and Greek geographer Strabo, writing in the late 1st century BC, refers to a screw being used to draw water from the river Euphrates to irrigate the hanging gardens of Babylon many centuries before Archimedes' time. Although Archimedes was known in the ancient world for inventions such as the water screw, noted that he never wrote about the practical application of his ideas, that he was primarily interested in abstract mathematical concepts. According to Plutarch, Archimedes considered engineering and other practical sciences as ignoble and vulgar, compared to pure mathematics, which was unconcerned with the necessities of life. Plutarch's account includes anecdotes of Archimedes being so devoted to his mathematical work that he would forget eat and would have to be forcibly dragged to the bathhouse to clean himself. Even in the bathhouse, he would draw geometrical diagrams with his finger while his body was covered in anointing oil. While Archimedes was acquainted with King Hiero and his son Gero II, there is little evidence of him being involved in or affected by political and military events in Syracuse until near the end of his life. Nevertheless, Archimedes lived against a violent backdrop in the Western Mediterranean. The First Punic War raged for nearly a quarter of a century down to 241 BC, and much of the fighting centered on Sicily, though other expeditions launched by both Rome and Carthage to mainland Italy, Sardinia, Corsica, and North Africa. A Roman army laid siege to Syracuse in 263 BC. At that juncture, Hiero chose to make peace with the Romans and agreed to provide military support to them, a decision which made a kind of sense at the time, given that Carthage had been Syracuse's main rival for power on Sicily for 2 centuries. The main Carthaginian base on the island was at Agrigent, the active archaeological site of Agrigento in southern Sicily. The Romans began to lay siege to the city in 262 BC. Despite heavy losses, they eventually defeated the Carthaginians in battle, enabling them to capture Agrigent and occupy most of the island. However, the Romans struggled to expel the Carthaginians entirely from their remaining outposts on the island amidst staunch Carthaginian resistance and the destruction of several Roman fleets in warm weather. This meant that the Romans did not end the war until 241 BC. They were victorious when they did. Sicily became the first Roman province outside Italy, though Syracuse remained an independent city-state ruled over by Hiero and allied with Rome for the remainder of his reign. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians were forced to cede control western Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica to Rome. Undeterred, they quickly set about rebuilding their strength by expanding their presence in Hispania in anticipation of a war of revenge against the Romans one day. These events would have considerable implications for Archimedes' later life in Syracuse. Given the lack of reliable historical evidence for Archimedes' life, his surviving scientific treatises provide important insight into his work and personality. It is worth exploring the story of how his treatises survive in some detail. With the exception of his possible stint at Alexandria in Egypt during his younger years, he appears to have spent most of his life in his native Syracuse. He would have worked with proofs and theorems before sending them to fellow mathematicians in Alexandria, Athens, and other cities in the eastern Mediterranean. Many scholars of ancient science have noted that Archimedes' work was so sophisticated at the time that only a few dozen people would have been able to understand it. While around 10 different treatises are definitely attributed to Archimedes, the corpus of his work was first collected in late antiquity, around the 6th century AD, when texts were being transferred from fragile papyrus scrolls onto more durable parchment. Much of this work took place in Constantinople, capital of the Byzantine or Eastern Roman Empire, which continued to flourish after the decline of Rome in the West. During the 6th century, Tucius of Ascalon provided detailed commentaries on Archimedes, but it appeared these commentaries were included in the collection of Archimedes' work by his friend Esau of Miletus, best known as the architect of the Cathedral of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Although Isidore's edition is lost, it seems to have inspired at least 3 codices containing Archimedes' work, which were made in Constantinople during the 9th and 10th centuries. The most comprehensive of these was made in the 9th century and includes allusion to the geometer, an influential mathematician and philosopher whose cousin, John the Grammarian, served as patriarch of Constantinople. The 19th century Danish historian and philologist Johann Heiberg called this Codex A. Heiberg theorized that another codex, Codex B, contained several of Archimedes' treatises, including the 2 parts of a text entitled On Floating Bodies, which were not included in Codex A. These 2 Byzantine codices were removed from Constantinople in 1204 when the city was sacked by Latin crusaders during the Fourth Crusade. By 1269, they were in the collection of the Papal Library in Viterbo in central Italy. Yet another scholar, William of Morbecca, translated them from Greek into a Latin edition of Archimedes. Codex B may have been lost in the early 14th century as subsequent Latin translations do not contain a treatise called On Floating Bodies, but are therefore taken from Codex A, which remained one of the most valuable ancient texts in Renaissance Italy until it was lost in the middle of the 16th century. A third codex, dating from 975 AD, which Heiberg called Codex C, was discovered during the 19th century and was examined by Heiberg in 1906. Better known as the Archimedes palimpsest. After the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the book was taken to the Crusader states in the Levant the same evening. It is known to have been in the collection of the library of the monastery of St. Sabas near Bethlehem. Before its acquisition by St. Sabas, the majority of Codex C was transformed into a prayer book in the early 13th century, most likely in nearby Jerusalem. Since parchment was expensive, it was common practice to unbind older books, Greek and remove the ink from its pages, and then use the freshly erased parchment to write a new text, making a palimpsest. This was the fate of the Archimedes Codex, whose trials and theorems were meaningless to the Orthodox Christian community in the Holy Land. They took the Archimedes Codex, removed the binding, and tried to scrape off the ink on each page. They then cut through the fold of each two-page spread, turned each leaf 90 degrees, and folded them together. Each page of the prayer book was half the size of the original codex. Only two-thirds of the codex survives in the palimpsest, which also contains material from several other codices. Modern imaging technology indicates that the prayer book was written by a priest named John Mironas and was completed on the 14th of April, 1229. By 1846, the Archimedes palimpsest was found in the collection of the Mausoleum of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. After the Greek scholar Papadopoulos Karametes wrote the book in 1899 and transcribed some of the mathematical passages that could still be read, Heiberg recognized it was a text that had been written by Archimedes and examined the book in the summer of 1906. With only his naked eye and a magnifying glass, Heiberg made out a remarkable amount of the original text and discovered a previously lost treatise by Archimedes called the Method, as well as parts of on-floating bodies that were not included in Rebecca's earlier Latin edition. The codex also included a puzzle called the Stomachion, which had been attributed to Archimedes from animal sources, but was not considered authentic, or he was unable to read all of the text. Heiberg was able to incorporate the method into a new Greek edition of Archimedes' work. Cambridge scholar Thomas Eaton, who had translated all of Archimedes' new work into English in 1811, translated the Method 1912 from Heiberg's text. In the 1920s, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and hostilities broke out between Turkey and Greece, the palimpsest was removed from the Anatolia and spent much of the 20th century languishing in the Parisian basement until 1998. It was sold to an anonymous empire who deposited it at the Waters Art Museum. Although the book was in much worse condition than when Heiberg saw it, conservation work and the application of new technology has allowed modern scholars to read parts of the text that Heiberg could not decipher a century earlier. Thus, those of Archimedes' predecessors have had a very colourful history in order to survive to our present day. And yet, despite all of this work retrieving his texts, it is not possible from the available evidence to develop a clear chronology of when Archimedes wrote texts. Despite these limitations, the treatises written by Archimedes, which have survived and anecdotes from the work of others, shed light on his work and life in many different ways. By far the most famous anecdote about Archimedes involves him jumping out of a bath, running into the street naked, shouting, "Eureka!" after making a discovery. The earliest version of the tale is found in De Architectura, a 10-volume book on architecture by Vitruvius, an architect and engineer during the 1st century BC. In Vitruvius' account, King Hiero wanted to make an offering to the gods at a temple and commissioned an artisan to make what is usually understood as a gold votive crown that is more likely to represent a ring. The king measured out a quantity of gold and gave it to the craftsman, who duly presented an item of exquisite beauty to the king. However, after hearing rumors that the artisan had defrauded the king by substituting part of the gold for an equal mass of silver, Hiero decided to investigate and asked Archimedes to find a way to taste the object's beauty without breaking it. Archimedes struggled to find a solution until he made what may have been a rare trip to a house. As he lowered himself into the bathtub, Archimedes noticed that the further he sank into it, the more water spilled out of the tub. Realizing he had the solution to this problem, Archimedes forgot to put his clothes back on and ran home naked stand and I can move the earth. His quote is Plutarch. States that Archimedes told King Hiero that if there were another world and he could go to it, he could move this. When the king asked Archimedes what he meant, he undertook to construct a system of compound pulleys which enabled him to laden three-masted ship across the water with considerable ease. An alternative account involving Archimedes onto a ship is the Sophistry, text written by a Greek writer, Aeneas of Naucratis, in the early 3rd century AD. The Sophistry takes the form of a fictionalized set of dialogues between a large group of intellectuals and a series of dinner parties hosted by Aeneas. Aeneas cites a treatise by Socrates about a Grecian commissioned by Hiero called Syracusian, of which was used by Archimedes. She writes that difficulty launching the ship. Archimedes came up with the solution by using a system of pulleys. Aeneas claims that Archimedes invented a winch to pull the vessel to sea. Archimedes used to move the world is linked to his work on levers, found in his two treatises on the equilibrium of planes, called the earliest of his surviving works. Archimedes followed Euclid's example in setting out postulates or assumptions, followed by a series of propositions which are then proven based on initial assumptions. He began in this instance visiting, resting on the horizontal snake, supported by a fulcrum. The postulates then include basic observations such as the idea that two objects weight that are an equal distance apart from the fulcrum will balance, and that if one of the weight is increased, that side will go up, well, correspondingly, if it is decreased, the opposite side goes down. From these postulates, Archimedes methodically proved a series of propositions which allows him to derive the law of the lever, namely, that two different weights are balanced on a fulcrum when their lever arms are reciprocally proportional to their size. In other words, if the size of one of the two weights being balanced is doubled, then its distance to the fulcrum must be half that of the distance between the weight on the opposite side and the fulcrum in order to maintain the balance. Based on this principle, a small amount of force can lift a large weight using a lever and a fulcrum if the lever arm is sufficiently long. This forms the basis for Archimedes' belief that he could move the world if he had a lever and a place to stand. This demonstrates how he could aid Hiero in launching his enormous ship out into the harbor of Syracuse. Archimedes' fulcrum represents the center of gravity of two objects on a balance, basically the center of a seesaw. In the rest on the equilibrium planes, he applied a similar technique to determine the center of gravity for two-dimensional shapes, such as parallelograms and theisms. Archimedes relies heavily on proof of contradiction, namely, by first making an assertion that can be proven false based on existing assumptions and logic deductions, and therefore proving that the opposite is true. Through this process, Archimedes worked out that a triangle's center of gravity lies at the intersection of lines drawn to angles to the right opposite side. Parallelograms and triangles are formed of straight lines, but Archimedes was particularly interested in curved lines and shapes. Another of his early works is Quadrature of the Parabola. It is one of several surviving treatises addressed to a man named Dositheus in Alexandria. Little is known about him other than what is revealed by Archimedes' correspondence with him. Archimedes begins his letter to Dositheus by lamenting the death of Conon Samos. He describes as, quote, not only a friend, but an able mathematician. Conon was known to have been active around 245 BC when he discovered a constellation and named it Berenices. Berenices, after the wife of King Ptolemy III of Egypt. Although none of Archimedes' correspondence with Conon survives, he had written to him about mathematics and intended to do so again. Upon learning of Conon's death, Archimedes decided to send it to Dositheus, who had known Conon in Alexandria. In his letter, Archimedes referred to previous attempts by other mathematicians to square the circle. In other words, to determine how to take a circle and create a square, rectangular shape out of the same area, which would enable them to measure the area of the circle. Greek mathematicians had figured out how to measure the area of any shape bound by straight lines, no matter how complex, by dividing them into triangles, calculating the area, and then adding them all up to find the total. Or circle, the Greek mathematicians of Archimedes tried to divide up the circle into smaller segments. But some of his predecessors offered proofs. Archimedes was not convinced by them. In Quadrature of the Parabola, Archimedes sought to measure the area of a related shape. A parabola, which is made from cutting a cone parallel to one side. Through a process of logical reasoning and proof by contradiction, Archimedes proved that the area of a parabola is 4/3 that of a triangle bounded by it. Archimedes tells Dositheus that he had initially come to the proof, quote, by means of mechanics, before arriving at a geometric proof. Another of his treatises, The Method of Mechanical Theorems, is the only one of his surviving works to demonstrate this mechanical method. The introductory letter is addressed to Anastasines of Cyrene. Archimedes praises as, quote, a man of considerable eminence in philosophy and an admirer of mathematical inquiry. Archimedes begins the letter by referring to a previous letter he sent to Anastasines, in which he challenged him to come up with proofs of some of his new theorems. These not only presented his proofs, but also what he described as his mechanical method, which he believed could be used to solve a set of similar problems. Archimedes begins by giving an alternative proof of his discovery in Quadrature of the Parabola by conceiving as physical objects on a balance support sizes represent different weights. After this, Archimedes moved on to proofs involving more complex shapes. On these findings, mathematicians have concluded that Archimedes was close to making the discoveries about gravity and mechanics that we know and would make 2,000 years later. In the second part of the equilibrium of claims, which is believed to have been written after quadrature of the parabola, Archimedes investigates the center of gravity for a parabola and determines that it lies on its fifths of the way up from the base of its vertex. Archimedes worked with curved shapes, brought into contact with the concept of infinity, which most ancient Greek mathematicians are keen to avoid engaging with. How did a person measure infinity? It seemed like such a tricky issue that people wanted to contemplate it. Archimedes developed his own approach to doing so. The circle, or any curved shape, has an infinite number of sides, which is why it is impossible to precisely transform a circle into a shape with straight sides. However, in his treatise entitled Measurement of a Circle, which only survives in fragmentary form in the various codices, Archimedes approximated the area of a circle by constructing polygons with an increasing number of sizes to fill the circle. He eventually arrives at a 96-sided polygon and calculates that the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter is between 123 to 71 and 22 to 7. In decimal form, Archimedes' estimate of this ratio, represented by the Greek letter pi, was between 3.14084 and 3.14236. If he had increased the number of sides of the elliptical polygon towards infinity, he would have arrived at a more precise approximation of pi, now known to be 3.14159. This approach is the method of exhaustion and was used by Gottfried Leibniz and Isaac Newton in the 17th century to develop calculus, the branch of mathematics that studies continuous change. Some points towards the intellectual area Archimedes was living within in southern Italy and Sicily. It was Pythagoras who, as we have seen, developed his own school in southern Italy, who had developed a theorem 3 centuries earlier allowed development of pi in the first place. Knowing pi enabled Archimedes to calculate the area of the circle, which is calculated by multiplying pi and the square of the radius. Archimedes believed that his greatest achievement was his treatise on the sphere and the cylinder, which again was addressed to Deuceus, who seemingly became one of his principal correspondents after the death of Colonel Samos. In his treatise, Archimedes states that he has proven that the surface area of a sphere is 4 times that of its greatest circle, and that the volume of a sphere is 2/3 that of a cylinder which encompasses it. Archimedes used this to calculate the volume of a sphere, which is equal to 4 times pi multiplied by the radius of its greatest circle, Q. the mathematical community in Alexandria. Dositheus subsequently asked Archimedes for the set mathematical problems that he had previously sent to Colon. Archimedes responded by informing his correspondent that many of the problems could be solved using the findings in the previous treatise, but he sent out the solutions as requested in what is now categorized as Part 2 of the sphere of the cylinder. At the end of the introductory letter, Archimedes promised to send Dositheus solutions to problems involving spirals and conoids, which involved a different approach. In a lengthy letter to Dositheus professing his treatise on spirals, Archimedes apologizes for taking so long to send the proofs that had been requested, citing his desire to communicate them first to persons engaged in mathematical studies and then to investigate them. This suggests that Dositheus was not a mathematician himself, at least had stopped studying mathematics to such an extent that Archimedes would be abreast of the lecture's concerns. Archimedes also reveals even some of the 9 propositions that he set out in the second part of On the Sphere of the Cylinder were intentionally wrong, and goes on to prove. By the time Archimedes delivered On the Spirals to Dositheus, many years had elapsed since Conan's death. Had Conan lived, Archimedes believed that, quote, he would have discovered and made manifest these things, and would have enriched Geoffrey by many other discoveries besides. All of this suggests that Donald Samos was a much more substantial mathematician than the believing evidence allows us to reconstruct, and that Archimedes' own discoveries were forged out of their close intellectual partnership. In Conan's absence, nobody else had solved Archimedes' problems, and he decided it was time to publish the proofs and see who might respond to him. He may not have had high regard for Dositheus the mathematician, but since half of his living work is addressed to him, Dositheus performed admirably in ensuring that Archimedes' treatises were known in Alexandria and ensured their survival and posterity. Thus, Dositheus should primarily be viewed as someone who helped disseminate and popularize Archimedes' work in Alexandria and the London of Hellenistic civilization in the eastern Mediterranean. Archimedes' work on spherical and conic objects, as well as his work on centers of gravity, enabled him to investigate how such objects would behave when submerged in water in his treatise on floating bodies. In this, he worked from the theory that each column of equal volume in a body of liquid is also of equal weight. Otherwise, the liquid would flow from the heavier to the lighter side. Archimedes then determined that a column of liquid with a object immersed in it remains the same weight as the column without such an object. For this to be true, the solid object would have to be the sum of its weight. If it is lighter than the liquid, it would float, and part of it remain on the surface. But even if it is heavier than the liquid and sinks to the bottom, it would still experience solid loss. Archimedes knew that the weight lost is equal to the volume of water Archimedes proved how different types of shapes floated in liquids of different densities. This has been known as hydrostatics. While Archimedes was primarily interested in the mathematical and geometric attributes of the shapes in question, his investigation of curved shapes, their centers of gravity in water, and their applications ship building. The Carthaginians and Romans were already building sophisticated ships at this time, but it is possible that his ideas of hydrostatics were incorporated into shipbuilding methods in the Western Mediterranean later in his life. While most of Archimedes' work was intended for fellow mathematicians, Sand Regular is addressed together with the second of Syracuse, the son of Hyena II. Hyena died in 216 BC, shortly before his father, which suggests that he and his father, Syracuse, had joint titles from about 240 BC. Archimedes expects Gallo to understand the mathematics contained in the treatise, which has led some scholars to propose that the young Gallo was a student of Archimedes. In the same, Archimedes sets himself a challenge to calculate how many grains of sand fill the universe. Archimedes was familiar with astronomy and astronomical discoveries, since his father Phidias and his late friend Correspondent were both astronomers. However, while the universe serves as Archimedes' drawing board, the sand reckoner is primarily concerned with very large numbers and the concept of infinity. He tells King Gallo that some people assume that the number of grains of sand on Earth is infinite, since there is no way of expressing such a number. Archimedes aims to demonstrate that not only is the number of grains of sand on Earth not infinite, but the number of grains of sand in the universe is not infinite. To do so, he had to expand the Greek numbering system. The largest number the Greeks had a word for was a myriad, or 10,000. Archimedes first suggested that there can be a number as large as a million, or a myriad millions. This was only the first step. Archimedes then proposed calling the numbers 1 to a million the first order, with a million as the first unit of a second order of numbers, and so on until the millionth order. Using various assumptions about the size of the Earth, the Sun, the stars, and their relationship to the entire universe, as well as his expanded number system, Archimedes calculated that the number of grains of sand to fill the universe was 10 to the power of 63. Many of Archimedes' assumptions in coming to this figure are erroneous, such as his assumption that the circumference of the Earth is 3 million stadia. His friend Eratosthenes' figure of 252,000 stadia is much more accurate. Archimedes also assumed that the Sun is no more than 30 times the diameter of the Moon. This was closer to the 12 times that his father Phidias had proposed, but still far from the actual ratio of 400 times. Archimedes also referred to the astronomer Aristarchus, who proposed a heliocentric model of the universe in which the Earth orbits the Sun rather than the other way round. Although Archimedes, like all other ancient scientists, was not convinced of this, he accepted Aristarchus' argument that the universe was much bigger than commonly believed. Using his assumptions, Archimedes calculated that the size of the universe was a sphere 2 light years in diameter, whereas modern astronomy has shown that the observable universe is 93 billion light years in diameter and still expanding. The accuracy of Archimedes' answer is not so important as the process by which he arrived at it. Indeed, Archimedes was seeking to calculate an upper bound for the size of the universe in order to show that it is possible to represent a large number, such as the number of grains of sand in the universe. Nevertheless, Archimedes' interest in the heavens was not purely theoretical. According to the Roman writer and statesman Cicero, Archimedes constructed 2 astronomical models which were taken to Rome following his death. The first of these was a hemisphere which represented the night sky, while the second was a model of the universe based on the description of the astronomer Euxodus of Cernidus, who lived a century earlier and whose work he references in The Sand Reckoner. Archimedes may have described the process of building these models in On Sphere Making, a lost treatise referenced by the mathematician Pappus of Alexandria, who lived in the 4th century AD. The Sand Reckoner is generally regarded as the most approachable of Archimedes' treatises and reveals a playful side to his character. He is also known for coming up with mathematical puzzles for his fellow mathematicians. Such is the case with the Stomachion, a treatise which appears in the Archimedes palimpsest. Here, Archimedes divides a square into 14 straight-edged puzzle pieces and asks how many ways can be arranged to form a square. It has been calculated that there are 17,152 different solutions to the puzzle. The branch of mathematics involved in finding different solutions to the same problem is known as combinatorics and is used in computer science to determine the most efficient way of solving a particular problem. Archimedes is also associated with a remarkably complex problem known as the cattle problem. It takes the form of a Greek poem of 44 lines addressed to Eratosthenes of Cyrene, in which he is asked to work out the number of cattle in the herd of the sun god Helios based on a series of increasingly convoluted numerical relationships between cattle of various colors and patterns. While some scholars have argued that Archimedes could have written the poem since it was not his style of writing, others hold that by setting out his problem in verse, Archimedes was effectively making a joke at his friend's expense. The answer was first calculated in the 19th century and runs to over 200,000 digits. The available evidence suggests that Archimedes undertook much of his most important work in the 230s BC and 220s BC, roughly between his late 40s and late 60s. This was a period of comparative peace in the Western Mediterranean, especially so on Sicily, where relative tranquility prevailed after the end of the First Punic War in 241 BC. Rome was now the dominant power on the island, and Hiero ruled Syracuse as a Roman client. Trouble was brewing, though. In the decades following the First Punic War, the Carthaginian general Hamilcar Barca and later his sons Hasdrubal and Hannibal gained control over much of the Iberian Peninsula. In 219 BC, Hannibal besieged and captured the town of Saguntum on the east coast of Spain. Saguntum was a Roman ally, prompting Rome to declare war on Carthage in response. While minor naval actions took place off the coast of Sicily in 218 BC, Hannibal's main objective was an invasion of Rome. He gathered an army at New Carthage, present-day Cartagena, on the southeastern coast of Spain. Rather than risk losing his army at sea, Hannibal led his men into southern Gaul, the ancient name for France, and embarked on his legendary crossing of the Alps. The Carthaginians surprised the Romans by crossing into northern Italy by November, and over the next 2 years, Hannibal demonstrated that he was one of the greatest military leaders of the ancient world by inflicting major defeats on the Romans, most notably at the Battle of Cannae on the 2nd of August 216 BC, where he surrounded and destroyed a Roman army of 86,000 men in one of the most celebrated battles in military history. Hannibal's great victory at Cannae prompted many of Rome's former allies to switch sides, joining with Carthage, with many believing Hannibal would soon send on Rome itself and defeat the Republic there. Although Hiero of Syracuse had been a loyal Roman ally in Sicily, his death in 215 BC led to the accession of his 15-year-old grandson, Hieronymus. Hieronymus broke his ties to Rome and agreed an alliance with Hannibal in exchange for recognition as ruler of all eastern Sicily once the war was over. Although the Syracusans subsequently tried to reverse this approach, when Hieronymus was assassinated in 214 BC, by then, the distinguished Roman general, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, had already taken command of a large Roman expeditionary force which was preparing to lay siege to Syracuse by land and sea. It would provide the thrilling last chapter to Archimedes' life, one in which his scientific accomplishments would mix with the tortuous history of his time. From Polybius, we learn that the Romans prepared extensively for the attack on Syracuse and anticipated that they would take the city within 5 days, but they failed to take into account Archimedes' abilities. Archimedes was responsible for the design of a series of complex siege machines that defended the city against the Roman attack. Plutarch states that some time before his death, Archimedes was asked to build all sorts of offensive and defensive siege machines by King Hiero. These lay dormant while Syracuse remained at peace, but proved valuable when the city was attacked by Marcellus. Syracuse was already well protected by a defensive wall sitting on top of a chain of hills around the city, enabling Archimedes to position his machines to cover approaches from both land and sea. The Roman general Appius Claudius began an attack from the land, while Marcellus took a fleet of 60 quinqueremes manned with soldiers who launched missiles and javelins against the Syracusan garrison posted on the walls. The Romans built a device called the Sambuca, which was designed to be positioned against the city walls to enable the soldiers to approach the battlements directly from their ships. While the ships were still approaching the city, Archimedes began by bombarding the Roman fleet with his long-range catapults. When the Romans got closer, Archimedes' shorter-range catapults continued the bombardment. These machines put his extensive work on levers over the years to good use. While none of his surviving treatises indicates that Archimedes worked on mathematical problems involving ballistics, he would have had to do so in order to build catapults of specific ranges to ensure that the city was covered from every angle and at every distance. With his men suffering great casualties, Marcellus withdrew and instead attempted to approach at night and assault the walls at close range. As Marcellus had anticipated, the catapults could no longer be used, but archers behind loopholes shot arrows at the Romans. When Marcellus attempted to deploy the Sambucae against the walls, Archimedes deployed swinging arms which had been concealed behind the walls to drop rocks on the contraptions, causing them to break, while also inflicting casualties on those aboard the Roman ships. Polybius also described a metal hook Archimedes designed to lift the Roman ships by the prow before sending them crashing down, causing havoc among the crews and occasionally causing the ships to capsize. A famous tale about Archimedes' work as a siege engineer involves him setting fire to the ships of the Romans using curved mirrors that concentrated the sun's rays on the wooden ships. The Roman writer Lucian, who lived in the 2nd century AD, was the first to claim that Archimedes set fire to enemy ships in this way, but did not elaborate further. A more detailed description of Archimedes using mirrors to burn Roman ships is found in the treatise on burning mirrors by Antemius of Tralles, a 5th century AD Byzantine mathematician. Historians and mathematicians over the centuries have debated whether Archimedes could have used giant mirrors to burn Roman ships. While it is possible to use a set of mirrors to concentrate enough heat on a single point and set it on fire, modern scientists doubt that it would have been possible to do so to a ship out on the water outside Syracuse. Even without burning mirrors, the defenses Archimedes helped establish at Syracuse were formidable enough, and Marcellus decided to abandon the assault by sea. Syracuse continued to hold out against the Roman siege until 212 BC. According to the Roman historian Livy, at that juncture a small group of Romans noticed that one section of the city wall was lower than the others. Meanwhile, a deserter informed the Romans that the city was celebrating a festival in honor of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and Marcellus believed that the Syracusans would be off their guard. He sent a party of men with ladders to scale the wall, and the rest of the army soon followed behind. As he had anticipated, the Syracusan garrison was drunk and failed to respond effectively. The Romans on the wall opened the gates from inside and enabled the army and its commander to enter the city. Plutarch states that when Syracuse was captured by the Romans, Archimedes was working on a geometric problem with a diagram and was unaware of what had happened until a Roman soldier entered his house. Plutarch gives 3 different versions of what occurred next. In one telling, the soldier attempted to arrest Archimedes and bring him to Marcellus as a prisoner of war, but the mathematician insisted on finishing his proof before leaving. This act of resistance made the soldier angry, and he drew his sword and killed him. In an alternative account, the soldier had already drawn his sword when the latter pleaded for time to finish his work, but the soldier took no notice and killed him immediately. Plutarch offers a third account, which claims that Archimedes was bringing some mathematical instruments to Marcellus when a group of Roman soldiers believed he had treasure with him and killed him. Marcellus was shocked to learn of Archimedes' death and had expressly ordered his soldiers not to harm any free citizen of the city. He punished the soldier responsible. After his death, Archimedes, who had seemingly lived to his mid-70s, was buried in a tomb featuring a diagram of a sphere and a cylinder to represent what he considered his greatest achievement, the calculation of the volume and surface area of a sphere. Over time, the tomb became overgrown and was considered lost until 75 BC, when the great rhetorician and orator Cicero was serving as a Roman official in Sicily. He was a great admirer of Greek culture and knew of a description of Archimedes' tomb which referred to the diagram and a poem inscribed on it. He was determined to discover where the tomb of the great scientist was, and began looking at the tombs near the western gate. After identifying a small column with a sphere and cylinder on it, he ordered men to clear away the shrubs which had grown around it, allowing him to read of the poem he knew to be on Archimedes' tomb. Cicero included this anecdote in his philosophical work Tusculan Disputations, in which he laments that the Syracusans have neglected the tomb of their greatest scientist. Archimedes of Syracuse is universally regarded as one of the greatest mathematicians and scientists in history. Much of his fame in the ancient world was based on his reputation as an inventor and an engineer. His role as a siege engineer during the siege of Syracuse at the very end of his life is one of the few facts that can be reliably established about his life from the historical record. Nevertheless, based on Plutarch's description of his character and evidence from his surviving works, it appears that Archimedes was primarily interested in pure mathematics rather than their application in the physical world. Working in Syracuse during the 3rd century BC, some of Archimedes' mathematics was so sophisticated that it was only surpassed by the likes of Galileo and Newton some 2,000 years later. He is primarily remembered today as one who worked on the nature of gravity and floating bodies, but his interests were much wider, encompassing discussion of the measurement of infinity and a wide range of other mathematical concepts. Indeed, so complex were some of the equations that he tried to develop that it has only been possible to resolve them fully using modern computers. His work on algebra and trigonometry also informed modern mathematics. Hence, while he is often caricatured as an individual who ran naked from a bathtub shouting Eureka, or who built a complex mirror tower to fend off the Romans, Archimedes' intellectual heft was far greater than is sometimes allowed for. What do you think of Archimedes? Was he the most influential mathematician of the ancient world, or was his work overly theoretical to have had much of an impact on applied mathematics? Please Let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Thomas Edison was born as Thomas Alva Edison in the town of Milan in the state of Ohio on the 11th of February 1847. Thomas's father was Samuel Ogden Edison Jr. He was born in Digby in Nova Scotia, Canada in 1804. In 1811, the Edisons settled in Ontario and eventually would own an estate of more than 2,000 acres in Bayham Township, close to the northern shore of Lake Erie. In September 1828, a 24-year-old Samuel Edison Jr. married Nancy Matthews Elliott from New York State. She was the 17-year-old daughter of a Continental Army veteran of the American Revolutionary War. In 1837, Samuel took part in William Lyon Mackenzie's ill-fated attempt to overthrow the colonial government in Canada. Samuel was forced to flee to the United States, arriving first in Port Huron in Michigan, before eventually making his home in Milan, Ohio, in 1838. Samuel and Nancy would have 7 children, of which Thomas was the youngest. Thomas's great-grandfather, John Edison, had arrived in New Jersey as a 3-year-old from the Netherlands. Although Thomas would later claim that his great-grandfather was a Wall Street banker who supported the American Revolution, John was in fact a landowner who remained loyal to the British Crown, and in 17, following the end of the American Revolutionary War, he became one of the tens of thousands of British loyalists in the 13 colonies who relocated to live in Canada following the American Revolutionary War. There, the family name began to be spelled Edison. Thomas Alva Edison, nicknamed Little Al by his family, grew up at a time of great political and economic change in the United States. The 1830s had been dominated by the presidency of Andrew Jackson, who presented himself as the champion of the American people against the corrupt political and financial elites in Washington and New York. While Jackson's Democratic Party believed that economic prosperity was down to the entrepreneurial spirit of individuals, his opponents in the Whig Party argued that the federal government had a role in promoting interstate commerce to foster economic prosperity, which, in turn, would strengthen the nation against its external rivals, like Britain. While the Whigs represented the established commercial centers in the Northeast, the Jacksonians encouraged westward expansion, resulting in the expansion into places like Alabama and Mississippi, leading eventually to the annexation of Texas in 1844 and the conquest of a large swathe of territory westwards to California and Oregon following the Mexican-American War of 1846 to 1848. Behind the debates about westward expansion and economic development lay the issue of slavery, which, despite the efforts of Congress to stifle debate in an effort to preserve national unity, would rise to the top of the political agenda in the 1850s, eventually leading to the outbreak of the American Civil War in 1861. Edison would grow up against the backdrop of this latter war. While all of this was occurring, great technological change was also underway, with the innovations of the Industrial Revolution that had begun in England in the 1770s finally making their way to the United States in the early 19th century. Edison would grow up in a period when thousands of kilometers of railway line were being laid down, crisscrossing America. Factories were being built in great numbers in cities like New York, Boston, Chicago, Ohio, and Philadelphia, and every year brought new technological breakthroughs. Most accounts of Thomas Edison's childhood include a series of apocryphal tales about his youthful curiosity and his desire to understand natural processes. One tells of young Thomas wandering into the fields and sitting on a goose egg in an attempt to hatch the egg, after seeing a hen accomplish the same feat with one of her eggs. Although he was mocked by his brother-in-law, Homer Page, the local farmer, Al's sister Marion was far more understanding and praised her brother's curiosity about how things in the world worked on a technical level. The town of Milan had benefited from the construction of the Milan Canal, which was completed in 1839 and allowed the town to become a wealthy grain port, trading directly with New York City via Lake Erie and the Erie Canal. The 1840s and 1850s saw a boom in railroad construction in the United States, but several proposals to build rail links to Milan came to nothing due to opposition from the Milan Canal Company. As the grain trade shifted towards rail, economic activity at Milan declined, and in 1854, Samuel Edison Jr. decided to move his family to the familiar terrain of Port Huron. Little Al was enrolled in a local school, but he was largely homeschooled by his mother, who had been a school teacher herself years earlier. Thomas was a sickly child and had hearing problems from a young age, perhaps the the result of suffering from a bout of scarlet fever when he was 11 or 12 years old. His poor health and homeschooling led him to become an avid reader. Edison later recalled the influence that the writings of Thomas Paine, the egalitarian English philosopher, who was one of the most eloquent champions of American liberty prior to the American Revolution, had on him. He was also interested in history, but it was a science textbook by the title of A School Compendium of Natural and Experimental Philosophy that encouraged him to carry out his first experiments. Before long, the accumulation of chemical substances in the house led Nancy to ask her son to conduct his experiments in the basement, which became the future inventor's first laboratory. Thomas Edison grew up at a time when young boys were expected to work at an early age. In 1859, at the age of 12, he secured his first job selling newspapers and refreshments on board the trains of the Chicago, Detroit, and Grand Trunk Junction Railway between Port Huron and Detroit. The young Edison took advantage of extended layovers in Detroit to broaden his reading horizons and discovered Isaac Newton's The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, one of the most important texts in the early development of the modern discipline of physics and the hard sciences. Edison also read extensively from the books and newspapers he was selling, and he noticed that there was limited coverage of local news. In 1862, the 15-year-old Edison launched his first entrepreneurial venture when he set up his own local newspaper, the Grand Trunk Herald, which he sold on board the train. The weekly paper ran for 24 issues in the first 6 months of 1862. At its peak, Edison was selling 200 copies a day. The money he made enabled him to employ 2 other boys to help him sell his papers. His entrepreneurial spirit went even further, and he soon opened a vegetable stand at Port Huron, where he sold produce from his father's farms as well as items bought at wholesale prices from farmers along the train line. As he entered his mid-teens, Edison abandoned the use of his childhood nickname of Al and let it be known that he preferred to be called Tom. His venture into journalism was an early demonstration of his interest in the distribution of information. This was also reflected in his curiosity about the telegraph system, a new device invented in the late 1830s which enabled messages made up of electrical pulses to be sent along a wire. Telegraph posts were soon being established alongside the railways which were being built all over Europe, North America, and other regions, and so Edison, in his early work on the trains, had many opportunities to observe the telegraph operators at work. He soon mastered Morse code, the system of dots and dashes converted to short and long pulses developed by the telegraph's inventor, Samuel Morse, to transmit messages between telegraph stations. According to Edison's later account, in the autumn of 1862, he was talking to J.U. Mackenzie, the station master of the Mount Clement depot on the Grand Trunk Railway, when the latter's 3-year-old son wandered into the path of an oncoming train. Tom Edison leapt onto the tracks and rescued the young child. In gratitude, Mackenzie agreed to teach Tom how to operate a telegraph. Within 3 months, Tom had mastered the skill, and for the next few years of his life, he would work as a telegraph operator on several railroads in Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana. He later claimed that his hearing difficulty was a blessing in disguise, as he would only be able to hear the message at his own desk while his colleagues had to deal with the distractions caused by the background noise of messages being received through other wires. He enjoyed working night shifts, as this enabled him to read and experiment during the day. By 1864, Tom was working for Western Union, initially based in Indianapolis and later in Cincinnati, where he began experimenting on ways to send multiple messages using a single wire. By the time he was promoted to first-class operator with a salary of $125 a month, the American Civil War had ended, and Edison went to the southern states, claiming to have re-established telegraph connections between Memphis, Tennessee, and New York City. In 1866, he moved on to Western Union's office in Louisville in Kentucky, where he spent a year as a wire reporter. He soon returned to Cincinnati, where he frequently took time off work to consult library books. While most of these were about telegraphy, the most important was the work of English scientist Michael Faraday, whose research would have a major impact on the subsequent commercial application of electricity in the second half of the 19th century. By early 1868, Edison was working in Western Union's office in Boston as a wire receiver. It was around this time that he began to meticulously record his breakthroughs in his experiments in his notebook, and also by sending his findings to trade journals, which enabled him to claim ownership of the ideas. In June 1869, Edison was issued patent US number 90,646 for an electric vote recorder based on telegraph technology, the first of over 1,000 patents he would receive during a 6-decade career as an inventor. Although his vote recorder generated little interest among the legislators it was intended to serve, Edison soon resigned from Western Union in order to devote his full energies to experimentation and invention. Not long after this, he developed an alphabetical dial telegraph network in Boston, which enabled operators to send messages by spelling out words rather than tapping them in Morse code. He hoped to build a duplex telegraphic line across New York State from Rochester to New York City, but the tests proved unsuccessful. Nevertheless, in 1869, he moved to New York City, where he briefly held a job as superintendent of the Gold and Stock Reporting Company. In 1870, after securing new financial backing to develop a faster automatic telegraph, Edison moved to New Jersey. Here, at just 23 years of age, he was managing a team of over 50 staff at the Newark Telegraph Works. There, his precocious career rise and prematurely graying hair earned him the nickname the Old Man. These were also years of personal change for him. After receiving news of his mother's death in April 1871, Thomas returned to Port Huron to attend the funeral. Later that year, Edison met Mary Stilwell, a 16-year-old employee at his subsidiary, the News Reporting Telegraph Company. The pair married not long afterwards on Christmas Day, 1871. Edison's capacity to work long hours and his disregard for the 24-hour day led him to neglect his young wife. They had 3 children: Marion, born in 1873, Thomas Jr., born in 1876, and William, born in 1878. Mary would die in 1884 at just 29 years of age. The exact circumstances are unclear. She possibly had a brain tumor, and this led to her excessive use of morphine, with her death possibly being from opiate poisoning. All of that lay in the future. At work in the early 1870s, Edison's closest collaborator was the Englishman Charles Batchelor, who joined him as his chief experimental assistant in the summer of 1873. Edison's machines were in high demand, and he constantly sought ways to improve their efficiency, producing sketches of the ideas and concepts that emerged from his fertile mind, which Batchelor converted into technical drawings for the workers to manufacture prototypes from. Edison's primary interest remained multiplex telegraphy, the ability to send multiple telegraphic messages along a single wire. Although he had been beaten to a commercially viable duplex telegraph system in 1872, he successfully developed a quadruplex telegraph in 1874, enabling 4 messages to be transmitted simultaneously. Although Edison began investigating multiplex telegraphy at Western Union, he was offered $30,000 by J. Gould of the Atlantic and Pacific Telegraph Company for his design, a huge sum by the standards of the time, which went some way to making him financially independent. In 1876, Edison, who had already been looking for larger premises for his family and his work, decided to acquire a house and 2 tracts of land at the nearby village of Menlo Park for $5,200. Edison's father, Samuel, supervised the construction here of a laboratory near the house. In the period that followed, as part of their experimentation with communications technology, Edison and Batchelor invented the electric pen, which enabled the user to create several copies of the same document or drawing, as the movement of the needle-tipped pen created a stencil by piercing small holes into a piece of paper. A patent for the invention was filed in March 1876 and became a great commercial success, selling at $35 each. Although Edison was formally an employee of Atlantic Telegraph at this time, he continued to receive financial support behind the scenes from Western Union to work on a speaking telegraph, or a means to transmit the human voice through a wire. Although Alexander Graham Bell created the first working telephone in March 1876, the same device was used for speaking and listening, and the user had to shout into it in order to be heard by the receiver. Edison was convinced that there was a way to enhance the sound quality, and he spent the next 2 years experimenting with various materials by clenching his teeth around a metal plate, which would enable the vibrations to travel through his jawbone. In 1877, Edison improved upon Bell's telephone by adding carb buttons that enabled the sound to be transmitted with greater clarity. While Edison did not invent the telephone, his innovations improved the device and further fueled the success of the Menlo Park enterprise. At around this time, Edison was also working on a method to record sound, not just transmit it. By July 1877, he was able to record the vibrations of the human voice onto paper and then have it transmitted back using the coded vibrations. He began calling the device the phonograph. However, Edison was not able to find a method that allowed him to play back the sound until November, when he decided to use tin foil wrapped around a cylinder as his recording medium. Although Edison's phonograph could only record 10 seconds of sound, allowing him just enough time to record the nursery rhyme, "Mary Had a Little Lamb," a demonstration of the device in New York City at the office of the Scientific American Journal in December caused a sensation. Edison's success in reproducing the human voice earned him the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Edison now set up the Edison Speaking Phonograph Company and had his agents give demonstrations of the device throughout the country. In April 1878, he gave a private demonstration to President Rutherford B. Hayes in the White House. Although most of the public regarded Edison's invention as a fun magic trick, in a journal article about the applications of the phonograph, Edison anticipated recorded music, audiobooks, and many other devices. After the phonograph had been initially developed, Edison turned his attention to the issue of electrical lighting. By the mid-19th century, most homes were well lit at night in countries like the United States, but this was achieved through sophisticated lamps that burned whale oil and other substances. Edison and many others were working on new ways to achieve this, which would remove naked flames from homes and end the large urban fires which were constantly in the newspapers as occurring across the country, notably the Great Fire of Chicago in 1871 that had destroyed large parts of the city. With the financial backing of Grosvenor Lowry, General Counsel to Western Union and Edison's personal legal advisor, the Edison Electric Company was incorporated in 1878 with a mission to own, manufacture, operate, and license the use of various apparatus used in producing light, heat, or power by electricity. The first experiments in electric lighting had begun by the British inventor Sir Humphrey Davy at the beginning of the century, but 7 decades of experimentation by scientists had not yet resulted in a commercially viable product. The 1870s witnessed considerable interest in arc lighting, which consisted of 2 carbon rods separated by an insulating layer of plaster which lighted up with the introduction of an electrical current. However, as arc lamps were too bright and often had to be replaced as the insulating plaster burned away, they were not suitable for indoor use. On a visit to the Ansonia Brass and Clock Works in Connecticut in September 1878, where he saw a dynamo that distributed electricity power into a series of 8 arc lights, Edison became convinced that it was possible to build a city-wide network of electric lights from a single generator. Edison's experiments focused on incandescent lighting, and he sought a material for the filament that could burn for a long time without losing the intensity of its light. He hired the mathematician Francis Upton to collect all the existing literature on arc and incandescent lighting, both to inform his own experiments and to serve as a benchmark for the performance of his creations. Edison and Upton determined on the basis of their research that a long-lasting incandescent light bulb would need a platinum filament, a vacuum inside the bulb to prevent the filament from deteriorating as it reacted with the air, and a regulator that would enable a circuit of lights to remain at the same intensity even if one of them were to fail. By the spring of 1879, Edison had managed to power a circuit of 18 lamps, but he remained a long way from realizing his dreams of lighting up New York City with electricity. By the autumn, Edison decided to replace the platinum filament with carbon, which was much cheaper, and in October, he produced a bulb that glowed for 13.5 hours. A few days later, Edison managed to keep a light going for over 100 hours. Edison had finally created a product which he believed would replace the dangerous and environmentally damaging gas light at a fraction of the cost. As with the phonograph 2 years earlier, visitors wanted flocked to Menlo Park in order to see the laboratory lit up at night with Edison's incandescent lamps. Although he had been issued with a patent for his new design, Edison had not yet won the race to commercialize electric lighting. Across the Atlantic, England, the chemist Joseph Swan had been experimenting with incandescent lighting since the 1850s and held a public demonstration of a working filament bulb in February 1879, several months before Edison's breakthrough. Although he managed to install his lights at Crackside, the country house of his friend William Armstrong, Swan's light bulbs had a much shorter lifespan than Edison's. Throughout his life as an inventor, Edison believed that what mattered was not who came first, but whose product was the best. After a brief period of competition and litigation between Edison and Swan's companies in England, the two merged in 1883 to create the Edison and Swan United Electric Light Company, commonly known as Ediswan. A similar conflict played out in England between Edison and Alexander Graham Bell's telephone companies before their 1880 merger to form United Telephone Company of Great Britain. Edison would face a much tougher challenge realizing his plans for the electrification of New York City. In order to facilitate his lobbying efforts, he moved his electric lighting operations to Fifth Avenue and incorporated the Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York. In the meantime, Edison dispatched his trusted lieutenant, Charles Batchelor, to establish the Edison Company's commercial interests in Europe. At the International Electrical Exhibition in Paris in August 1881, Batchelor secured 2 large rooms to exhibit all of Edison's products, including incandescent lights, phonographs, and telephones, while his associates ran an expensive public relations campaign designed to promote Edison's system in the French national press. Edison won 5 gold medals, and Batchelor secured an offer to provide the lighting for the foyer of the Paris Opera. The theatre of La Scala in Milan soon followed suit with an order for 3 Edison chandeliers. In London, other Edison associates were busy rigging up a lighting system powered by a coal-fired generator at Holborn Viaduct near the junction with Farrington Street, which enabled him to light up the General Post Office building at Mount Pleasant. The work of the Edison Company in London informed Edison's plans to build a power station at Pearl Street in Manhattan. In order to protect his electrical wires from the elements, Edison opted to run them underground, and by the summer of 1882, buildings in New York's financial district began to light up with Edison's incandescent lamps. In September, Edison then personally switched on the lights at the offices of the banker J.P. Morgan, a shareholder of the Edison Company. Edison's power plants soon began to appear throughout America, and his European subsidiaries likewise built out a network of over 150 power plants. He entrusted the operations of the Pearl Street station to a young electrical engineer by the name of John William Lieb, whom he sent to Milan the following year as chief electrician of the Italian Edison Company. This soon became the largest electrical utility company in Europe. Despite the death of his first wife in 1884 and the changes to his personal circumstances with 3 young children to raise himself now, Edison soon signed a contract with the Bell Telephone Company of Boston to work on enhancements to the design of the telephone. The deal led him to resume his working relationship with Ezra Gilliland, a former Western Union colleague in Cincinnati who was now leading the Bell Company's telephone experimental department. In late 1884, Edison accompanied Gilliland to the World Industrial and Cotton Centennial Exposition in New Orleans, where he met the agricultural industrialist Lewis Miller of Akron, Ohio, and his 19-year-old daughter, Mina. In early 1885, Edison and his daughter Marion joined the Gillilands on a trip to Florida. In March, Edison visited the small town of Fort Myers on the western coast and decided to buy a 13-acre plot of land where he could spend his winters carrying out experiments. After returning to New York, Edison was determined to find a new wife to help him take care of his 3 children. He remained in correspondence with Mina Miller over the course of the year, and by July was determined to marry her, despite being twice her age. At the end of September, he sent a letter to Lewis Miller asking for permission to marry his daughter, which was readily granted. Mina's mother was less enthusiastic, but the couple were married anyway in Akron on the 24th of February, 1886. Before their wedding, the couple were looking for a more spacious house, and in January 1886, Edison purchased the mansion of Glenmont in West Orange, New Jersey, for $125,000 in a liquidation sale. Edison considered the house a wedding gift to his new bride, though formal ownership did not pass to Mina until 1891. After the wedding, the couple initially spent their honeymoon in Fort Myers, though they were initially obliged to stay at a hotel, as Edison's house, christened Seminole Lodge, was not yet ready to accommodate them. Following the honeymoon, the couple moved to Glenmont and found herself struggling to manage the household as the 20-year-old stepmother of 3 children with a husband who spent long hours at his lab. In 1888, Mina gave birth to a daughter named Madeline. 2 more sons followed. Charles Edison, born in 1890, would serve a 3-year term as governor of New Jersey in the 1940s, and Theodore, born in 1898, who followed in his father's footsteps as an inventor. In May 1886, Edison encountered a problem of a different kind for the first time. Previously, he was used to dealing with technical and scientific problems, but this was one of a more human kind: labor strikes. This was an era in which socialist movements were gaining momentum across Europe and the Americas, fueled by dreadful working conditions and demands for workers to work 60 or 70 hours a week for meager wages. Edison's workers were struggling to keep up with consumer demand for electricity generators and walked out in protest at their long hours. He resisted the demands for unionization and decided to consolidate his manufacturing operations and move them out of the city. The Edison United Manufacturing Company set up a factory in Schenectady in upstate New York, as Edison became the latest in a long line of American industrialists during the Gilded Age who resisted calls for progressive workers' rights. At the end of the year, Edison was ill with pleurisy and went to Fort Myers to recuperate. When he had recovered in early 1887, he supervised the construction of the laboratory at West Orange, now part of the Thomas Edison Historical Park. The previous year, Ezra Gilliland had appealed to Edison to turn his attention back to the phonograph. Despite an initial reluctance, based on the advances made by the Bell Company during the intervening decade, In 1887, Edison decided to form a new company, the Edison Phonograph Company, determined to make a better machine than bells. However, by giving Gilliland the responsibility of marketing his new phonographs in return for a 15% share of the profits, Edison had unwittingly created a rival. As Edison struggled to secure financial backing for his second-generation phonograph, which would employ a wax cylinder, the venture capitalist Jesse Lippincott attempted to consolidate the entire industry by negotiating with Gilliland and Edison's attorney, John Tomlinson, behind Edison's back. Edison felt betrayed by his associates and pursued costly litigation to consolidate his control over the market in opposition to Lippincott. While Edison's primary focus was the second-generation phonograph, by 1888 he was channeling his energies into a protracted public relations war with Nikola Tesla, a young rival from Europe who had made his home in the United States over the best and safest method of distributing electricity. A Croatian-born Serb, Tesla was a firm promoter of the alternating current system, widely known by its abbreviated name AC today, which enabled electricity to be transmitted over long distances of hundreds of miles at a high voltage, in contrast to Edison's direct current system, which operated at a low voltage and could only distribute power within a radius of 1 mile. Despite his ideological opposition to Edison, Tesla joined one of Edison's subsidiaries in Paris in 1882 and soon came to the attention of Charles Batchelor. In 1884, when Batchelor returned to New York City, Tesla accompanied him and began repairing dynamos at one of Edison's workshops. While Edison recognized Tesla's talents and praised his ideas, he privately believed that they were unrealistic. Within months of his arrival in the United States, Tesla left the Edison Company and formed the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company, but was soon left penniless when his investors abandoned him. In 1888, Tesla made a major breakthrough in developing an AC motor. The development of transformers in the mid-1880s enabled AC voltages to be changed, making it possible to send AC electricity at a high voltage over long distances before bringing the voltage down at the destination to serve end users. Toyota attracted the attention of the businessman George Westinghouse, who was developing AC infrastructure via his company, Westinghouse Electric. After Tesla joined forces with Westinghouse, Edison launched a bitter campaign highlighting the dangers of AC electricity. In one demonstration, Edison invited journalists to the courtyard of the West Orange Laboratory to witness the execution of animals with AC electricity in a process he described as electricide, death by electricity. Edison also saw an opportunity to discredit Westinghouse when he was approached by New York electrical engineer Harold Brown, who had been instructed by the governor of New York to develop an electric chair for the execution of criminals. In conjunction with Thomson Houston, Westinghouse's ace rival, Edison ensured that the electric chair carried a Westinghouse generator, and Edison's lawyer attempted to popularize the term Westinghouse to describe execution by electric chair in an effort to further sully Westinghouse, Tesla, and AC electricity in general. In 1889, J.P. Morgan approached Edison with a plan to merge all of Edison's electric companies into the Edison General Electric Company. In 1892, Edison merged with Thomson Houston to form General Electric, which controlled 3/4 of the American electrical industry and brought Westinghouse to the brink of bankruptcy. The current war between Edison and Westinghouse had certainly brought out the less pleasant and more ruthless streak in Edison. In August 1889, Edison and Mina went to Paris to attend the Universal Exhibition. While the event is best known for the inauguration of the Eiffel Tower, a controversial creation of the time that was initially intended to be a temporary structure, the Edison Pavilion was also a popular attraction. Here, Edison demonstrated his designs and inventions. His new design for the phonograph attracted over 30,000 visitors in a month. Edison was acknowledged as an international celebrity in France, and in September, he was entertained by the composer Charles Gounod in the private salon of Gustave Eiffel, the designer of the famous tower, at the top of the tower, which Edison praised as a symbol of modernity. On a visit to the Paris Opera, Edison was given the honor of watching the performance from the presidential box. Edison's products required a supply of high-quality metals, and the lack of high-quality iron ore in the eastern United States forced American industry on the eastern seaboard to rely on expensive ore from the Midwest and from as far afield as Cuba and Spain. Since the late 1870s, Edison had been trying to extract metal from lower quality ore. He developed a method to extract iron from beach sand using a powerful electromagnet and formed the Edison Ore Company in 1881. But the company closed after 3 years after its operation failed to make a profit. In the late 1880s, Edison renewed his interest in this endeavor, this time focusing on developing machines to make low-quality ore into fine material before separating the metallic and non-metallic elements with magnets. Edison acquired a mine at Bechtelsville in Pennsylvania to test his methods and hired John Birkenbein, the president of the American Institute of Mining Engineers, as a consultant. By February 1889, Birkenbein was able to produce iron with over 60% purity. The ambitious Edison now sought to buy up mines himself and refine the metals for use in his own supply chain, making his whole enterprise self-sufficient in the process. After sending a team of surveyors to prospect potential sites, Edison acquired a large site at Ogdensburg in New Jersey, where he built an ore-crushing mill to reduce massive boulders to tiny fragments via a series of rollers, which were then separated by 3 groups of electromagnets. It's an indication of the breadth of his activities that Edison diverged from his usual work to develop new methods in this area. The formation of General Electric in 1892 had created a giant of American industry, but privately Edison was irritated that J.P. Morgan had removed Edison's name from the company name as a concession to Thomson Houston. Edison's feeling that he was being sidelined in the new corporate entity was reinforced when Morgan appointed Charles Coffin of Thomson Houston as the company's first president. Although he remained on General Electric's board of directors for a decade and continued to develop products for the company at his lab, Thomas did not attend further board meetings. Edison's alienation from General Electric prompted him to focus his energies instead on his mining pursuits. Then, in 1893, Edison suspended operations as a nationwide economic depression dubbed the Panic of 1893 led to a collapse in demand. Edison was forced to seek a loan from his father-in-law Louis Miller's company, which the latter managed to raise with some difficulty. Despite the financial troubles, at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, the Edison Tower of Light dominated the exhibition at the center of the Electricity Hall. Although a kinetoscope was not among the exhibits in Chicago, by 1894, Edison had established the Edison Manufacturing Company, which provided 25 kinetoscopes to the Kinetoscope Company, which then set up a bank of machines and charged visitors 25 cents to watch short films, the subjects of which included the strongman Eugene Sandow, Buffalo Bill, folk dancing, and dancing bears. Edison went on to sign a deal to record boxing matches. At $200 apiece, the kinetoscopes generated much-needed cash for Edison, who returned to his mine at Ogdensburg, which restarted operations in November 1894. Edison's desire to streamline operations and transform the mine into a profitable enterprise in turn led him to build a modest two-story cabin known by the misleading name of the White House. Yet, despite all of his efforts in the quest for efficiency and productivity, Edison's ore remained less competitive for the large mining corporations in the Midwest, and by 1899, he finally cut his losses and closed down the mine. It was one of his few major business failures. In February 1896, Edison had just begun research into X-rays when he learned of his father Samuel's death at the age of 91. Although Thomas Edison's fame ensured his father had a comfortable retirement in his twilight years, his aloof approach to parenting and workaholic nature had caused problems with his children, and in the late 1890s, Edison's relationship with his two oldest children largely caved. His eldest daughter, Marion, had relocated to Europe, where she married the German army officer Karl Oskar Oeser in 1895. Although Edison gave his reluctant blessing, he stopped writing letters to Marion, who was forced to continue a one-sided correspondence. Marion's younger brother, Thomas Jr., struggled to emerge from his father's shadow and bitterly commented that there was no place in the world for two Thomas Edisons. In 1894, he had begun working for his father at the Ogdensburg mine, but was treated as an ordinary worker, and after leaving this position in 1897, he suffered a mental breakdown. Tom and his younger brother William each founded their own short-lived businesses carrying the Edison name against their father's wishes. Tom further scandalized the family when he secretly married 18-year-old actress Marie-Louise Toohey in February 1898, only to leave her the following year after she had an affair. It was only Tom's involvement with a fraudulent company promising health benefits from snake oil that led his father to seek a partial reconciliation and pay him a monthly allowance to prevent him from further discrediting the Edison. Edison's family troubles were accompanied by a legal fight over his kinetoscope. Like many of Edison's former subordinates, William Dixon left the Edison Company in 1895 and joined a competitor, the American Mutoscope Company. While Edison hoped to continue developing the kinetoscope with one viewer per device, Dixon believed the future of motion pictures lay in projecting the images onto a larger screen. After Edison was granted his patent for the motion picture camera in 1897, he sued Dixon's company, renamed Biograph, for patent violation. In In July 1901, the circuit court ruled in favor of Edison, but Biograph won an appeal 9 months later, prompting a countersuit from Edison. As a result, Biograph shifted its focus to newsreels and public events, while Edison's studio continued to make light entertainment. In 1903, Edwin Porter produced The Great Train Robbery for the Edison Company. While it was not the first narrative film to be made, it was a popular hit and occupies an iconic place in American film culture. As the 20th century dawned, Edison had abandoned his mining operations, but he developed the idea of using the sand created as a byproduct of his milling process to make Portland cement, a venture that proved more profitable than the defunct mine. Meanwhile, Edison was also intensifying his efforts in developing battery technology that would outperform traditional lead-acid batteries, which took a long time to recharge and was prone to leaking. Edison's solution was a storage battery which could be charged by running an electrical current to move oxygen ions through an electrolyte solution from a negatively charged metal plate to a positive plate. Once the battery was connected to power an electrical device, the ions would move in the opposite direction. After 3 years of experimentation with materials, Edison decided to use iron for the negative plate, a nickel oxide for the positive plate, and potassium hydroxide for the electrolyte. His work on his storage battery coincided with the early stages of automobile development, and he hoped that his batteries could be used in electric vehicles, which, far from popular perception, are not a new development of the early 21st century, but were actually in wide development at the beginning of the automobile revolution, before being eclipsed by petroleum-fueled engines. Edison bought several electric cars for his personal use, driven by his teenage son, Charles. In 1901, Edison obtained a patent for his battery and formed the Edison Storage Company. At the low price of $15 apiece, Edison's batteries were in high demand, but it soon transpired that they were prone to leaking and lost as much as 30% of their capacity after recharging. Edison's team made a number of enhancements to the durability and longevity of the battery over the following years. Over the same period, the engineer Henry Ford was working on a series of models that culminated in the Model T, the world's first mass-produced car, launched in 1908. Ford had first met Edison in 1896 as a young employee of the Edison Illuminating Company in Detroit. Edison had encouraged his efforts to develop a car powered by a combustion engine running on gasoline. During the intervening years, Edison came to regard combustion-engined cars as harmful to the environment and hoped that his batteries could provide a cleaner solution for automotive development, but the success of the Ford Model T ensured that combustion engines would become the preferred means of powering automotive vehicles. In 1912, at their second meeting, Ford asked Edison to design a battery and starter motor for him. Edison's storage batteries could not produce the voltage required to run a starter motor of a combustion engine, and lead-acid batteries remained standard in cars. Despite their failed collaboration, Ford's admiration for Edison was undiminished, and the two remained close friends. In 1913, Ford took the naturalist John Burroughs to meet Edison in Fort Myers, and the three would go on annual camping excursions until Burroughs' death in 1921. On the 9th of December 1914, An explosion in Edison's film inspection department caused a fire to spread throughout the Edison factory complex at West Orange, destroying many buildings, including the phonograph works. Edison had belatedly and reluctantly begun to record on discs in addition to his cylinders, and his records continued to be in high demand, and so he ordered the swift rebuilding of the factory to ensure that he could keep up. As a man with lifelong hearing difficulties, Edison held unorthodox views about music, cherishing clarity of tone over displays of emotion in songs. For this reason, he continued to feature folk music and marching bands in his records, while his rival, the Victor Talking Machine Company, began recording discs with the great operatic tenor Enrico Caruso. In 1915, soon after the fire, Edison was keen to demonstrate the capabilities of his phonograph by organizing so-called tone tests in concert halls. He recruited Anna Case, a 25-year-old soprano at the Metropolitan Opera in New York, to make records on his phonograph. In front of a live audience, Case and fellow opera stars recruited by Edison would begin singing in tandem with her recording before pausing every now and then to allow the machine to continue on its own, leaving the spectators guessing as to whether they were listening to the live performance or the recording. Edison's efforts to keep up with demand for his phonograph records faced a major challenge with the outbreak of the First World War in Europe. This quickly resulted in a British trade embargo on carbolic acid, a chemical in military doctors to prevent infections, one which was also a key ingredient in Edison's records. The great inventor responded to this challenge by building a plant to make his own carbolic acid using benzol, a byproduct of steel making that he obtained from steel producers in the Midwest. The experience of the economic disruption of the war led Edison to believe that the United States should be economically self-sufficient. Unlike his friend Ford, a rabid anti-Semite who believed that the war was caused by Jewish businessmen in Europe and that the United States should stay out of it, Edison was of the opinion that the United States should be prepared to defend itself should the war spread across the Atlantic. Shortly after the sinking of the passenger liner the Lusitania, which was carrying many American passengers, by a German submarine in May 1915, Edison proposed an American submarine fleet to protect the East Coast. Not long thereafter, he signed a contract with the Department of the Navy to build submarines and battleships. Edison was appointed to head the Naval Consulting Board to advise the U.S. Navy on innovation and research. Although the Naval Research Laboratory proposed by the Consulting Board did not materialize until 1923, after the United States entered the war in 1917, Edison worked full-time as a defense advisor, leaving his son Charles in charge of operations at West Orange. Although Edison's fertile mind developed almost 50 different projects for the Navy, none of them were implemented, causing the by now 70-year-old inventor to express frustration at the bureaucratic processes within the U.S. government. In a further display of patriotism, Edison sold phonographs to entertain servicemen overseas at the discounted price of $60 apiece. After the war came to an end in November 1918, Edison returned to West Orange, which Charles Edison had managed competently in his absence. Now in his 8th decade, and having seen that Charles was capable of running the company, Edison was increasingly willing to leave day-to-day operations to his son and other subordinates. In 1923, he formally resigned as president of his holding company, Thomas A. Edison, Inc., leaving Charles as chief executive. However, when sales of his phonographs were threatened by the development of wireless radio technology, Edison stubbornly refused to abandon his attachment to his phonograph cylinders, and Charles spent much of the 1920s forlornly dealing with an increasing number of departures among staff and management who defected to more innovative companies. Edison's failure to keep up with the times did nothing to diminish his fame, and a 1922 poll by the New York Times named him as the greatest living American. Although Edison's companies only filed 31 patents in the decade between 1921 and 1931, a major decline on some previous decades, during this period he turned his mind to larger conceptual issues. While he had once enjoyed the financial support of the likes of J.P. Morgan, throughout his life, Edison believed that Wall Street financiers were exclusively interested in further accumulating fortunes rather than in also developing American business and industry. He was a critic of the Federal Reserve and the gold standard, arguing that gold is of little utility and its value rests only on its scarcity. In a New York Times article from 1922, Edison proposed that the US dollar should instead be backed by reserves of agricultural and industrial commodities that had tangible value and utility, such as wheat, sugar, coffee beans, wool, and coal. Money created on this, he argued, could never lose its value. One particular commodity, rubber, was the focus of Edison's energies during the final decade of his life. In an age prior to the mass deployment of plastic products, rubber was essential for many aspects of life. Edison's interest in it began during the First World War, when import restrictions caused the price of the commodity to spike in the United States. Moreover, during his camping trips with John Burroughs and Henry Ford, they were often joined by the tire manufacturer Harvey Firestone, and the four discussed the issue extensively. During the war, Ford and Firestone began manufacturing their own rubber by implanting specimens from abroad, but Edison was determined to create rubber from plants native to the United States in the interests of national security. With the financial backing of Ford and Firestone, Edison established the Edison Botanic Research Corporation and collected specimens of rubber-bearing plants by consulting botanical scientists and sending his agents throughout the whole of North America. Much of the experimentation with rubber was carried out at Fort Myers, where the climate was more suited to rubber cultivation. After methodically extracting the rubber from each plant, Edison would record the characteristics of each sample, ordering his agents to return to the field to acquire the best performing plants for further testing and cultivation. By the summer of 1929, he had narrowed down his search to 2 varieties of the goldenrod plant. This was one of his last major projects as a lifelong researcher, inventor, and innovator. In the autumn of 1928, the 81-year-old Edison was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in a ceremony at West Orange. Speaking via radio link, President Calvin Coolidge declared, quote, "Although Edison belongs to the world, the United States takes pride in the thought that his rise from humble beginnings and his unceasing struggling to overcome the obstacles on the road to success illustrate the spirit of our country." Edison's friend Henry Ford would also take steps to honor his achievements. At his birthplace in Dearborn, Michigan, Ford planned to build a museum dedicated to the history of American industry. As the centerpiece of the display, Ford proposed building a replica of Edison's Menlo Park complex, which had fallen into disrepair following the death of Edison's first wife. In October 1928, Edison and his son Charles joined Ford in obtaining original masonry from the site to use in the exhibit. When the museum was inaugurated on the 21st of October 1929, it was renamed the Edison Institute of Technology, with Edison and President Herbert Hoover as guests of honor. Oil magnate John D. Rockefeller and scientist were among the guests, while Albert Einstein called in from Germany. The climax of the ceremony saw Edison connecting two wires to reenact the lighting of his incandescent lamp, which in turn lit up the whole display. Within days of the ceremony at the Edison Institute, the stock market on Wall Street in New York City crashed, sending the United States and the world into the Great Depression. Meanwhile, Charles Edison was in the process of implementing a decision taken earlier that summer to close down the phonograph operations. While Edison was particularly sentimental about the phonograph and regretted the demise of the business, he was optimistic about his other experiments and was able to cultivate a goldenrod plant that yielded 12% rubber from its leaves. He planned to build a factory in Georgia on land owned by Henry Ford to produce rubber for the Ford Motor Company. But this would never see fruition in his own lifetime. In spite of his optimism for the future, Edison's physical health was in decline. For several years he had been suffering from diabetes, and in a curious approach to his health, had been subsisting largely on milk and cigars. He had developed sleep issues as well, and rarely slept for any more than 4 hours at night, something which caused him to frequently doze off during the day. In May 1931, he gave a radio address from Fort Myers to the National Electric Light Association, telling listeners not to despair at the latest economic downturn, stating, quote, "My message to you is to be courageous. I have lived a long time. I have seen history repeat itself again and again. I have seen many depressions in business. Always, America has come out stronger and more prosperous. Be as brave as your fathers before you. Have faith. Go forward." After returning to West Orange in June, Edison made occasional visits to the laboratory before he collapsed in his chair at home on the 1st of August. His health rallied for a few weeks, and he was able to take car rides outdoors, but by September, it was apparent that Edison was dying. In the early hours of the 18th of October 1931, Thomas Alva Edison died at the age of 84 at his home of Glenmont in West Orange. Thomas Edison is celebrated as one of the world's most prolific inventors, with 1,093 U.S. patents to his name and a further 1,339 from other countries. Generations of school children around the world have been brought up with tales of Edison's inventions and scientific discoveries. Over his 6-decade career as an inventor, Edison's work spanned major innovations with the telegraph, telephone, phonograph, electric lights, energy distribution, mining, cement, storage batteries, and the production of natural rubber, among other industries and products. While Edison saw particular commercial success with the phonograph and the incandescent light bulb, many of his projects failed to meet his ambitious expectations. In recent years, Edison's legendary status has been challenged by critics who claimed that he took credit for ideas that originated from his collaborators or his rivals, and the unsavory methods he adopted to discredit Westinghouse and Tesla during the current war is a major stain on his reputation. There is some truth to this, and Edison was certainly a ruthless businessman who tried to undermine his competition. Yet he was also unquestionably one of the great visionaries and architects of the modern world. What do you think of Thomas Edison? Was he the great inventor and scientist of American legend, whose genius made the modern age? Or was he primarily an aggressive businessman who stole the ideas of others and exploited his own fame to destroy competitors and create market monopolies that benefited his own companies? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Leonardo da Vinci was born on the 15th of April 1452 in the small town of Vinci, or according to other scholars, in the small village of Anciano near Vinci, in the region of Tuscany, in what is now known as Italy, around 30 miles outside of Florence. Da Vinci's father was Ser Piero da Vinci, who was born in 1426 and hailed from an upper middle class and land-owning family who had lived in the village of Vinci since the 13th, given their long-standing connection to their home village. The family adopted the village's name as their family name, prefixed with da, which literally means from, as in Leonardo from Vinci, a widespread practice during this time, while Ser, as in Ser Piero, is an honorific title for a lawyer. Ser Piero da Vinci was a prominent notary, or someone who ensured documents were official and served in a role similar to that of a lawyer or clerk in the legal profession. While working in this capacity, Piero spent much of his time in Florence, though sometime in 1451 he became romantically involved with Leonardo's mother, and the pair eventually conceived out of wedlock, which was particularly scandalous due to Piero's middle-class status. However, Leonardo's parents ignored the potential stigma and pronounced his birth openly. Until recently, not much was known about Da Vinci's mother, although it is believed that she was a servant named Caterina. Recently, art history publications name her as Caterina di Meolippi, a 15-year-old orphan who lived near Vinci, while other works of recent speculative historical fiction, such as the work by Italian literature professor Carlo Vecce, theorized that she was an enslaved woman from the Caucasus, a theory supported by a document signed by Ser Piero in autumn 1452, in which he freed an enslaved woman named Caterina from bondage. Although he would grow to become a great mind and master in science, painting, architecture, and other pursuits, Da Vinci was born into a provincial life as an illegitimate child, a factor which historians propose may have propelled him into his varied pursuits, as it prevented him from assuming the rights of his father's station. Da Vinci spent the first year of his life with his mother Caterina, but was then raised by his father's parents, Antonio and Lucia, who were in their 80s and 60s respectively at this time, with Leonardo hardly seeing his mother or his father after this point, as his father was living and working and was eventually married in Florence. Caterina herself eventually married another man and would go on to have 5 more children. His father married a total of 4 times and would come to parent 11 children. Unlike other wealthy children, because of his illegitimate status, Da Vinci was not formally educated in Latin and was forbidden from entering college. However, he was taught arithmetic, how to read and write in Italian, and how to play the lyre, while also learning farming techniques from his young uncle Francesco, an early experience that most likely contributed to his lifelong fascination with science and nature. His early education was undertaken within the household of his father, and would have involved both formal lessons and incidental learning from his local environment, such as gaining an understanding of elementary mechanics from the operation of water wheels and potteries. Several years later, in 1464, when Leonardo was 12 years of age, Ser Piero's first wife Alviera died, and in the following year, he wed Francesca di Ser Giuliano Landredini, who became Leonardo's second stepmother. Following this remarriage, and then the death of his grandparents, Leonardo joined his father in Florence, which was an artistic mecca and hub for the Renaissance and home to around 100,000 people in the 1460s. The Renaissance, literally meaning rebirth in French, refers to the renewed interest in classical Greek and Roman scholarship and art, as well as the rebirth of European culture after what was viewed as the academic and artistic downturn of the medieval period. The term was coined in 1855 by Jules Michelet in his work of the same name, which argued that the period saw the revival of classical writing, artwork, and related themes deployed to meet a contemporary socio-political environment. In areas of Italy, reference was often made to the Roman Empire in terms, as a way of highlighting the grand and impressive heritage of this collection of states. Importantly, it should be noted that the term Renaissance is what scholars call a Eurocentric term, meaning that although this period from the 14th to the 17th century saw a rebirth of European art and learning, in contrast to the previous Dark Ages, other places and people in Asia and the great Islamic empires had already been succeeding in innovations and scholarship in the previous period when Europe was stagnant. However, the term is useful in describing the greater movement of which Da Vinci was a leading figure. During the Renaissance, Italy was not yet unified. Instead, it was made up of powerful city-states and rural landscapes, and endured consistent wars between the urban elite and the papal state. A term refers to the swathe of land with its own army that was controlled by the Pope and the Catholic Church. Moreover, nobility and those who controlled cities and land at this time commonly hailed from one of two groups: either those who still retained power and land from the feudal era, or the bourgeoisie who had flocked to the cities to make their fortunes or consolidate their wealth in banking, shipping, and other trades. Within Florence itself, there were also split factions and infighting, which is confirmed in the layout of the city streets during the Renaissance. Based on historic maps and written evidence, historians have remarked that a mixture of families lived in each neighborhood in Florence, without large visible income gaps. So, a wide variety of people and families from different trades might have occupied the same neighborhood, with a family from the nobility having lived in that same neighborhood for centuries. Almost a sort of holdover from feudal times, should families and people need protection. Such an environment motivated many to acquire status symbols, which would demonstrate their wealth and societal position. In Florence, these symbols were commonly based on the arts. Private citizens with wealth invested heavily in sculptures, paintings, and jewelry as a means of demonstrating their taste and expensive lifestyle. It was this dynamic which fueled the rise of Florence as a center of the Renaissance, and the arts in particular. And it was this that gave Leonardo the opportunity to found his life as an artisan. Florence was one of the powerful city-states that made up Italy, and young Leonardo was one of the many to migrate from the country into the city during the 15th century, and there he grew accustomed to city life, including an after-dark curfew and impenetrable locks and security on buildings. As well as this, Florence itself was a walled city. Indeed, life was made turbulent not only due to wars and political intrigue, but also due to plague and famine, which periodically affected the population and led to a significant level of fear. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the Old Market and public squares were prime locations for political organizing and for communities to gather. And for Leonardo, the squares would have served as excellent opportunities for observing the human form, or perhaps gaining potential clients and patrons for his art. Some of the most significant movers of the artistic and political world of 14th, 15th, and 16th century Florence belonged to the powerful banking family, the Medicis, though their origins were as humble peasant farmers in Tuscany. In the 14th century, they migrated to Florence to take advantage of economic opportunities, and over the next couple of centuries, the Medici family would have members connected to the French throne as well as the papacy. Importantly for Leonardo da Vinci's story, the Medici and other powerful families were patrons of the arts, beginning with Cosimo Medici, who was born in 1389, and not only established the political legitimacy of the Medici during a time when suspicious of bangers, but also began the tradition of the Medici's art patronage. Cosimo was particularly interested in architecture, as exemplified by his support for sculptor Filippo Brunelleschi's design and implementation of the famous dome on the Cathedral of St. Mary the Flower, or the the Cathedral of Florence, completed around 1436. Renaissance-era Florence was a hub for artistic and scholarly achievement, spurred in part by the aristocracy's interest and participation in the arts, and a cultural milieu that was motivated by both a revived interest in Greek and Roman history, as well as humanist values. Humanism at the time of Leonardo was not the modern atheistic movement of the same name, but was an intellectual and aesthetic school which highlighted the centrality of humans and the development of the human experience through art and literature in reference to classical ideas. Da Vinci, along with other artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael, are considered to be the leaders of the so-called High Renaissance, referring to the period from the late 15th century to the mid-16th century, in which Renaissance art and science reached an all-time high in output. However, at this early phase of his life, Leonardo was not yet the rounded Renaissance man rather, in 1464, he was the illegitimate son of a lawyer, and soon to be an artist's apprentice, and it was due to his illegitimate status that, upon arriving in Florence, Leonardo was unable to follow in his father's professional footsteps and become a lawyer. However, through his father's connections, he was able to become Florentine artist Andrea del Verrocchio's apprentice when he was 14 years old, although apprenticeships of the time would typically start a couple of years earlier, around the age of 12. Andrea del Verrocchio was born in 1435 in Florence. Although he was the official sculptor for the powerful Medici family, Verrocchio was originally trained as a goldsmith, eventually also mastering bronze and marble casting in 15th century Florence. Verrocchio ran a shop which was called a bottega, which was essentially an art factory producing different types of art, theatre costumes, and even tombstones. Between 1464 and 1473, Verrocchio was commissioned to craft Cosimo de' Medici's floor tomb in the Basilica di San Lorenzo, as well as the tombs of Cosimo's sons Piero and Giovanni. These lucrative and high-status connections catapulted Verrocchio into a position of influence, and his workshop took orders from many clients, demanding a range of wares. In addition to these tombs, Verrocchio designed and produced many pieces, including the monumental group bronze sculpture Christ and St. Thomas, which was crafted over 16 years and unveiled in 1483. This sculpture was designed for the exterior of the Or San Michele in Florence, a church which dated to the early 1st century, but was rebuilt in the early 14th century. Verrocchio was not only an esteemed sculptor, but a painter as well, who was trained by Florentine master Fra Filippo Lippi, who was born in Florence around 1406 and was a renowned painter of the previous generation, who was at one time a priest and was also patronized by the Medicis. He was known for frescoes and altarpieces such as the Madonna and Child, painted sometime in the 1440s. He also had a scandalous reputation, at one time carrying on an affair with a nun, while he himself was a priest, before he was arrested and tortured, his life spared by Cosimo de' Medici. It was in such a lineage of artists that young Leonardo was being trained, although it is worth noting that contemporaries considered artists a form of craftsmen. Clients would order custom wares from a workshop, whether this be a painting, sculpture, engraving, or bronze, and expected their specifications to be met. The nature of this market meant that Leonardo would have been trained not only in the mixing and application of paint, but also in stonemasonry, carving, casting bronze, and drawing, as well as in the use of mathematics, engineering, and music. As an apprentice working under Verrocchio, some scholars suggest that Leonardo painted the angel in Verrocchio's painting Baptism of Christ, completed circa 1472, as well as the fish on a string and the dog in Verrocchio's painting Tobias and the Angel, created around 1470. But it is suggested some historians that Verrocchio, perhaps jealous or in awe of his young apprentice, apprentice's skill as a painter, as well as his understanding of color, gave up painting and devoted himself to sculpture and goldsmithing instead. Da Vinci's early work as an apprentice using tempera, a common painting medium during the Renaissance that was actually made using egg yolk, which acted as a binder for powdered pigments and water. And indeed, it was Leonardo's experience with tempera as an apprentice and as an artist in his own right that may have led him to experiment with and be drawn to oil painting. Using oil paints as a medium was it that spread to Italy during the Renaissance from the Netherlands, where it had been popularized by artists such as Jan van Eyck, though it had been used since the 7th century in Afghanistan. This form of oil paint was created using powdered pigments mixed with oils, like linseed, to bring the medium to a smooth paste texture, with artists able to add more painting medium at their will to further change the paint's consistency. This also allowed an artist to produce more nuanced shadows and shading within their work, giving rise to a style which emphasized distance and perspective. After studying under Verrocchio for 6 years, Leonardo ended his training at the age of 20 in 1472, soon after joining the Compagnia di San Luca, or the Company of St. Luke, the Painters' Guild of Florence. Throughout the Renaissance, artists could not open their own workshops without being a member of a guild, or an organization of people from a specific profession. Although Leonardo joined the guild upon ending his apprenticeship, he continued to work as an assistant in Verrocchio's workshop for 5 more years until 1477. However, as a member of this organization, he would have been recognized as a qualified independent artist. During this time, as an assistant in Verrocchio's workshop, Leonardo undertook his first solo painting, The Annunciation, dated between 1472 and 1475. A painting which is now held in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Based on the unevenness of tones and colors, some scholars doubt that this is Leonardo's work. However, others argue that this work is without doubt Leonardo's, but a young Leonardo's, before he had begun to truly understand the science behind painting that would bring a preciseness of passion to his later works. In The Annunciation, one can view Leonardo's care and interest in nature, as well as the use of nature to establish the mood of a painting, rather than, like his contemporaries, simply using nature as a background. Around this time, in 1474, Da Vinci also painted the Ginevra de' Benci portrait, which is now displayed at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. This portrait is of 16-year-old Ginevra de' Benci, the daughter of a wealthy banker and a practicing poet, and given that Ginevra was married in January 1474 to Luigi Niccolini, it is suspected that this painting may have celebrated her wedding. However, it may have also been commissioned by one of several admirers, including great Florentine leader and art patron Lorenzo de' Medici, Cosimo's grandson. Ginevra's portrait also has a reverse side in which beauty adorns virtue is written in Latin, surrounded by a sprig of juniper to represent her name, as juniper in Romance dialect is Ginevra. The back of the painting is also decorated with laurel and palm leaves, while recent infrared scanning of the painting reveals another motto written in Latin, Virtue and Honor, which was the motto of the Venetian ambassador to Florence, Bernardo Bembo. Bembo and Ginevra had an admiring platonic friendship, common at the time, and so it has also been mooted that the painting on the reverse side and the front portrait were actually commissioned by Bembo, although this, as well as suspicions of Lorenzo de' Medici's involvement, are unproven. Between 1474 and 1478, Da Vinci painted the Madonna of the Carnation, also known as the Virgin with the Vase of Flowers, or the Munich Madonna, as it is housed in the Alte Pinakothek Gallery in Munich, Germany. Although the style of this painting is similar to his other earlier work, The Annunciation, in terms of the method of painting, her plaited hair, and the flowers in her vase, much of the painting remains difficult to decipher and analyze due to damage caused by previous poorly made restoration attempts. For example, the Madonna's head was entirely repainted using too much oil in the paint, leading some scholars to suggest that this was a Flemish technique and that the painting was in fact a Flemish copy. Da Vinci opened his own workshop in Florence in 1477, but although he received his first commission on the 10th of January 1478 to paint a nativity scene for the chapel of San Bernardo, for reasons unknown, but perhaps due to his distractible nature, Da Vinci never completed the assignment, despite being paid in advance, a commission which was later given to Domenico Ghirlandaio, a Florentine painter, but was eventually completed by Filippino Lippi. Whilst running his workshop, Leonardo struggled to find the regular patrons that were necessary to sustain his work. Yet, despite this, in his early years of independent work, he took on an apprentice of his own, named Paolo da Firenze, a man concerning whom not much historical information remains, though we do know from Da Vinci's documents that he was skilled at marquetry, the art of using veneer to create small decorative designs on furniture, and through Leonardo's letters we know that he supposedly kept bad company and was eventually forced to flee the city. In July 1481, Da Vinci was commissioned by Augustinian monks from the San Donato in Scopeto, just outside of Florence, to paint an altarpiece depicting the celebration of the Feast of the Epiphany, which was entitled The Adoration of the Magi. Although, per the terms of his commission, he was due to finish the painting in 30 months, he never completely finished the painting, which today is housed in Uffizi Gallery in Florence, and consists of a mixture of watercolor, oil, and charcoal sketches. It underwent conservation efforts recently from 2012 to 2017, and altarpieces such as this remained one of the most popular orders for artisans in Florence, as both churches and private patrons were interested in commissioning them as a way of expediting their passage to heaven. Interestingly, whilst there is little known about Leonardo's appearance, it has been suggested that the figure on the far right of the Adoration of the Magi was a self-portrait. Other records suggest that he was a striking figure, tall and with blue eyes. Although scholars have no clear idea of his motivation for leaving earlier works uncompleted, by the time he abandoned this project, Da Vinci had accepted a position in the court of Duke Sforza of Milan and moved there in September 1481, though it is not entirely known whether he was commissioned by Sforza to be his court musician or was sent as a diplomatic gift by Lorenzo de' Medici. In the 15th century, Milan had a population of around 80,000 and had just recently, in 1480, undergone a power shift when Ludovico Sforza seized control of Milan by assuming regency over his old nephew, Gian Galeazzo. Politically clever, Ludovico forged and maintained alliances with Lorenzo de' Medici of Florence and King Ferdinand I of Naples, both through marriage alliances and through other forms of diplomatic nicety. Ludovico was eager to make Milan into a cultural powerhouse with a status sufficient to rival Florence, and was keen to patronize Leonardo da Vinci as a means of acquiring this status. As the court musician for Duke Sforza, Leonardo used a silver lyre that was shaped like a horse's head, an unusual shape that was most likely intended to attract attention. Historians have also had letters which were most probably unsent letters, addressed to the Duke in Da Vinci's journals, which boasted of the many other skills he could offer the court, including building war machines. Throughout Leonardo's journals, several war inventions were theorized and sketched, such as a giant catapult, a multi-barreled gun, and even flamethrowers and an early tank. Milan was then at war with Venice, and was an established manufacturer of weaponry. On the basis of these designs, Leonardo would eventually be appointed as an engineer to the Duke. In 1489, Sforza commissioned Da Vinci to create a bronze statue of a horse, which which would serve as a monument to Ludovico Sforza's father Francesco. However, due to later wartime bronze shortages, he was unable to complete this work. During these years in Milan, Leonardo also took on another apprentice who would stay with him for the next 30 years until Da Vinci's death. Giovanni Giacomo de Pietro Caprotti began his apprenticeship at the age of 10 on the 22nd of July 1490 and was soon known as Salai, meaning little devil or imp, due to his propensity for theft and mischief-making. Many scholars believe that Salai and Leonardo had a romantic affair during the 30 years they were, and while, as posited by historian George Chauncey, actions now considered indicative of sexuality would have been interpreted differently at the time, open homosexuality would still have been wholly prohibited by the Church. However, for artists and supporters of the Renaissance, there may have been an interest in homosexuality, given the commonplace relations between master and apprentice in Greek and Roman antiquity. Indeed, upon Leonardo's death, Salai was included in his will, receiving a house and land in Milan, as well as several pieces of artwork. Leonardo also undertook many other projects during this time in Milan, such as developing designs for centrally planned, round churches and classical municipal buildings. He worked alongside influential architects such as Donato Bramante, who was heavily influenced by the Renaissance and wished to develop new buildings based on the style of ancient Athens and Rome. No buildings which survive today are obviously based on Leonardo's designs. However, several of his ideas were modeled. Meanwhile, in 1494, French King Charles VIII invaded and attempted to conquer Naples. The following year, Venice, Milan, Rome, and Spain formed an alliance to repel the French, and subsequently, in July 1495, France vacated Naples and the Italian territories, despite winning the Battle of Fornovo, because the battle occurred when the French were already abandoning the territory in response to the mass forces assembled against them. During this time, in 1495, Ludovico Sforza commissioned Da Vinci's fresco, The Last Supper. Frescoes, a popular medium in the Renaissance, were murals painted with dry pigment directly onto wet lime plaster. Commissioned to be painted on the dining room wall of the monastery of Santa Maria della Grazia in Milan, The Last Supper took 2 or 3 years painting to complete, with the help of many assistants. However, compared to other pieces from the 15th century, this was not a long time for completion. Leonardo experimented with a mixture of oil paint and tempera for this fresco, though the mixture made the artwork more susceptible to the damp conditions at the monastery and contributed to the painting's quick degradation. By the mid-15th century, the artwork was a disaster, and today, The Last Supper has been restored many times, with only about 20% of what remains having been actually painted by Leonardo himself. The paint on The Last Supper began to take off soon after its completion, due to its medium being a mixture of oil, tempera, and gesso, as well as due to the effects of humidity. In 1999, a restoration effort was undertaken by specialist Pininfarina, which took over 20 years and millions of dollars, and included removing 5 layers of paint. The work is notable for several other reasons, including the fact that Leonardo chose to render Judas the traitor alongside the other disciples. Jesus holds the center of the frame, and the light on the faces of the others present comes from him, as indicated by Da Vinci's use of shadow. The work, now considered one of Leonardo's greatest achievements, was the cause of some upset at the time, as his patrons were angered by the time it took to complete it, and reportedly, Leonardo lost his temper with a particularly impatient abbot and threatened to portray him in the place of Judas in the fresco. During his time in the court of Ludovico, Leonardo worked as the official portrait artist to the nobility and their families. Some of his most striking work was undertaken in his role, and he was widely regarded for his ability to render expression and emotion in these pictures. He refined this technique with several studies, including studies in the grotesque and the beautiful, which can be seen in his Madonna paintings. He was also noted for his distinctive style in portraiture, in which he positioned his subject at a three-quarter view instead of wholly side-on, which gave him the opportunity to capture shadow and depth. One of the most successful portraits he completed was that of Cecilia Gallerani, the mistress of Ludovico, in which he also rendered her dog, a clear indication of his capacity to capture the movement and emotion of both humans and animals in his work. Leonardo also undertook several projects in which he attended and painted dissections, which would have been a highly unusual practice for an artist in his position, although it gave him greater knowledge of the composition of the human body and allowed him to render living subjects with greater accuracy. He also completed several studies in which he analyzed the effect of sunlight on a subject and worked to define shadow in precise detail in sketch form. In 1498, during his time in Milan working for Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo was appointed Ingegnere Camerale, which translates to Chamber of Commerce Engineer, a position that entailed designing defenses and weaponry for Lombardy, a region in Italy, to prepare for a potential French attack. Throughout these turbulent pre-war years, Da Vinci also explored his interest in the intersection between mathematics and art by collaborating with mathematician Luca Pacioli on Divina Proporzione, beginning in 1496. Luca Pacioli was born in San Sepolcro in 1445, supposedly studying under Renaissance artist and mathematician Piero della Francesca, and prior to being invited by Ludovico Sforza to teach mathematics at his court in Milan, Pacioli worked in several cities and published works such as Summa de Arithmetica, Geometria, Proporzioni et Proporzionalit, published in 1494. The first book in Pacioli's Divina Proporzione resulted from a collaboration between Da Vinci and Pacioli, with Leonardo illustrating. It was eventually published as a three-book collection entitled Divina Proporzione that explored the golden ratio, a guiding principle when sectioning and dividing art, buildings, or other things to produce the most equal and aesthetically pleasing result. In considering these achievements, it is important to remember that Leonardo was not trained in what was then referred to as natural philosophy or science. Da Vinci routinely emphasized the role that empirical observation had in his acquisition of knowledge and argued that the world could not be understood through books alone. On the 5th of October 1499, new French king Louis XII, a descendant of the first Duke of Milan, invaded Milan with support from Venice, forcing Ludovico Sforza to flee the city, although he was eventually captured a year later while attempting to retake it. Louis had a claim to the city through the Visconti, whom Ludovico had overthrown before assuming power. Following the invasion, Leonardo fled the city with Salai and Pacioli, stopping first at Mantua and staying with the Marchioness Isabella d'Este, of whom he sketched a portrait now housed in the Louvre in Paris. Subsequently, the trio moved on to Venice in March of 15 before returning to Florence and living in a house together. During his short stay in Venice, Leonardo experienced life under siege as the Ottoman Empire threatened the city in a war between 1499 and 1503. Turkish warships lay off the coast during his stay, and he offered his services to the city as a military engineer. This led him to develop designs for diving equipment, which he believed could be used by Venetian troops in assaults upon Ottoman vessels, as well as several forms of underwater defense, which were designed to scuttle ships before they could reach the harbors, which would have allowed them to land an invasion force. Once again, incredible though these designs were, they lacked practical application and were hence seldom attempted. In April 1500, Leonardo was once again in Florence, though it was no longer the Florence of his youth. The Medici family, who had controlled the city for so many generations, had been ousted following Lorenzo de' Medici's son Piero the Unfortunate's political blunder in 1494, when he met Charles VIII on the battlefield during his invasion of Naples, and ceded multiple fortresses without Florence's governing body, the Signoria's, approval. Although he had faced difficulties securing a patron while setting up his own studio and career in Florence 20 years previously, now, due to the changing political culture in the city, Leonardo was seen as a great master of the heroic style that was in vogue. This respect resulted in him obtaining many commissions and jobs. Indeed, when the artist Filippino heard that Da Vinci might be interested in an altarpiece project that he himself had been commissioned for, the artist withdrew, allowing Da Vinci to take on the project if he so chose. Leonardo lived in the monastery of Santissima Annunziata, where he was commissioned to paint the Virgin and Child with St. Anne, another work which he failed to finish. In 1502, Leonardo was appointed military engineer to Cesare Borgia, who is well known now for working with and being written about by Italian statesman Niccolo Machiavelli. At this time, he was a commander of the Pope's armies, who was using the forces in an attempt to seize control of central Italy. Born in 1475, Cesare Borgia was Pope Alexander VI's illegitimate son, and together with the Pope, he sought to establish himself as an Italian prince, and re-establish the Papal State's control over central Italy. After a fortuitous marriage to the King of Navarre's sister Charlotte d'Albret, and following his appointment as Duke of Valentinois by Louis XII, Cesare used his new access to French forces, combined with his father's papal forces, to establish dominance. After Cesare ordered the strangulation of Vitellozzo Vitelli, Leonardo's dear friend, he left his position and returned to Florence. Meanwhile, in 1503, Cesare Borgia fell from power after his father's death, before being imprisoned in Spain and eventually dying in battle in 1507. During this period, Leonardo completed more of his celebrated works and indicated a talent for cartography in his rendering of a town plan of Imola, an Italian city, which had never before been mapped in such great detail. He also developed plans to link Florence to the sea via the Arno River, which involved detailed plans with water currents and flow models. Whilst the project was of military interest, it was soon abandoned. Florentine Republic officials, after their victory over the Medicis, ordered celebratory frescoes of battles won by the city. The Battle of Anghiari in 1440 and the Battle of Cascina in 1364. Michelangelo was commissioned for the latter, and Da Vinci was commissioned for the former. The Battle of Anghiari was fought for a single day between Milan and an alliance coalition of Florence and the Pope's armies in a small Tuscan town named Anghiari, thus cementing the power of the Republic in this region. Another leading figure in the Renaissance, Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti, was born in Caprese, Tuscany, in 1475, making him 29 years old to Leonardo's 51, when they were commissioned by Florentine officials to produce some of Michelangelo's most famous works, such as the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, which took 4 years to complete, finishing in 1508, while another famous work, his statue of David at the Piazza dei Signori, was completed in 1494. Like Da Vinci, Michelangelo lived and worked in and around Florence during his lifetime. Although both Michelangelo and Da Vinci had been commissioned by the city to complete these frescoes, both remained only partially finished. In Leonardo's case, his own experimentation got the better of him when he tried a new method of painting frescoes by mixing oil paint and tempera, while in Michelangelo's case, he was called away to work in Rome. Eventually, both of these unfinished works were covered up by artist Giorgio Vasari in the 1560s. Michelangelo and Leonardo had something of a rivalry with one another. Some have contrasted their characters, indicating that Michelangelo was boastful, rude, and untidy, whereas Leonardo was quiet, thoughtful, and elegant. The two had an acrimonious relationship, and Michelangelo often criticized the fact that Leonardo had so many unfinished works. In 1503, Leonardo da Vinci began painting one of his famous works, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, or Monna, short for Madonna, is believed to be a portrait of Lisa Gardini, the wife of silk merchant Francesco del Giocondo, although this assertion has always been contested. Da Vinci worked on this piece for 4 years, adding oil paint in many layers and adding to it throughout his life. Leonardo was evidently fond of the painting and kept it for the remainder of his life. This remains a mystery in itself, as if the portrait had been commissioned, then it would generally have been handed straight to the sitter after completion. The work remains arguably the most famous painting in the world. Indeed, the Mona Lisa was stolen on the 21st of August 1911 by Italian painter Vincenzo Peruggia, though the painting was found 2 years later when he tried to sell it, and Peruggia was imprisoned for 18 months. The painting is currently in the Louvre in Paris. In around 1507, Da Vinci was appointed as the court artist of King Louis XII of France, who was then based in Milan, holding on to the power that was wrested from the Sforzas. While employed by the French king, Da Vinci was paid a salary and painted and designed sets for plays. And though appointed court artist in 1508, his principal patron in Milan during these years of French control was Charles d'Amboise, the Lord of Chaumont, a French nobleman, Marshal of France, and governor of Milan from 1506 to 1511. Although never constructed, Da Vinci created plans for Charles' villa, as well as sketching plans for an oratory to be built for the church of Santa Maria alla Fontana, which, combining his love of science with art, included lavish gardens with hydraulic devices and aviaries. Da Vinci's architectural plans and drawings for d'Amboise included a loggia, or covered exterior corridor. Furthermore, some scholars posit that these designs were influenced by the Villa Poggioreale, home of the governor of Calabria, designed by Lorenzo de' Medici and realized in 1488 by Giuliano da Maiano. During this period, Da Vinci's propensity for unfinished projects was catching up with him. The Signoria received a letter from d'Amboise in May 1506, requesting that Da Vinci return to Milan to finish an unspecified work of art they had been promised, that he had not delivered. Unfortunately, Da Vinci also owed unfinished work to the city of Florence, the Battle of Anghiari fresco. The Signoria granted Leonardo permission to travel to Milan and finish his projects for d'Amboise. However, by September 1506, d'Amboise wrote again to the Signoria requesting that Da Vinci stay longer in Milan to finish his work. This request was denied. In true Da Vinci fashion, he remained in Milan anyway, only returning to Florence to settle a personal lawsuit with his brother pertaining to his father, who had died in 1504. Leonardo took on several new apprentices at this time, although his own artistic output as a painter was limited. His new apprentices included young men named Cesaro de Sesto, Gianpetrino, Bernardino Luini, who became a noted fresco painter in his own right, and a man who would play an important role in the rest of his life, young Milanese nobleman Giovanni Francesco de' Melzi. As with Salai, most scholars agree that Melzi and Da Vinci were romantically involved, and both Salai and Melzi served as Leonardo's muses throughout his life. All lived together for a long time and traveled with Da Vinci from Milan to France and elsewhere. However, despite scholars like Sigmund Freud speculating about his sexuality, there are no blatant confirmations in Leonardo's journals, sketches, or works that can truly confirm this. It was during this second period spent in Milan that Da Vinci frequently traveled around the countryside, observing nature and fueling his interest in geology. As explored in his notebooks dated from autumn of 1508, Da Vinci began some of his first notes on geology and botany, as he attempted to understand how fossils and shells could be found so far from the shore. Ultimately, he argued that the land must have at one time been underwater, rather than positing that floodwaters had brought the evidence so far inland, as was generally believed at the time. As late as 1510, Da Vinci created the unfinished Virgin and Child and St. Anne. Now in the Louvre, parts of this painting are uncompleted, such as the coverings of the Virgin's legs, while other parts of the painting were, to scholars, quite clearly completed by one of Da Vinci's apprentices or students, and not the artist himself. On the 10th of March 1511, Charles d'Amboise died, and generals Gian Giacomo Trivulzio and Gaston de Foix took control of Milan. And around this time, Da Vinci was commissioned by General Trivulzio to sculpt an equestrian statue to be placed in a tomb that Trivulzio had donated to the San Nazaro Maggiore church, a commission which was ultimately revoked. Scholars point out two difficulties Da Vinci faced when sketching the designs for Trivulzio's statue: how to fill the space beneath the horse's belly, and how to position the rider. While attempting to solve these issues, Da Vinci may have studied a classical statue of a horse and rider, known as the Regisole, which was a pre-1st century bronze statue depicting an emperor or king riding a horse, believed to be King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths, who reigned during the 5th century AD. The statue, though in Ravenna, was moved to Pavia, Italy, within the century of its creation. It was perhaps moved by Emperor Charlemagne. Though the date of its creation remains unclear, the Regisole was undoubtedly an inspiration to artists during the Renaissance, and was also undeniably destroyed on the 16th of May 1796 by Jacobins who were celebrating the arrival of Napoleon's army and saw the statue as a symbol of tyranny. However, portions of the statue, such as its base, did survive until 1811. In 1937, the director of the Brera Academy, Francesco Messina, to celebrate the bi-millennial anniversary of Augustus's life, commissioned a replica of the destroyed Regisole, which was placed in the same spot in front of Piccolo Regisole in Pavia. Though he had been studying human anatomy since the 1480s, during what is known as his second Milanese period, Da Vinci devoted much time to this subject, evidence of which remains visible to us through his notebooks and detailed anatomical sketches. From a notebook dated around 1512, it is clear that Da Vinci drew one of the first drawings of a child in a womb. Around 1510, Da Vinci met and collaborated with Marc Antonio della Torre, a great anatomist. Torre was born in Verona in 1481, the son of a medical professor who trained in medicine and philosophy himself and went on to teach at the University of Padua and then later at the University of Pavia, though not much of his work remains today due to his premature death at the age of 30 from either cholera or the plague. Though many scholars attribute the excellence and accuracy of Leonardo's anatomical drawings to his collaboration with Torre, others point out that Da Vinci had been working on and thinking about anatomy for as long as Marc Antonio della Torre had been alive, and, based on his notebooks, it is believed that Da Vinci dissected more than 30 human corpses, studies that peaked in the early 1500s and resulted in around 200 total drawings of the human body. However, while other artists during the Renaissance dissected bodies to create studies for paintings, Da Vinci was motivated by curiosity about the anatomy itself, rather than to create a specific painting. The process would have been unpleasant, since religious doctrine determined that dissections had to be conducted at night, and it was an activity which was likely to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, in 1512, the Sforzas attempted to return to power in Milan when Ludovico Sforza's son Massimiliano, born in 1493, returned to the city with military power, backed by Switzerland. But despite this effort, the combined forces of France and Venice pushed the Sforzas out once again, with Massimiliano settling in Paris. A decade later, at Sforza, Ludovico's other son Francesco once again held the title of Duchy of Milan, after being appointed by Charles V, though he was indeed the final Sforza to hold the title during this period. Amidst these continuing power struggles between the Milanese and the French, Leonardo went to live with 20-year-old Francesco Melzi, who remained a close companion and potential lover for the rest of Leonardo's life. Upon Leonardo's death, Melzi maintained control over many of his journals and his art. On the 24th of September 1513, Leonardo left Milan with Melzi and Salai, journeying to Rome, where he was hosted in the Belvedere of the Vatican by Giuliano de' Medici, Lorenzo de' Medici's son and the brother of the newly installed Pope Leo X, or Giovanni de' Medici. Many artists journeyed to Rome in these years to attempt to win Pope Leo's favor, including Renaissance artists Raphael and Michelangelo. During his residency in Rome from 1513 to 1516, the Pope approached Leonardo for assistance in crafting a plan for draining the Pontine marshes, which was a malaria breeding ground and borderline uninhabitable. These were eventually drained and reclaimed for agricultural use in the 1930s, while Da Vinci's designs and plans, though not utilized for this purpose, can be viewed in the Royal Collection at Windsor Castle. Rome itself was still reeling from the Great Schism, which was concluded in 1417, a process which had seen two rival popes fight for power, between the papal seat in Rome and a challenger in Avignon in France. This reactionary period was manifested in Rome with a drive to center power and authority in the Vatican, which led to a period known as the High Renaissance. In 1516, Leonardo, Melzi and Salai sailed to France. The same year, the King Francis I of France invaded and captured Milan, again forcing the Sforzas from power. Although unable to find work and patrons in Italy, Da Vinci settled in France and became the official painter for King Francois I of France. Francois, or Francis I, became King of France on the 1st of January 1515, after the death of Louis XII. Francis had wed Louis XII's daughter Claude shortly before the king's death. Historians write that Francis invited Leonardo to his court purely to converse with him, which by all accounts they did every day. While in France, Da Vinci and Melzi lived in the small village of Clou, at a manor provided to them by King Francis, and it was here that Da Vinci created his famous self-portrait drawn in red chalk, now held in the Royal Library of Turin in Italy. The drawings are estimated to be from 1512, depicting Leonardo around the age of 60. Some posit that Da Vinci experienced paralysis leading up to his death from around this time, a claim based on an examination of some of his writings, such as a sheet from October 1517 in the Codex Atlantico, which was written by Leonardo while living in Clou, a large collection or journal of Leonardo's thoughts and sketches made up of 1,119 sheets dated from 1478 to 1519. While examining the Codex, scholars noted that some shading lines are ragged and unclear, leading them to suspect that while Da Vinci maintained movement in his fingers, he lost movement of the arm itself. Many of the works he produced towards the end of his life were apocalyptic and concerned great floods and images of brute force. The last days of his life were spent trying to organize his many thousands of pages of notes, which, given their extent, he failed to complete. After living and growing into his later years in France, Leonardo da Vinci died on the 2nd of May 1519, at the age of 67. He was buried at the Church of Saint Florentin in Amboise, in France. Unfortunately, this church was demolished in 1802, leading to the disappearance of the final resting place of the great Renaissance mind and artist, Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci left to history not only numerous frescoes and paintings, but his notebooks, which were said to have numbered around 20,000 pages, but of which only 7,000 pages have survived. Today, some are held in Milan or England, while others have been compiled and published as the Trattato della Pittura. The Trattato della Pittura is composed of 8 books and 935 chapters, and serves as an important source of Leonardo's views on art and art as science, because, interestingly, Leonardo da Vinci expressed in his writing the desire to bridge the gap between art and science, considering it his mission to establish art's respectability as a science. Likewise, he believed art possessed a godlike ability to create and distill the natural world. Significantly, these notebooks explored Da Vinci's fascination with water, flight, and dissection to understand the human form. Da Vinci was fascinated with the power of water from a young age, after witnessing the flooding of the Arno River, which may have led him to a greater interest in the destructive power of nature and man's potential ability to harness such power. Leonardo was also fascinated with the possibility of human flight and designed what many consider the first parachute, which Da Vinci sketched in 1485. This parachute, shaped like a pyramid, was tested on the 26th of June in 2000 by English skydiver Adrian Nicholas, and it was a success. A leading figure of the High Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci was a mathematician, architect, and painter who was dedicated to innovation and exploration, whether that meant exploring within the human body or in the sky, or experimenting with new painting mediums. Though in many ways restricted by his time, such as when he had to repeatedly move around Italy and France, depending on the political situation, and to seek patrons to support his existence. At times, it was these very restrictions that allowed him to walk so many paths during one lifetime. He was chiefly remembered as an artist during his lifetime, but a study of his notes after his death have revealed the extent to which his thoughts were applied to engineering, mathematics, and science also. Leonardo managed to attain fame and influence during his own lifetime, but even more so after his death, despite the fact that he finished almost none of his projects. There are many questions over the extent to which he contributed to many of the artworks attributed to him, and his works have often been repaired and restored several times over the centuries since they were created, leading some to question the extent to which we can fully appreciate his artistic talent as a modern audience. Impacted by his illegitimate birth, which blocked him from certain opportunities in his life, Da Vinci, despite these setbacks, or as posited by some historians, perhaps because of these setbacks, excelled. However, at the same time, there were many cases when Da Vinci did not complete works he had been paid for, and in other cases, such as with his experimentation with painting medium in The Last Supper, his experiments did not work out for the best, and cost us today the opportunity to view his work in its full glory. But, as with other great minds throughout history, we can ask ourselves, what is innovation without risk? What do you think of Leonardo da Vinci? Is his status as the Renaissance man well deserved? Or do you think his influence has been overstated at the expense of other important contributors to this period of European history? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
In slow motion, it cut it. And at that point, it was very, very safe. But only afterwards That's funny. That's a so cool, yeah? Now she gets to it. Before I give a yes to her, we can put an animal in that. Put it in the door. If they go through it, once you go through it, you start. Ready. And we won't say, I'll prove you again that it's so good. When you try the whole thing, you try to figure out anyone that are adults about to die. We won't say, the Gary, they will pay them in the trade. Why the person would kill twice the same thing? Sui, she's held up on the trading call. Has to be stored. It's what there is. This is a sword. The puzzle from something called Sopranos. And it's Mina's mother, but you're not letting it stay with. You don't have to be sword. There's not there. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's Sopranos. It's another sword small. What happened to you guys?
Then known to history as Robert Oppenheimer, was born on the 22nd of April, 1904, as Julius Robert Oppenheimer in New York City. He quickly became known primarily by his middle name and is typically referred to today as Robert Oppenheimer or J. Robert Oppenheimer. Robert was born into an affluent Jewish family in New York City. His father, Julius, had been born in the Hesse-Nassau province in the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia, in what had just become the United German Empire, months prior to his birth in May 1871. At a time of growing anti-Semitism across Western and Central Europe, Julius Oppenheimer left Germany in 1888 at 17 years of age, bound for the United States. Though virtually penniless, prospered in America, and by the time Robert was born in 1904, he had risen to become a wealthy executive at one of Manhattan's leading textile manufacturers. Robert's mother was Ella Friedman, a woman of Jewish heritage as well, who had been born in New York in 1870 to a family of German Jews who had headed for America a generation before Julius Oppenheimer. She was a painter from whom Robert inherited some of his aesthetic views on the structure of existence and the universe. Ella and Julius would have one other child, a boy named Frank, who was born 8 years after Robert, 12, and who would follow in the steps of his older brother by becoming a physicist. Robert's youth was a privileged one. By the mid-1900s, his father had become a substantial figure within New York business circles, and in the early 1910s, they moved into a large apartment on West 88th Street in Manhattan, overlooking the Central Park Reservoir, in one of the most affluent areas of New York City at the time. There, the family had original works by Vincent van Gogh and Pablo Picasso, among others, on the walls. Robert attended the Ethical Culture School, followed by the Alcuin Preparatory School, two of New York's best educational establishments in the early 20th century. By the time he was 5, he was already interested in mineralogy, a hobby inherited from his German grandfather. Such was his aptitude that at 11 years of age, he was admitted to the Mineralogical Club of New York City. His precociousness extended into his secondary school years, and he finished his education at Alcuin in a year and a half less than the standard time, having taken 2 grade years in 12 months, and being fast-tracked through the 8th grade. By this time, his interests had developed beyond mineralogy into the harder sciences, particularly chemistry. But it was eventually physics which would prove his calling in youth. In 1922, Oppenheimer began studying at Harvard University at the age of 18. Robert initially intended to focus on studying chemistry, but soon switched to physics. Yet his earlier interest in chemistry and his eclectic inquisitiveness would serve him well in later years, during a period when scientists were becoming all too who specialized in specific fields. While studying at America's oldest college, he was deeply influenced by the teachings of Professor Percy Bridgman, an experimental physicist on the staff at Harvard at the time. This was also a period when students at Harvard and other elite universities in America still studied a very wide range of subjects, and Oppenheimer delved deeply into history and the Greek and Latin classics, which were still central to many Western curricula in the 1920s. Reflecting on his years at Harvard in later life, Oppenheimer noted that he spent most of his time in the library and read voraciously. He even attended more classes than it was necessary for him to. The result in 1925 was that Oppenheimer graduated with a Bachelor of Arts summa cum laude after just 3 years at Harvard, a distinction which usually took 4 years to attain, but which Oppenheimer, following an emerging pattern, completed in less than the standard time. Even before he graduated from Harvard, Oppenheimer had already been accepted to continue his studies at Cambridge University in England. This was the great centre for the study of physics in Britain at the time, a reputation it has held and cultivated since Isaac Newton's days there in the late 17th century. The year that Oppenheimer spent at Cambridge between the fall of 1925 and the summer of 1926 was influential in his development, as he was exposed there to the teachings of Lord Ernest Rutherford, a New Zealand-born physicist who is typically understood to be the father of nuclear physics today. For instance, it was Rutherford who first discovered and explained what nuclear half-life and the radiation associated with it were, an achievement which Rutherford was awarded a Nobel Prize in Chemistry for in 1908. Towards the end of his first year at Cambridge, Oppenheimer, whose abilities were beginning to attract considerable attention amongst European physicists, accepted an offer from the German physicist Max Born to study under him at the University of Göttingen in Germany, one of Europe's great centers of learning. There, Oppenheimer studied with a number of contemporaries who would become giants of the study of theoretical physics during the 20th century, notably Werner Heisenberg, Enrico Fermi, and Edward Teller, several of whom Oppenheimer would work alongside during the Manhattan Project in the midst of the Second World War. Remarkably, Oppenheimer was awarded his PhD in physics in the spring of 1927, less than a year after arriving in Göttingen. The internal examiner, James Franck, who had won the Nobel Prize for Physics 2 years earlier in 1925, is famously said to have expressed relief when the oral examination, or viva voce, concluded, stating that Oppenheimer had easily defended his doctoral work and had seemed to be ready to begin questioning Franck. The great promise which Oppenheimer showed as a theoretical physicist, as he acquired his PhD around the same time he turned 23, was most clearly demonstrated in a paper which he and Born co-authored on the quantum theory of molecules in 1927, and which laid out what has come to be known as the Born-Oppenheimer approximation. This pertains to the fields of molecular dynamics, or how molecules move and interact. The approximation which Born and Oppenheimer demonstrated showed that the wave functions of nuclei and electrons within a molecule are different, owing to the fact that nuclei are considerably heavier than the electrons. This means that the coordinates of the nuclei are relatively fixed in place, whereas the lighter electrons are impacted on to a greater extent by wave functions, and their coordinates are consequently more dynamic. The approximation was reached by the pair to a great extent owing to Oppenheimer's dual interests in chemistry and physics, as the theory which they presented employed elements of quantum chemistry and molecular physics. In terms of its practical applicability, the approximation was important in allowing scientists from the late 1920s onwards to separate the motion of a nuclei and an electron. The individual who worked this out with Max Born, and who acquired his PhD at Göttingen, was a curious figure. Oppenheimer was a mix of a distant scientist and a relatively jovial individual, slipping from introversion to extroversion as occasion sometimes demanded, or as his mood was inclined. A chain smoker, he was perennially surrounded by a cloud of smoke throughout his adult life, a habit which would contribute substantially to his premature death in his early 60s. Individuals who knew him during his years at Harvard, Cambridge, and Göttingen recalled a person who was a strange mix of intelligence, combined with a striking naivety at times, often making poor judgments and decisions, and being prone to exaggeration. As the years went by, he developed an arrogant streak, but this was tempered by intellectual generosity to those who studied and worked with him, and those he taught in later years. A striking aspect of his personality was his interest in Eastern philosophy and mysticism, being particularly interested in Hinduism and Confucianism, even going so far as to learn Sanskrit, the sacred language of Hinduism, so that he might read the ancient texts of this faith in the original. This interest in religion and mysticism was not an eccentric pastime. For Oppenheimer, the study of physics was an entry point into understanding the mystical nature of the universe and existence, and his broader intellectual outlook was one of open curiosity rather than a quest for hard scientific data. There was, though, also an unstable and erratic side to Oppenheimer. His behavior at Harvard was sometimes questioned by fellow students and teachers. In 1926, while he was at Cambridge, he allegedly doused an apple with some illness-inducing chemicals and left it in the office of his tutor, Patrick Blackett, with whom he had had a difficult relationship, before heading off to France on holiday. Evidently, this action, and perhaps others besides, saw him briefly threatened being suspended from his studies at Cambridge. A close friend of his in the 1920s, Francis Ferguson, who later went on to become an acclaimed theorist of stage performance and drama, claimed that Oppenheimer attacked him and tried to strangle him once when he told him he was engaged to be married. Underlying all of this erratic behavior was a strange mix of an individual who could be appallingly arrogant and fell out with a great many colleagues over the years as a result, but who many biographers have concluded was also a deeply insecure individual. The root of this may have been Oppenheimer's position as the son of a German Jewish emigre to America at a time when anti-Semitism was common across the Western world. He was a constant outsider, or at least felt like one, and is known to have suffered frequently from bouts of depression. He was, in short, something of an enigma. After completing his studies at Göttingen and publishing several more papers from the research he had undertaken in England and Germany, Oppenheimer returned to the United States, briefly holding fellowships at Harvard and the California Institute of Technology, punctuated by return visits to Europe to work for a few months at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands and at Zurich in Switzerland, where Albert Einstein had carried out much of his earliest and most groundbreaking work. In Leiden, he acquired his nickname, Oppie, from a bowdlerized Dutch rendering of his name. It was not until 1929 that Oppenheimer settled back in America permanently, having been presented with numerous job offers from U.S. universities. He accepted two and became an associate professor in physics at both the University of California at Berkeley and the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech. For the next 13 years, between 1929 and 1942, he would hold positions at both institutions, teaching during the fall and winter semesters at Berkeley before spending the spring term lecturing at Caltech in Pasadena. During the 1930s, Oppenheimer became famous within the physics community in the United States for his teaching methods, and the finest physicists of the mid-20th century in America trained under him at Berkeley and Caltech, at the School of Theoretical Physics, which he founded. Within this, there was usually a cohort of a dozen or so advanced graduate students and research fellows who worked closely with Oppenheimer on some of the most relevant questions in the field of theoretical physics at the time. During busier times in term, they would often meet daily, with Oppenheimer quizzing them on their progress and offering suggestions thereon. Mostly, as several biographers who knew him during these days recounted, he inspired those he taught, conveying to them the idea that they were at the forefront of answering some of the most important questions facing humanity at the time. Yet it was an eclectic academic environment, and when not discussing physics, Oppenheimer and his colleagues were often seen to be reading Plato in the original Greek or learning Sanskrit. Hans Bethe, who knew Oppenheimer during these days, later recalled that Robert was largely aloof from the wider world in the late 1920s and 1930s in California, only learning of the Wall Street crash of late 1929, months after it had happened. There were impressive scientific breakthroughs made by Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech during the 1930s. In 1930, for instance, Oppenheimer wrote a paper which effectively predicted the existence of the positron, or anti-electron, as an antiparticle of the electron, although its existence was not fully proven until 1932 by Carl David Anderson, a student who worked with Oppenheimer at Caltech. Following on from this, Oppenheimer worked closely with Wendell Furry to work out the modern form of the electron-positron theory and how the two interacted with each other. Perhaps his most important work, though, was a giant effort with Melba Phillips, one of Oppenheimer's first doctoral students at a time when female physicists were all too rare in the United States. Together, they proposed the Oppenheimer-Phillips process in 1935, a type of deuteron-induced nuclear reaction in which the neutron half of a deuteron fuses with the target nucleus, ejecting a proton in the process. This proved that some elements can become radioactive if bombarded by deuterons, and that a nuclear interaction can occur at lower energies than had previously been understood. This and many other breakthroughs by both Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech made California one of the world's great centers of theoretical physics in the mid-20th century. Oppenheimer's personal life was somewhat chaotic during this period. He had been diagnosed with a mild case of tuberculosis in the late 1920s, for which condition he sought out the dry desert air of Arizona and New Mexico in the years that followed, eventually buying a ranch in New Mexico. In the mid-1930s, he began a relationship with Jean Tadlock, a psychiatry student who was the daughter of John Swing, an eminent Old English scholar and expert on the life and works of Geoffrey Chaucer. 10 years Roberts Jr., Jean was a troubled young woman with severe depression and a conflicted sexuality. Their relationship was tempestuous, but continued through to 1940, even after Oppenheimer began seeing Kitty Harrison, a botanist and physicist at Caltech, who eventually divorced her second husband, Stuart Harrison, in November 1940 and married Robert the following day. It remains unclear to this day if Oppenheimer continued to periodically see Tadlock in the early 1940s, prior to her taking her own life in January 1944. Robert and Kitty would subsequently have 2 children, a boy named Peter, who was born in May 1941, as Kitty had been pregnant already when they married, and a daughter named Catherine after her mother, who was born in 1944. Oppenheimer's life, like that of virtually every individual across Europe, North Africa, North America, and much of Asia, was hugely interrupted in the autumn of 1939 by the outbreak of the Second World War. The conflict came about as a direct result of the ascent to power in Germany of the Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler early in 1933. A rabidly anti-Semitic nationalist and fascist organization, the Nazis had made their twin goals to crush the Jewish people in Germany and to initiate a new war in Europe to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end, and to build a new German Third Reich or empire which would dominate the continent. Oppenheimer was very familiar with the Nazis. As a Jew himself, albeit a non-observant one, he had become politically involved for the first time in his life during the mid-1930s, when he began setting aside 3% of his salary to help German Jews who were trying to flee Germany in the wake of the anti-Jewish Nuremberg laws, which were introduced from 1934 onwards. The Nazis' anti-Jewish policies had become more extreme from 1936 onwards, and particularly so in 1938, as Germany began annexing neighboring states, firstly Austria and then Czechoslovakia. With the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Britain and France declared war on Germany, but public opinion in the United States was not yet wholly in favor of intervention in what was deemed to be a European war. Therefore, America would remain officially for the first 2 years of the conflict. Though the administration of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was providing extensive support in the shape of war material to Britain from the war's inception. Oppenheimer's life and his place in history would be changed forever by the events of December 1941. By that time, the United States still remained neutral in the Second World War. Despite the desperate situation in Europe, with the Nazis conquering Poland in the autumn of 1939, Denmark and Norway the following spring, and then the Low Countries and France in the summer of 1940. With many other states like Italy, Hungary, and Romania allied with the Nazis, and invasions of Britain's colonies in North Africa and Russia afoot from the summer of 1941 onwards, it seemed that Germany was destined to dominate Europe. It was in this context that the Empire of Japan, an ultra-nationalist state bent on creating an Asiatic and Pacific empire, one which already included Korea, Manchuria, and much of eastern China by the early 1940s, decided to preemptively attack the United States without declaring war. The attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and other American territories, such as the Philippines, on the 7th of December 1941, pulled the United States into the Second World War. Within days, the US was at war with Germany, Italy, and the other Axis states, as the entirety of the Northern ended up at war. Oppenheimer would soon be catapulted to the center of America's research efforts during the conflict. This occurred in the context of efforts by Nazi Germany to acquire a weapon of mass destruction as a means of winning the war swiftly. In the 1920s and the 1930s, Germany had been home to some of the world's leading scientists, and so was well placed to develop a nuclear weapon. Nuclear fission, for instance, had been discovered by a team led by Otto Robert Frisch and Lisa Meitner in Berlin in 1938. Various experiments were initiated by the Nazis the following year to begin using this breakthrough to develop a nuclear weapon. These focused on developing a nuclear reactor, while others favored the theory of using heavy water to produce an atomic weapon, research which was carried out in Nazi-occupied Norway throughout the war. Already in August 1939, President Roosevelt in Washington, D.C., had received a letter from the Hungarian nuclear physicist Leo Szilard and Albert Einstein, alerting the U.S. government to the threat posed by these Nazi experiments. Little effort was made to respond to this in 1939 or 1940, but with the entry of the U.S. into the war at the end of 1941, fresh consideration was given to America commencing its own research in this area. Oppenheimer would technically be in charge of the Los Alamos laboratory during the Second World War, but this was all under the umbrella of the Manhattan Project, a research and development program initiated by the U.S. government in 1942, with the ultimate aim of developing a nuclear bomb. The name comes simply from the fact that the team of individuals who were in charge of the wider project had their first headquarters where they met in 1942 on the island of Manhattan in New York City. Eventually, it grew from 1942 onwards to employ approximately 130,000 people across the country. They worked on various elements of the project in many states and regions. For instance, a large team working in Chicago throughout the war, which included Oppenheimer's old colleague from Göttingen, Enrico Fermi, and Leo Szilard, who had co-authored the letter to Roosevelt in 1939, warning the president about the Nazi nuclear program, developed the first working nuclear reactor there. Another team at the Hanford site in Washington state were charged with producing plutonium from uranium as a raw material for any future nuclear weapon, and a similar project was underway in Tennessee. There were even teams of individuals operating under the rubric of the Manhattan Project in Europe, carrying out espionage to try to uncover what the Nazis were working on. Oppenheimer would oversee the most critical research team of all those involved in the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. He was very nearly not picked for this position. The individual who oversaw the Manhattan Project was Major General Leslie Groves. Groves is not exactly a household name today, but he has the distinction of having been in charge of both the Manhattan Project, which created the first nuclear weapon, and also overseeing the construction of the Pentagon as the headquarters of the U.S. military and Department of Defense. Oppenheimer was suggested to Groves in 1942 as a possible candidate to lead a team of theoretical physicists and scientists as part of the Manhattan Project, but Groves was initially skeptical, favoring the idea of appointing someone who had been awarded a Nobel Prize in physics and would consequently have enough academic gravitas to lead a team of some of the most eminent minds of the day. He was eventually persuaded that Oppenheimer had a track record of getting the best out of people he worked with. He contacted Oppenheimer, and after interviewing him, came to the conclusion that he was well suited for the post. In the weeks that followed in the early winter of 1942, Oppenheimer scouted out a suitable location for the establishment of a research center, somewhere remote and away from any urban centers, where secrecy would be ensured and a nuclear weapon could be tested in due course. He eventually settled on Los Alamos in New Mexico, where a research facility was erected on the site of an old school. This was subcontracted to the University of California through the War Department, so that Oppenheimer had some degree of autonomy in hiring and firing as director of the Los Alamos laboratory. Although there would be more hiring than firing, at its height, there were well over 5,000 people employed at Los Alamos, far more than Oppenheimer had initially anticipated. The team that Oppenheimer assembled at Los Alamos included some of the fine scientists of the first half of the 20th century. One was John Hasbrouck Van Vleck, a physicist and mathematician who had been at Harvard when Oppenheimer arrived there in 1922. He was subsequently awarded a Nobel Prize in 1977 for his work on electronic magnetism. Van Vleck made significant contributions to the gun design, which would be used in the bomb used over Hiroshima. A colleague of Oppenheimer's from Berkeley, Robert Serber, acted as an organizing physicist at Los Alamos, and would eventually name the bombs used in the first test explosion, as well as against Japan, as Thin Man, Little Boy, and Fat Man, after characters from detective movies and novels, such as The Maltese Falcon. Hans Bethe was a German-born theoretical physicist who would later be awarded a Nobel Prize in 1967. He was central to calculating the critical mass of the bombs designed at Los Alamos. Finally, Edward Teller was a Hungarian-born Jew who was recruited to the Los Alamos laboratory. He had studied in Germany around the same time as Oppenheimer in the late 1920s, but had subsequently immigrated to the United States. Teller had already worked at Fermi's Reactor Center in Chicago before being sent to New Mexico. Teller was arguably Oppenheimer's closest colleague at Los Alamos. Beyond these were hundreds of other engineers, metallurgists, chemists, and military experts involved in the research teams at Los Alamos, working on a wide range of finer details about how the first atomic weapon could be constructed. The task which confronted this team of physicists and other engineers and scientists was daunting. When they assembled at Los Alamos, they had little to work on other than a theoretical knowledge of how a nuclear chain reaction could be produced. But what must be remembered in an age when we know what a nuclear explosion looks like, and the destruction that it results in, is that Oppenheimer and his colleagues at Los Alamos were not just trying to build a nuclear weapon, also to predict what would happen when one exploded. Thus, there was an enormous amount of experimentation and theoretical speculation throughout 1943 and 1944. Throughout it all, Oppenheimer worked exhaustively. As Hans Bethe recollected years later, his uncanny speed in grasping the main points of any subject was a decisive factor. He could acquaint himself with the essential details of every part of the work. He did not direct from the head office. He was intellectually and even physically present at each decisive step. Yet the incredibly arduous work schedule which Oppenheimer followed at Los Alamos also took a toll on his health. He was always a thin person, but during the work in New Mexico, he lost another 20 pounds, eventually weighing as little as 110 pounds, or less than 8 stone. During the course of 1943, research efforts at Los Alamos began to focus on a prototype codenamed Thin Man. This was a plutonium gun-type weapon, which would work more like an artillery gun to detonate rather than an implosion-type bomb. The research into producing this was extremely complex from a logistical perspective, with the polonium, which was used in the initiator, having to be obtained from ores in Ontario, in Canada, and then manufactured at a separate facility in Tennessee, which was also part of the wider Manhattan Project, or at the Hanford site in Washington State. However, more complex still was the design issue. In order for the gun-type weapon to work, a plutonium bullet, which would be fired off inside the bomb, would have to be accelerated to a speed of 3,000 feet per second, or over 3,200 kilometers per hour, or else the nuclear fission would begin before the rest of the mechanics of the bomb were ready for a successful explosion. This was ultimately the undoing of the Thin Man design, as it was realized during the course of 1944 that the gun barrel needed to produce this speed would be far too large to be employed in a bomb of a kind which could be transported on board a B-29 Flying Super Fortress, the newly designed heavy bombers which were to be used to transport any nuclear bomb developed by the US government. This, along with issues relating to the use of plutonium in a gun-type bomb, saw the Thin Man design abandoned in April 1944. With the abandonment of the Thin Man design, Oppenheimer redeployed many of the scientists and engineers who had been working on it to another design called Boy. This was a simplified gun-type fission bomb, but unlike Thin Man, it was intended that uranium-235 would be used instead of plutonium for the nuclear fission that would create the explosion. Simultaneously, a third type of design was being progressed. That Man, as it was known, would use plutonium, but was designed as an implosion-type bomb. The design team for it was led by an American physicist by the name of Seth Neddermeyer. Oppenheimer continued to favor the gun-type design even as the Fat Man was being furthered during the course of 1943 and 1944. Oppenheimer's brilliance as an overseer at Los Alamos was seen in his decision to bring John von Neumann, a Hungarian-born mathematician and physicist, to Los Alamos in 1943 to review the design. It was von Neumann who suggested a spherical shape and shaped charges which would reduce the amount of plutonium needed and make the assembly of an implosion-type bomb more practical and achievable. Over the next several months, metallurgists at Los Alamos had to try to solve the problem of how to cast plutonium into a sphere, but this was eventually overcome when a plutonium-gallium alloy was devised, one which was pressed into spheres and coated with nickel. The design process was nearing completion. As 1945 dawned at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer's teams were coming close to completing both the design of the Little Boy and Fat Man. Consequently, there were two plausible candidates for a successfully built nuclear weapon. In the end, both would be completed at roughly the same time, as design problems were worked in the spring of 1945, and the required levels of enriched uranium and plutonium were produced in the sites in Washington State and Tennessee. The latter were enormous undertakings, given the technology available to the Manhattan Project, as it was extremely costly and time-consuming to enrich these to become fissile substances in the mid-1940s. Other elements which needed to be resolved were engineering problems for the most part. For instance, the Fat Man bomb was being assembled using a huge array of approximately 1,500 bolts in 1944, an impractical amount in order to develop a working bomb. By the time it was completed in the early summer of 1945, Oppenheimer's team had reduced this to just 90 bolts. Other technical issues concerned how the bomb would descend when dropped from a height, and throughout 1944 and 1945, tests were done to assess how a bomb of the size and structure of the Fat Man and Little Boy would fall through the air. All of this came together during the course of the spring of 1945, and by midsummer, Oppenheimer was able to deliver the head of the Manhattan Project, Major General Leslie Groves, the news that they were ready to conduct a test detonation. The Trinity nuclear test was carried out in the Jornada del Muerto Desert in New Mexico on the 16th of July, 1945. Fittingly, the desert's name translated from the Spanish means Dead Man's Root. Oppenheimer revealed in correspondence with Groves in 1962 that he codenamed the test Trinity as he had been reading the religious poetry of the 17th century English poet John Donne around the time that he came up with the name. The device which would be used during the test was a Fat Man bomb, using plutonium and of an implosion type. For the purposes of the test, the bomb in question was christened the Gadget. In order for the test to be carried out safely, a location was chosen which was highly remote, almost entirely unpopulated and otherwise isolated. There was only one building on the proposed blast site, the McDonald Ranch House, which had been built there by a German migrant in 1913, and which had been forcefully vacated in 1942 by the MacDonald family after the US government took over the region under the remit of the Manhattan Project. The test was a carefully planned thing, as the plutonium which was to be used had cost billions of dollars to produce in today's money. Such were the torturous methods involved in enriching uranium and plutonium at the time. Much hinged on its success. As Groves noted at the time, he didn't want to explain to a congressional committee why he had blown up $1 billion worth of plutonium in the desert for no reason. The Trinity test was carried out near dawn on the morning of the 16th of July. Observation shelters were established in 3 different places to the north, south, and west of the blast site, each approximately 9 kilometers away from where the bomb would be detonated. Goggles were provided to prevent against harmful ultraviolet wavelengths, while the distance was considered safe enough in terms of the radioactive half-life which would be produced. Many of the observers that morning were scientists, and included Oppenheimer, Teller, Bethe, Enrico Fermi, and John von Neumann. Some believed the bomb would not work. Others were concerned about exactly how destructive it could prove to be. They had their answers at 5:29 a.m. when the gadget exploded, releasing explosive energy equivalent to 25,000 tons of TNT. This created a crater a third of a kilometer wide and melted the sand across the launch site, turning it into a light green glass-like rock. The observers, 9 kilometers away, did not hear the immense noise from the shockwave for 40 seconds after the detonation. But by that time, they were witnessing a growing fireball which changed color from purple, green and orange eventually to white. Then it coalesced into a mushroom cloud, one which eventually spiraled 12 kilometers into the sky. The shock from the explosion was felt nearly 100 kilometers away, while those at the observation shelters 9 kilometers away later recollected that there was a brief period of immense heat, like they were standing in front of an open oven for a few seconds, momentarily, when the bomb detonated. Oppenheimer's supposed words as he watched the Trinity test explosion have become somewhat infamous in modern times. He's alleged to have quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, one of the holiest texts in Hinduism, one which was written in the second half of the first millennium BC, and the title of which approximates to the Song by God. The Gita is a 700-verse scripture, which primarily revolves around Prince Arjuna and his guide, the Hindu deity Krishna, on a wide range of moral and religious matters. It is widely and mistakenly believed that Oppenheimer quoted a line from the Gita in which another Hindu god, Vishnu, says, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Although the line would have been a fitting utterance that morning in New Mexico, in reality, Oppenheimer never said this. Instead, recording the event 20 years later, he said that another line from the Gita ran through his head, one in which it is stated, "If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One." On reflection, in 1965, he thought the other line would have been more fitting, but despite the myth that has developed, Oppenheimer never actually uttered the words, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." However, for what in retrospect should have been a sobering moment, the general reaction in the observation shelters was one of glee that the Manhattan Project had succeeded. Oppenheimer, it was later noted, was jubilant. The ramifications of their success, though, would become all too clear within a matter of weeks. Within weeks of the Trinity test explosion, the atomic bomb would be used as a weapon of war. By that time, the conflict in Europe had come to an end, as the Allies had streamed into Germany from both east and west in the spring of 1945, leading to Hitler taking his own life in Berlin in late April, and the Nazis surrendering just over a week later. However, the Empire of Japan had indicated no willingness to surrender. Japanese honor systems and military culture seemed to suggest an invasion of the Japanese islands would be necessary to bring the war in the Pacific to an end. The US government had calculated that this could result in millions of deaths as the Japanese would fight to the bitter end. Consequently, the decision was quickly taken to utilize the new atomic bomb as a demonstration to the Japanese government of the new weapon which which was available to the administration, which was now headed by President Harry Truman, who had succeeded to the White House following President Roosevelt's death in office in mid-April 1945. The result was the bombing of the Japanese city of Hiroshima with one of the little bombs on the 6th of August 1945. In Los Alamos that evening, Oppenheimer was triumphant, seemed to regret the fact that the weapon had not been available to use against the Nazis in Germany. However, this mood quickly gave way to disillusionment 3 days later, when the US dropped a second bomb of the Fat Man type on the city of Nagasaki in Japan. Surely Oppenheimer and his colleagues concluded this was not acceptable. After all, the Japanese had not been given enough time to process the implications of the first bomb and to decide to surrender, which they did 6 days after the bombing of Nagasaki. With that, the war came to an end. The bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remain the only two occasions in world history when nuclear weapons have been utilized in warfare. They are accordingly enormously controversial. Today, most analysts of the events of August 1945 tend to take the same view as Oppenheimer and his colleagues did, that the use of the first bomb in Hiroshima was somewhat justifiable, though imminently regrettable at the same time, as a means of forcing the Japanese to surrender and in the process potentially saving millions of lives by avoiding a land invasion of the Japanese archipelago. But most are agreed that the bombing of Nagasaki just 3 days later was unwarranted. More broadly, the ethical implications of the work Oppenheimer and his colleagues carried out as part of the Manhattan Project during the war have been questioned. There are two sides to this. On the one hand, the development of nuclear weapons has introduced an existential threat to humanity's survival in modern times. But on the other hand, the nuclear deterrent has ensured that the world's superpowers and large states have avoided major wars ever since 1945. For centuries, Europe's states have been endlessly at war with one another. That all changed once it became apparent that direct conflict could result in mutually assured destruction. Ironically, the impact of the development of nuclear weapons has been to foster a nuclear peace, but the risks remain profound in a world where politics are becoming more antagonistic and destabilized during the 21st century. With the end of the war, Oppenheimer's reputation was at an unprecedented height within American academic circles. There were accordingly new opportunities open to him, and he decided to leave Berkeley and head to the East Coast to take up a position as director of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton in New Jersey in 1947, an esteemed center for the study of physics in the United States, which included Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Paul Dirac as former charter members or visiting fellows. Under Oppenheimer's leadership, it became a center for emerging physicists, and when he left Berkeley, a half a dozen of his more promising graduate students left also to study at Princeton. In New Jersey, he continued the methods he had developed in California in the 1930s, producing an environment of energetic discussion and research, often at the expense of his own research. Oppenheimer choosing to write and publish very little himself in Princeton. As a result, the Institute became the leading center for the study of physics in the United States in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Many of the most important physicists of the second half of the 20th century passed through the Institute, notably Yoshiro Nambu, a Japanese-American who in 2008 would be co-awarded the Nobel Prize for his role in discovering the spontaneous broken symmetry in subatomic physics, and Murray Gell-Mann, who won the Nobel Prize in 1969 for his work on elementary particles. As well as his work at Princeton, Oppenheimer continued to hold a number of government positions throughout the late 1940s and into the 1950s, while also having security clearance to view classified documents and material relating to the United States' evolving nuclear program. Notable in this respect was his membership of the newly established Atomic Energy Commission, which had been founded in 1947 as a commission headed by the United Nations, itself a newly created body designed to foster world peace in the aftermath of the war. The Energy Commission was charged with regulating the proliferation of nuclear materials and the development of nuclear weaponry. While the United States was for several years the only nation with access to nuclear bombs after 1945, it was only a matter of time, now that the world had seen that it was possible to develop such weapons, before other nation-states began building their own bombs or trying to develop them. Oppenheimer and several of his former colleagues from the Manhattan Project were central to efforts in 1946 and 1947 to establish restrictions on nuclear proliferation, which are still in force today. As the first chairman of the commission, Oppenheimer tried to discourage a nuclear arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union in the context of the developing Cold War. But these efforts were in vain, and a major nuclear arms race developed once the Soviets conducted their first successful test of a nuclear weapon in 1949. As news of the Soviet acquirement of a nuclear weapon reached the US in 1949, debate began within the government of President Harry Truman about the development of a hydrogen or thermonuclear bomb, a far more powerful nuclear weapon than the atomic bombs which had been developed under the rubric of the Manhattan Project and used against Japan in 1905. Oppenheimer and a great many other scientists who had contributed to the work at the Los Alamos Laboratory between 1942 and 1945 were opposed to such a measure, arguing that such a weapon could not be used in any practical sense in warfare without causing immense damage and potentially triggering a nuclear war, which would wipe out much of life on the planet. In their petition to the government in late 1949, they stated that the extreme danger to mankind inherent in the proposal to develop thermonuclear weapons wholly outweighs any military advantage. Nevertheless, Truman pressed ahead and greenlit the new program in January 1950. Nearly 3 years later, in November 1952, the first hydrogen bomb was tested on an atoll in the Pacific Ocean. Ivy Mike, as the bomb was named, produced an explosion equivalent to over 10 million tons of TNT and was 450 times more powerful than the atomic bomb which the US dropped on Nagasaki in 1945. Despite the reservations expressed by Oppenheimer and many others, the Cold War was heading into the era of mutually assured destruction. As much as he had been absolutely central to the Manhattan Project, and a senior government scientist for many years, Oppenheimer fell foul of the government in the early 1950s during the Second Red Scare. These were years when the Cold War with the Soviet Union was deepening, following the division of Germany into a Western-aligned West Germany and a communist East Germany, along with the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the Warsaw Pact as a rival military alliance, while the Korean War pitted the Western and communist blocs against each other for the first time in a major proxy war. In this environment, America became racked with what were initially legitimate concerns about communist organizations within the United States, acting as a fifth column for the Soviet Union within America. But this soon gave way to intense and unfounded paranoia about the motives of anyone associated with socialist politics, or even groups such as the American Civil Liberties Union. The Second Red Scare, which is termed as such to distinguish it from the First Red Scare, which struck America in the late 1910s following the Russian Revolution of 1917, gathered pace from the late 1940s and was at its most intense between 1950 and 1954, as Senator Joseph McCarthy undertook extensive efforts to identify and bring to trial anyone even remotely suspected of communist sympathies. Oppenheimer would soon come under suspicion during the Second Red Scare. Oppenheimer's associations with socialist and left-wing political movements and civil liberties organizations in America stretched back to the mid-1930s, when, after being largely apolitical throughout his youth, he began to finally take an interest in political affairs. This led him to join a number of left-wing and progressive movements at a time when socialist parties and organizations were seen as the logical opposition to the growing fascist tide across Europe, particularly so from 1936 onwards, when the Soviet Union and other communist parties supported the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War. It should be noted, however, that Oppenheimer never actually joined the Communist Party of the United States, though a great many individuals who were very close to him were active members, including Jean Tatlock, with whom he was involved romantically from 1936 onwards, his wife Kitty, and his brother Frank. Other movements which Robert was involved in, such as the American Civil Liberties Union, were also considered radical between the 1930s and 1950s, but are now viewed as the torchbearers of the civil rights movement which ended segregation after nearly a century. All of this ensured that Oppenheimer was viewed with some suspicion by the authorities, a development which was compounded by his father's birth in Germany once the United States entered the Second World War. Though this was a complete oxymoron, as Oppenheimer's Jewish background would have made him a persona non grata to the Nazi regime in Berlin. Nevertheless, suspicions abounded about Oppenheimer. He was even under surveillance throughout America's involvement in the Second World War, a bizarre period during which he was one of the most senior figures involved in the Manhattan Project. But the FBI simultaneously had a file open on him. These issues coalesced by 1949, and that year Oppenheimer was forced to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee about his political associations. During this, he admitted to ties to the Communist Party, and that many of his more prominent students at Berkeley in the 1930s had also been official members of the party, but stated he had never been a member himself. Not much more came of the interrogation at this juncture, but 4 years later, in the early winter of 1953, the accusations against Oppenheimer were resurrected, and on this occasion, the FBI were convinced, wrongly as it turns out, that Oppenheimer was a Soviet asset operating within the US. Such was the level of paranoia which pertained within America at the time of the Second Red Scare. In mid-December 1953, Oppenheimer's security clearance for the US government was revoked, and he was advised to resign from his government positions. This Oppenheimer refused to do, and demanded a hearing, one which was held behind closed doors in the late spring of 1954. During this, Oppenheimer was completely undermined by his old colleague, Edward Teller, who testified that he had found Oppenheimer's behavior questionable at times during his time as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. With this betrayal, Oppenheimer was stripped of his security clearance and cast into the political and social wilderness in the mid-1950s. The years following his security hearing and the revocation of his security clearance were difficult ones for Oppenheimer. The reaction within the academic community was mixed. Most of his colleagues defended Oppenheimer, but the bureaucrats and administrators who ran the American universities were often less sanguine, with many cancelling lectures and appearances which Oppenheimer was scheduled to give. Oppenheimer's own confidence was dented, and he refrained from overt involvement in numerous initiatives launched by figures like Einstein to warn the government of American society about the dangers of excessive nuclear proliferation. Instead, he spent an increasing amount of time away from the continental United States, relocating to the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean, a U.S. overseas territory. Here, he purchased an estate on what was then known as Gibney Beach on the island of St. John, but which has since become known colloquially as Oppenheimer Beach. He spent extended periods here from 1957 onwards, though there were many institutions and organizations within America that continued to invite him to guest lecture. Yet, the 1950s were notably lean years for him from a research perspective, during which he barely published anything. By the late 1950s, there were concerted efforts underway to rehabilitate Oppenheimer abroad. For instance, in 1957, the French government awarded him the Légion d'honneur in recognition for his wartime service to the Allied cause. In 1962, he was made a foreign member of the Royal Society in Britain. By that time, there was an increasing awareness at home in America that the Second Red Scare had been utterly excessive in its prosecution of individuals who had been only vaguely associated with the American Communist movement and had no real ties of any kind with the Soviet Union. Accordingly, in 1963, President John F. Kennedy moved to
1956 by the U.S. Department of Energy and named in honor of Enrico Fermi, the Italian-American scientist who had developed the world's first nuclear reactor in Chicago in 1942 as part of the early stages of the Manhattan Project, and who had died prematurely of stomach cancer in 1954. The award had been bestowed on several individuals who had worked at the Los Alamos laboratory under Oppenheimer between 1943 and 1945, including von Neumann, Bethe, and Teller in 1956, 1961, and 1962 respectively. Hence, Oppenheimer's receipt of the award in 1963 was belated but a welcome acknowledgement of the government's mistake in persecuting him as part of the Red Scare. Oppenheimer did not live long to enjoy having his reputation partially restored. 2 years after he was awarded the Fermi Award, he was diagnosed in late 1965 with throat cancer, an illness which was undoubtedly caused by his lifelong chain smoking. This was a time when many forms of cancer which are treatable today were effectively a death sentence. Thus, while Oppenheimer underwent aggressive chemotherapy in an effort to prolong his life, he fell into a coma early in 1967 and died at home in Princeton on the 18th of February. He was 62 years of age. While his reputation had been only partly rehabilitated by the bestowal of the Enrico Fermi Award in 1963, and many political figures continued to view him suspiciously, the academic community clearly demonstrated its respect for Oppenheimer at a funeral service which was attended by over 600 colleagues from within academia, the scientific community, and the military, a great many of whom had worked with Oppenheimer at Los Alamos. His ashes were later deposited in the waters off St. John's Island in the Caribbean in an urn. In the decades since, his reputation has been fully rehabilitated. By way of contrast, Edward Teller, who testified against Oppenheimer at his closed-doors hearing in 1954, was spurned by many within the American scientific community for decades to come. In 1967, Oppenheimer was posthumously nominated for the third time for the Nobel Prize for Physics. He had previously been nominated in 1946 and 1951, but he had not received the accolade on those occasions, nor did he in 1967. There has been considerable attention given over the years as to why he did not receive the Nobel Prize, given his extensive accomplishments. But there would seem to be clear reasons why he did not. Firstly, Oppenheimer did not publish extensively, unlike someone like Albert Einstein, who published over 300 scientific papers during his lifetime and many books later in his life. By way of contrast, Oppenheimer published just 5 academic papers after the Second World War. Furthermore, while he contributed to numerous fields of inquiry within physics, he did not make the kind of theoretical or applied breakthrough in any one specific area which would have warranted a Nobel Prize. The Nobels are not awarded for a lifetime's work, but generally for a specific scientific accomplishment. Einstein, for instance, won his primarily for his work on the photoelectric effect. Hence, Oppenheimer was deemed not to have warranted a Nobel Prize for his individual contributions to science, though some have speculated that his work on gravitational collapse was worthy of one. His primary accomplishments throughout his career lay in collaborative work and overseeing teams of physicists and other scientists. It was this which made him the ideal individual to head the Los Alamos laboratory during the war. Robert Oppenheimer is one of the most important theoretical physicists in history. His research and work between the 1920s and 1960s added substantially to our understanding of the universe, notably the manner in which the Born-Oppenheimer approximation transformed our understanding of molecular dynamics from 1927 onwards, and how the Oppenheimer-Phillips process allowed for a deuteron-induced nuclear reaction after Oppenheimer and Melton-Phillips provided an explanation for this phenomenon in 1935. But he will forever be remembered for his role in the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. In this capacity, Oppenheimer might be said to have been the lead physicist in U.S. efforts to develop an atomic bomb during the Second World War. Whatever the existential and moral implications of the introduction of such weapons into the world might be, there is no doubt that this research was considered necessary in the context of the times. Oppenheimer was clearly troubled by what he and his colleagues had unleashed into the world, and spent much of the post-war period arguing against the development even more deadly weapons of mass destruction. It was in part owing to this that he found himself persecuted and prosecuted by the government he had worked for in the early 1950s, and cast into the wilderness as a result of the Second Red Scare. His legacy, though, is alive and well today. An eccentric man who viewed the physical universe in mystical terms. Oppenheimer should surely be remembered as one of the great scientists of modern times. What do you think of Robert Oppenheimer? Was he the most significant individual involved in the Manhattan Project? And should he have been awarded a Nobel Prize? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Nikola Tesla was born on the 10th of July 1856 in Smiljanka, which was originally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire but is now located in Croatia. His father was Milutin Tesla, a priest of the Serbian Orthodox Church and the son of Nikola Tesla's grandfather, who was also named Nikola. His grandfather had served as a military officer for the French Empire during the Napoleonic Wars and had risen to the rank of sergeant before marrying Tesla's grandmother, Anna Kalinic, the daughter of a respected colonel. Following the defeat of Napoleon, Nikola Tesla returned to Leeds, was assimilated into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where he fathered two sons, including Milutin and his brother Josef, as well as three daughters named Stanka, Yanya, and another whose name is unknown. Milutin Tesla and his brother were sent to the Austrian Military Officers Training Academy to follow the career path of their father, and while Josef thrived, eventually becoming a professor of mathematics at a military academy in Austria, where he authored several standard mathematical textbooks, Milutin decided instead to choose a devotional path, enrolling in the Orthodox seminary in Pulaski. to train as a priest after being castigated in training for not maintaining the shininess of his brass buttons. Nikola Tesla's mother was Juka Mandic, the daughter of a priest from Grajac called Nikola Mandic, and the sister to three very successful brothers, including Nikolai, who climbed the ecclesiastical ranks to become the Archbishop of Sarajevo and the Metropolitan of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Bosnia, Pajo, who became a colonel in the general staff of the Austrian army, and finally Trifun, who excelled in the business sphere as a respected hotelier and landowner. In addition to being a dedicated housewife, Juka Mandic possessed a keen intellect and a strong work ethic, and was herself an innovator of her household appliances, which she often modified to make more efficient. She was an inventor of the first order, according to Tesla, and a creative influence on him until her death in 1892. Milutin Tesla was a gifted student and graduated with top honors in 1845, marrying the 25-year-old Juka Mandic in 1847, after being delegated to oversee the parish of Senj on the Adriatic coast. Settling into a house perched on top of a cliff overlooking the ocean, the newlyweds started a family, with Juka giving birth to their eldest son Dane in 1848, a firstborn daughter Angelina in 1850, and finally another daughter Milka in 1852. However, due to the poor pay he received and the salty sea air which caused him health problems, Milutin Tesla was reassigned to the Church of St. Apostles Peter and Paul in Smiljan, which meant the place of sweet basil, in Lika province, where he was provided with a picturesque farmhouse, a parcel of fertile land, and even an Arabian horse, so that he could ride to see his parishioners. It was given to him by a Turkish pasha based in Bosnia as a reward for assisting some local Muslims. As well as being an extremely smart man who assembled a vast library packed full of volumes on religion, mathematics, science, and literary works in many different tongues, Milutin Tesla was also an arduous reformer of the Serbian people, regularly writing articles for a variety of newspapers and tirelessly promoting the establishment of language schools where Serbians could learn to read and write. According to his family, Nikola Tesla was born at midnight, sometime between the 9th and 10th of July 1856, in the middle of a terrific thunderstorm. 3 days later, Nikola was baptized at his family home, and with his future seemingly already planned, he was also enlisted as a member of the 1st Lika Regiment of the 9th Medak Company, a squadron he was to join when he was 15 years old by law. By all accounts, Tesla's childhood was happy, and one he shared with his older siblings, as well as his sister Maritza, born in 1859, who would often accompany him to the churchyard or the farmyard to play with the chickens, geese, sheep, and other livestock, which his father kept. Tesla was often joined by his black cat, Machak, who first introduced him to the phenomenon that would define his life's work, after he set off a loud spark upon stroking him, an event which was explained by his father as a secretion of electricity. In another formative experience, again involving Machak, Tesla noted one day how a halo of light suddenly surrounded his dear cat, illuminating briefly the candlelit room he was sitting in. Inspired by such marvels, Tesla devoted much of his energy as a child to experimenting, and encouraged by his mother's inventive streak, drew up plans for flying machines, very similar to how a helicopter would later function. He disassembled clocks to see how they worked, and even designed himself a wooden sword so he could pretend to be a valiant Serbian warrior. Behind the fascination, however, lay a troubled young mind, as Tesla revealed that, as a young boy, he suffered from a strange affliction, whereby he couldn't distinguish images from reality, which troubled him greatly. Tesla's childhood trauma was exacerbated by the death of his older brother Dane in 1863, who was killed in front of Tesla by the family's Arabian horse in a traumatic experience that would endlessly haunt him, and which was also the reason why his distraught father moved his family from the idyllic Croatian Croatian countryside to the larger town of Gospić, an unfamiliar environment where Tesla struggled to adjust to urban living. The untimely passing of Dane cast a long shadow over Tesla's own relationship with his father, who, mired in grief, always underappreciated the talents of his youngest son, a neglect that young Nikola tried to compensate for by striving to be perfect in everything he did so that he could win back the love of his parents. Blinded by sorrow, Milutin Tesla treated his young son with contempt, flying into rages when he caught him reading from his private library. And on one particularly hurtful occasion, after Nikola had accidentally ruined a local noblewoman's dress by unintentionally jumping on it as it trailed down the aisle of a church, he slapped his son across the face in public as a punishment. As a result of his strained relations, Tesla developed a series of peculiar phobias as a child, such as a repulsion for women who wore earrings and pearls, a strong aversion to hair, a loathing for the smell of camphor, as well as a number of other strange habits, including an obsession with counting his steps and measuring in volume the contents of his meals, calculations he was only satisfied with if they were divisible by 3. Overwhelmed by a plethora of odd neuroses, Tesla was able to regain some sense of balance after he came across a novel called Abafi, published in 1836 by Hungarian author Miklos Josika, which featured the story of Oliver Abafi, a young, impulsive nobleman and hedonist, recast as a valiant national hero who sacrifices himself for the well-being of the country. Tesla was particularly inspired by the character of the protagonist, seeing in his desire to better his moral character while ignoring frivolous distractions a masterful example of self-restraint, which showed Tesla that it was indeed possible for him to control his wild emotions. Tesla realized that a good coping strategy was to work with, rather than against, the nebulous visions that assaulted his consciousness. And, delving even deeper into the make-believe world of his imagining, Tesla began to embark on strange journeys, where he would stumble across fantastical countries, people, and cities that he dreamed up. As Tesla honed that untamed imagination that would later serve him so well in his profession, he began theorizing about the nature of reality itself, coming to the conclusion that he could trace all of his mental images back to something he either saw, smelt, or touched in an early echo of the mechanistic view of the world he would later espouse. It was also an idea that had real-life application for Tesla, who, on one occasion, was extolled as a hero by a band of firemen after he spotted a small kink in a fire hose he instinctively knew was preventing water from reaching a burning building, a problem he quickly fixed by ironing the groove out. Tesla's ingenuity would be further fostered at the Real Gymnasium, the grammar school he attended in Gospić, where he would amaze his mathematics professors by demonstrating a natural ability to calculate numbers. But while he excelled in scientific pursuits, Tesla was unable to translate his talents to drawing class, where a preference for undisturbed contemplation distracted Tesla heavily, leading to grades that were so extremely poor, his father had to speak with the principal, which instilled in a young Nikola a lifelong aversion to diagrams. During his schooling at the Real Gymnasium, Tesla began to take inventions seriously, devising the schematics for a flying machine that would use the pressure of a vacuum to push air molecules, a concept that a grown-up Tesla would later go on to disprove. Shortly after he graduated from the Real Gymnasium in 1870, Tesla, perhaps because of his overactive imagination, became very sick with a range of maladies sufficiently serious enough for the doctors treating him to nearly give up on his case entirely. Throughout his recuperation, Tesla began voraciously reading, and it was during this period that he was first introduced to the tales of Mark Twain. It was a story he would later recount to Mark Twain himself, who burst into tears upon hearing it. After a period of convalescence, Nikola Tesla was next enrolled at the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac in 1873, where, in accordance with his father's wish for Tesla to continue the family profession, he was enlisted in classes at the local seminary. However, Tesla's true desire was to learn everything he could about electricity, a passion ignited by an inspirational physics teacher who taught him about the radiometer invented by British scientist William Crookes, a device that powered a vacuum bulb with energy produced by 4 rapidly spinning tinfoil vanes. This roused Tesla to conduct some of his first experiments with batteries, induction coils, and electrostatic generators. Yet Tesla would have to put some of his projects on hold after again falling seriously ill with cholera upon his return home to Gospic, causing the young prodigy to be bedridden for over 9 months and to experience several close shaves with death. After one particularly worrying incident, Tesla supposedly implored his father that if he were to study engineering instead of entering the priesthood, that he may well recover, causing Milutin, desperate to avoid the unbearable pain of losing another son, to solemnly promise that Nikola would go to the best technical institution in the world. Having finally been heard, Tesla made a miraculous recovery, but before he could become a student, he was sent to the Croatian mountains with nothing but a bundle of books and some hunting equipment by his father, who, worried for his son's health, did everything in his power to hide his son from the authorities, as, by law, Tesla would have to serve in the Austrian armed forces for 3 years. For 9 months, starting in the early fall of 1874, Tesla wandered the forests and lakes of the Eastern European countryside, becoming stronger physically and mentally as he thought deeply about invention, reshaping the vividness of his visions from a debilitating weakness into a powerful contemplative tool that could be used to flesh out the contraptions that flashed across his mind, such as a pipe installed underwater that could transport letters and packages placed in capsules using the principles of hydraulic pressure, and a ring constructed around the Earth's equator that could be used as a high-tech transport network. When Tesla returned, his father had kept his promise, securing for him a scholarship at the Military Frontier Administration Authority that would enable him to study for 3 years at the Polytechnic School in Graz, Austria, receiving an embroidered bag made from typical Serbian materials from his mother, which he would always prize. In 1875, Tesla left Gospic to start anew in a completely different culture and environment, in the same way that his own Serbian relatives had adapted to life on the Austro-Hungarian border decades prior. During his freshman year, Tesla proved himself to be a perfect student, never once missing a lecture, and supposedly studying from 3 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, a schedule that was thought so extreme that one professor wrote to Milutin, warning him that unless his son was escorted out of the school, that he might work himself to death, while others commended him for his zeal, such as the dean of the technical faculty, who informed Milutin Tesla that his son was, quote, a star of first rank. In fact, Tesla was keeping himself very busy, administering his earliest experiments with alternating current, or AC, that would later make his name. But during his sophomore year, Tesla would be sidetracked, developing a destructive gambling habit and wagering away his entire tuition fund in the process. Near destitute, Tesla had also neglected his studies, scoring extremely poorly in the examinations, and with no marks registered for his final semester, he was also unable to graduate and was forced to abandon the university in December 1878. A failure he made sure to keep secret from his family as well as his classmates, as he was riddled with guilt and embarrassment. In 1879, Tesla would live for a while in self-imposed exile, first making his way to the city of Maribor, where he became a draftsman and was paid 60 florins a month. While in his free time, He continued to play cards and wager money on the streets with the locals, yet Tesla's Slovenian sojourn would be short-lived, as a couple of months into his stay, he was seized by the authorities for not possessing a proper residency permit and returned to Gospic, escorted by armed police. Back home, Tesla's father would not get much time to set his son straight, as only a month later, on the 17th of April 1879, Milutin died, heartbroken that his son had been labelled as a vagrant and had chosen to indulge in a life of vice. Not content to see their talented nephew waste his abilities, in January 1880, two of Tesla's uncles gave him enough money to start courses at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, despite Tesla not meeting the language requirement, which specified that students had to be fluent in both Czech and Greek. However, communication issues aside, he also arrived too late and was unable to enroll in classes. And so, for the entire time, Tesla was only permitted to attend lectures and received no formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla landed his first job for a telecommunications firm in Budapest called the American Telephone Company, where he was drafted in as an electrical engineer by Tivador Puskas, who had previously worked alongside Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, at the Edison Laboratories in Menlo Park, making himself a valuable employee and sharing his findings with his work colleague Anital Sigeti. Tesla continued his study of the concept of the alternate current in his spare time, proposing that a motor driven by circuits that were out of phase could maintain power levels to supply a constant stream of electricity. But in order to make the system function, Tesla realized he needed to figure out how to rotate magnetic fields. Strolling in the park with Anital Sigeti in February 1882, Tesla had a sudden stroke of genius and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain the concept of the induction motor to his friend by drawing its basic blueprints in the sand with a stick, outlining a new type of engine that, unlike its direct current or DC counterpart, did not need a commutator, an inefficient cylindrical device segmented with metal that had to be regularly maintained. Tesla's genius, Theodore Bush recommended that Tesla move to Paris to work for his old acquaintance Thomas Edison at his Continental Edison Company, a firm that specialized in electrical equipment, where he was first assigned by his boss Charles Batchelor, a manager who had worked for Edison since 1870, with designing dynamos, a contraption that converted mechanical energy into electrical energy, and which was used most commonly in direct current circuits. Off the clock, however, Tesla continued to advance the AC theory after he was sent to work on a project in Strasbourg, where he built the first induction motor prototype. However, Tesla was unable to garner any serious interest in alternating currents. This was unfortunate, as alternating current is recognized today as a better method of electric current delivery than direct current. Direct current, of the kind which came to dominate electricity delivery systems in the late 19th century, consistently sends electricity in one direction along an electric grid. Alternating current, by way of contrast, periodically reverses and changes direction along a grid or system, as its magnitude alternately reverses course. Alternating current is considerably more efficient than direct current. Tesla's error, if it can be defined as such, is that he was simply ahead of his time in trying to propose alternating current as the better method of energy generation. He was correct, but the technology available at the time simply favored the more crude direct current method. Tesla soon found himself in another personal finance crisis after spending all of his wages. Yet he had done enough during his stint at the company to impress his overseer, Charles Batchelor, who was convinced that Tesla had the intellectual fortitude to work alongside Thomas Edison himself. In 1884, after being mistakenly registered as a migrant from Sweden, after the immigration officer misheard him saying Smiljan, Nikola Tesla arrived in America armed with an introduction introductory letter penned by his mentor Charles Batchelor, who stated, quote, "I know two great men. One is you, Thomas Edison, and the other is this young man." Although Tesla fundamentally disagreed with the notion of direct current, he was put to work improving the DC motors devised by Edison, who believed that the AC devices that Tesla envisioned were too dangerous and unfeasible, a diversion of opinion that would become a lifelong rivalry. Forced to develop an invention he had no belief in, Tesla became disillusioned and began outlining the weaknesses of DC and championing the advantages of AC, pointing out the inefficiency of Edison's direct current, which only dimly lit lamps, proposing instead that generators should be engineered with what he termed the polyphase principle, whereby energy would be constantly recycled, since he believed in the cyclical nature of electricity. Tesla also insisted that a huge disadvantage of the direct current was its reliance on costly power stations installed at 2-mile intervals, since it was unable to maintain high levels of voltage over distance. In contrast, arguing that the alternating current, in which the direction of energy was changed 50 to 60 times per second, was a lot more effective, since it could flexibly sustain varying levels of high voltage power and minimize power loss over long distances. This is why today, the power delivered to consumers via power grids is AC, which sustains power over long distances using transformer substations. These reduce the AC voltage over a given distance. Once the AC power reaches its destination, such as a home, the AC power is used directly for electrical appliances, such as washing machines. But for other smaller appliances, it is possible to convert AC power to DC via diodes within the appliance's power supply. These only allow the electrical current to flow in one direction, thus ensuring the appliance receives a constant stream of power. Disassociating himself from Edison and eager to spread the AC gospel, Tesla started his own company in 1885 called the Tesla Electric Light Company, with the financial backing of two rich benefactors, Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, who were certain that the alternating current was the future. However, in a common issue that would prevent almost all of his later endeavors from succeeding, Tesla asked for too much money from his patrons, who, increasingly fearful that AC was too risky, ejected Tesla from his own company that same year, forcing him to eke out a living for the majority of 1885 as a repairman and even as a manual laborer, a job in which he was paid just $2 a day to dig ditches. Having learned from his mistakes, in 1886, with the aid of philanthropists Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent, and Charles F. Pegg, Tesla established another company, this time called the Tesla Electric Company, based in Manhattan, New York, where he finalized the designs of the polyphase induction motor, unveiling it to the amazement of the scientific community in 1888, when he presented a landmark paper to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers entitled "A New System of Alternating Current Motors and Transformers." George Westinghouse, an investor most famous for inventing the railway air brake and head of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, was particularly impressed, and his curiosity was piqued in a visit to Tesla's lab a few days later, where he was shown an early polyphase prototype. Convinced that Tesla's groundbreaking invention could power America, Westinghouse purchased all 40 of Tesla's trailblazing patents pertaining to the generators, motors, and transformers necessary to construct a polyphase alternating current circuit, and recruited Tesla as an advisor to serve for 12 months at the Westinghouse plant in Philadelphia, where some of the first commercially available AC devices would be produced. The release of the first AC machine in 1886 was the harbinger of a bitter conflict that erupted between Westinghouse and Edison, known as the War of the Currents, which pitted AC against DC from 1888 to 1892. During the dispute, Edison would try to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor, and despite the evidence clearly showing that AC was safe and more effective over long distances, He issued a number of articles in the biggest publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current. Edison was unable, however, to convince his largest benefactor of the superiority of DC, and Wall Street wolf John Point Morgan, who in 1892 merged Edison General Electric with the AC-focused Thomas Houston Company, removed Edison's name to create General Electric and switched entirely to alternating current instruments. With Edison sidelined, the alternating current emerged as the undisputed victor of the War of the Currents, as Westinghouse increased his annual turnover from $800,000 in 1887 to $4.2 million in 1890, while Tesla was paid around $105,000 in royalties by the end of 1891, a period that also witnessed several other personal and professional triumphs for Tesla, who officially became a U.S. citizen in July 1891, at the same time as he established two personal laboratories in New York, situated at South Fifth Avenue and East Houston Street. On the other hand, Tesla's dividend checks would come to an abrupt end after Westinghouse's finances were left in disarray. Their plans to expand the company by borrowing heavily, falling through in November 1890 after the collapse of the Baring Brothers brokerage firm compelled panicked creditors to call in their loans. To cover his losses, Tesla continued to focus his attention on high-frequency AC experiments, inventing a lamp that required only one wire, an oscillating transformer, and a high-frequency alternator, which he exhibited at a lecture in spring 1891 at Columbia College in New York on behalf of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers to a flabbergasted crowd who were amazed at the ways that AC could be implemented into modern lighting circuits. The Columbia lecture established him as the leading electricity researcher of his day, and in follow-up experiments, Tesla would consistently show that electricity for light and power could be transmitted over long distances. Before long, Tesla was also sketching out the fundamentals of radio technology in an 1893 lecture at the Franklin Institute to popularized by Century magazine, illustrating the concept of telegraphy without wires. He first underlined the importance of grounding the transmitter and receiver to astonished onlookers. The same year, Tesla's company achieved its greatest accomplishment to date after lighting up the Chicago venue hosting the world's Columbian Exposition entirely with alternating current, an honor that Tesla procured after outbidding General Electric by $1 million. By 1894, Tesla had gained the admiration of his peers and was awarded honorary doctoral degrees from Columbia and Yale universities, as well as the Elliott Cresson Medal by the Franklin Institute. More good news followed after the Tesla Electric Company was contracted to build the first ever hydroelectric power plant at Niagara Falls, a childhood dream of Tesla's that became a reality in 1895 after the first schematics were unveiled. The Niagara facility was an accomplishment that represented the ultimate defeat of the direct energy school of thought, and Tesla was lavished with the highest praise and honors, including even the Order of Danilo from King Nicholas of Montenegro, as his achievement was celebrated worldwide as an important step for the future of humanity. Tesla remained unperturbed after a fire in March 1895 at his laboratory destroyed much of his early research, including hundreds of models, notes, scientific tools, and photographs that had a combined value of $50,000. Despite this, in 1896, he demonstrated some of the earliest uses of the X-ray, discovered around the same time by the German scientist Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and astonished his contemporaries with the first ever X-ray of a man, published in the Electrical Review, printed using rudimentary X-ray tubes of his own design. Having revealed some of the most innovative functions of the X-ray, Tesla next devised the basic elements of the radio transmitter, and in 1896 built a rudimentary unit that received radio waves. He assessed his new invention at the Gerlach Hotel, located on 27th Street in Manhattan, where he was living, by sending radio waves to it from his New York laboratory on South Fifth Avenue. Tesla presented his insights at an 1898 exhibition at Madison Square Gardens, where he demonstrated a radio-controlled boat he called a tell-automaton to stunned audiences, and by 1901 he had been awarded with a patent clarifying that he had created a system for transmitting electrical energy. Between 1899 and 1900, after being commissioned by John Jacob Astor to assemble a new lighting system in a contract worth $100,000, Tesla relocated his laboratory at Colorado Springs, where, disobeying his patron's instructions completely, he decided instead to explore terrestrial stationary waves, which he regarded as his greatest discovery. At this rural outpost, located far away from the humdrum of New York City, Tesla started to piece together an enormous transmitter powered by millions of volts of electricity at an experimental facility built on the outskirts of the town of Nob Hill, keeping inquisitive onlookers away with an ominous Dante line nailed to the front entrance which read, quote, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." It was here that Tesla first discovered that the Earth had electric potential and could be employed as a finely tuned conductor to transfer electrical energy without wires, while next noticing that when his experimental Tesla coil was powered, it emitted sparks as far as 30 feet that could be detected by antenna 10 miles away. Realizing that he could now wirelessly transmit signals using the electromagnetic frequencies of the planet, Tesla explored the practical applications, managing to light up 200 lamps fed by a power source situated 26 miles away. Exploiting the same phenomena, he was even able to produce man-made lightning as a result. Tesla noted that the discovery of stationary electromagnetic waves and how they interacted with the Earth had far-reaching implications. It was a discovery which Tesla would spend the majority of the rest of his career investigating, as he felt it had the potential to transmit electrical power across large distances without the need for wires. Indeed, he hoped that his work could one day provide the whole world with clean and free electrical power. However, as with so many of Tesla's ideas, it was funded by investors such as J.P. Morgan, who intended to market his inventions for profit, and were only prepared to fund research which would garner a return on their investments. Thus, it would be the all-powerful market forces that would eventually scupper so many of Tesla's imaginings. It was during this fertile period of discovery that Tesla also made some more unorthodox assertions, claiming that he had made contact with extraterrestrial beings that had triggered a series of ominous beeps that sounded from one of his receivers. Tesla had first heard this strange combination of noise from the device in the middle of the night, and interpreted the irregularity of the beeps as a sign that they were being manipulated by an intelligent entity, a theory he publicly advanced in a letter to the American Red Cross in January 1901. Although Tesla's story was discounted by many skeptics, there were still some who believed him. Influenced by the notion of an intergalactic race of Martians, first popularized in 1895 with the release of a book called Mars, penned by the American astronomer Percival Lowell, Tesla's supporters pointed out that he may have established contact with aliens from the Red Planet. Nevertheless, convinced of the revolutionary potential of terrestrial stationary waves, Tesla returned to New York in January 1900, eager to secure funding for a major invention that would eclipse his scientific rivals, who were also investigating wireless systems such as Reginald Fassenden, Lee De Forest, and in particular Guglielmo Giovanni Mario Marconi, an Italian inventor who became Tesla's next arch-nemesis after Edison. Eager to keep his May 1899 promise, in which he vowed to wirelessly communicate with Paris by 1900, Tesla hunted for a source of funding after patenting the magnifying transmitter he had constructed at Colorado Springs. Since the device he envisioned had to generate enormous volumes of electricity from AC equipment, Tesla first approached his old ally George Westinghouse, who declined to become involved but loaned him the necessary machinery. while the majority of the project's funding came from the coffers of Wall Street whiz J.P. Morgan, who signed a deal with Tesla after negotiations discussing the purchase of Marconi's wireless patents broke down. After convincing him that the wireless transfer of information would make the expensive underwater cables his company used to send transatlantic messages obsolete, Morgan informed Tesla he was willing to support him with a $150,000 investment on the condition that he would own a 51% stake of the inventor's patents. Between 1901 and 1905, with the backing of the biggest financial titan in the world, Nikola Tesla constructed the 187-foot-high transmission tower at Wardenclyffe Laboratory, topped with a 68-foot copper dome, which was the first wireless broadcasting system ever built, and was largely powered by a gigantic magnifying transmitter designed to channel large concentrations of electricity to any destination conceivable. Assured that by setting up receivers attached to the ground, he could pick up the electromagnetic waves emitted by the tower anywhere, Tesla was desperate to overshadow his rival Marconi, who in December 1901, at St. John's in Newfoundland, was hailed as the inventor of wireless telegraphy by the world's press, after reporting triumphantly that he had successfully received the first transatlantic signal sent by colleagues at Poldhu in Cornwall, England. With the jaded Tesla making it explicitly clear in newspaper interviews that he believed Marconi had stolen many of his ideas from the 1890s, and wishing to keep his benefactor on side, he next announced that he was going to create a world telegraphy system, a cutting-edge communication array similar to the World Wide Web of the 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up messages and news broadcasted by transmitting facilities. Tesla pictured several different types of receiver, one that anticipated the fax machine by acting as a printer and publishing daily newspapers, one that was a loudspeaker that could play voice messages, and another that was a handheld contraption attached to a vertical wire on a short pole that could decode radio waves, foreshadowing the modern cell phone. By the summer of 1902, Tesla had moved permanently to Wardenclyffe Laboratory and was focusing exclusively on amping up the power levels. On the other hand, after setting up a company with Morgan to assist the enterprise, Tesla found it hard to sell shares to the moneyed New York elite, who believed the investment was too risky, an appraisal not shared by Tesla, who sold $33,000 of his personal property and borrowed a further $10,000 to realize his dream. Faced with an additional $30,000 bill from Westinghouse for the equipment, a lawsuit from the landlord James Warden, who was taking Tesla to court for not paying property tax, as well as another bill from the phone company who had installed a special line out of the laboratory, Tesla struggled financially. Tesla's promise to extend the coverage of his system so that it could be detected as far away as Australia failed to persuade Morgan, who in July 1903 let Tesla know that he was unwilling to invest any more capital, a mortal and unexpected blow to the world telegraphy system that enraged Tesla, who, in true mad scientist fashion, furiously cranked up the voltage of the magnifying transmitter at Wardenclyffe to the maximum level and hurled lightning bolts into the New York sky. From a risk perspective, Morgan's decision was quite understandable, since after 2.5 years, Tesla had failed to fulfill his pledge to provide a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and a Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have postulated that Morgan abandoned Wardenclyffe because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for everyone, and thus deprive his firm of a lucrative paycheck, while another interpretation contests that Morgan was growing increasingly less confident in the wireless industry, which had been mired in scandal by the actions of Lancelot E. Pike. He was a conman who had stolen investor money after promising to create a wireless service between Philadelphia and New York. Moreover, Morgan felt more inclined to invest into fireless automobiles, a company founded by another of Tesla's rivals that was projected to make $5 million a year, a which had already secured for itself a major contract with the US Navy by February 1903, supplying wireless to forest transmitters. After this, Tesla, no longer the darling of electrical engineering, continued to have no luck attracting investors as the breakdown of his Wardenclyffe project had turned academic and public opinion against him, with the once celebrated genius now painted as a man who could never quite fulfill his promises. Determined to restore his credibility to investors by putting out a commercial product, Tesla devised a scheme to sell small Tesla coils to laboratories around the country via a company called the Tesla Electric and Manufacturing Company. But this ultimately went under because of a lack of investment. Downtrodden and defamed in the US, Tesla would learn that even his reputation in his homeland could not save him after Serbian bankers declined to fund him, while his old business partner, John Jacob Astor, annoyed that Tesla had spent his 1899 loan researching terrestrial stationary waves instead of wireless lighting, politely refused to get involved. By early 1904, Tesla was hiring out his services as a consultant and had embarked on a new project that aimed to harness the power of Niagara Falls in partnership with the businessman William B. Rankin. Yet Tesla's real desire was always to restart his experiments at Wardenclyffe, a prospect that was becoming increasingly unlikely since investors were discouraged by the fact that Morgan still owned 51% of Tesla's patents, meaning that business partners would always have to consult him to reap any financial benefit from Tesla's inventions. In response, Tesla bombarded Morgan with impassioned appeals to take him back on, in a series of letters that could come in many forms, with some carefully prepared proposals promising Morgan unrealistically high profit margins, while in others, Tesla desperately scribbled emotional outbursts decrying his unfair treatment. Unable to drum up financial backing and still struggling to get the Wardenclyffe Tower functioning, Tesla was in a dark place and began spiraling into a true nervous after the untimely death of his business associate Rankin and the collapse of Canadian Niagara Power in the fall of 1905. A man who was always fascinated with human psychology, in the 1920s, Tesla shared his experience of emotional collapse with author George Sylvester Viereck in a well-publicized book on Freudian theory, explaining how, in his delirium, he was haunted by images of his deceased brother Danny, as well as their mother. Tesla would recover from his breakdown in 1906, and with a new determination to prove himself as a valuable asset, he switched his focus from electrical to mechanical engineering, delving into the science of flight in a bid to raise money so that he could continue his work at Wardenclyffe, which in 1904, due to lack of funds, he had mortgaged to George C. Bolt, the owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived for many years. The result was the invention of a turbine that worked without blades. But Tesla's contraption was met less than enthusiastically by John James Astor, who refused to invest in the idea in 1909. Yet Tesla still remained highly confident in his design, issuing 2 patents for a pump and a turbine in October, and even starting a new company, the Tesla Propulsion Company. However, after Tesla again failed to impress at a demonstration at the Waterside Power Station in New York, and still daydreaming about restarting his research into wireless power, he approached the son of J.P. Morgan, Jack Morgan, in 1913 about it becoming a potential investor. More interested in his turbine designs, Jack Morgan allocated Tesla $20,000. Instead of using the money in where it was intended, spent it all trying to persuade Sigmund Bergmann, a German industrialist, to finance his project, which was discontinued after the outbreak of World War I. Over the next 10 years, as his personal wealth began to evaporate, Tesla continued to assess his turbine and to work in conjunction with manufacturers such as Pyle National in Chicago, Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee, and the Budd Company in Philadelphia. But he was unable to fix a recurring problem that ultimately spelled the project's doom. as if operated at over 10,000 RPM, the thin discs of the internal machinery would start to deform, and there were no stronger materials available. Tesla's inability to secure funding for any of his pursuits and his penchant for overspending led to the near emptying of his bank accounts, and from 1916 he was forced to file for bankruptcy. Tesla admitted that his monthly income was no more than $350 to $400 after declaring he was unable to pay $935 in taxes to the New York Treasury. And although he was still technically the president and treasurer of the Nikola Tesla Company, over 90% of the company's stock was owned by friends, bankers, and creditors, and many of his patents by then had expired, leaving Tesla virtually penniless. In a bid to save himself from financial ruin, Tesla launched a lawsuit against Marconi in August 1915, accusing the Italian of illegally patenting radio technology in 1904. But the case went nowhere, and Marconi remained the official owner for the time being, with the decision later overturned by the Supreme Court in 1943, only a few months after Tesla's death. Consequently, Tesla was forced to earn a living by creating minor inventions and registering several improvements in automobile speedometers, frequency meters, and flow meters, which he licensed to Waltham Watch Company in 1918. The company used Tesla's name as a mark to sell scientifically built speedometers, as despite Tesla's changing circumstances, his name still carried a certain gravitas, and Tesla's opinions and thoughts still garnered much press interest, such as in 1917, when, presaging the advent of radar technology in the 1930s, he forecast that microwave radiation could be employed to detect ships. In the midst of his financial troubles, Tesla still had his admirers, and in 1915 it was reported by the New York Times that he had jointly won the Nobel Prize for Physics, an honor he was to share with his one-time ally and now bitter enemy Thomas Edison. But when it was presented at the awards ceremony, it was instead given to William H. Bragg and his son, as Tesla refused to share the award with his nemesis, nor had he forgiven the Institute for recognizing Marconi as the pioneer of radio communication technology, after they had awarded him the same accolade in 1909. 2 years later, in 1917, however, Tesla's individual efforts would be recognized when he accepted the Edison Medal from the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the most prestigious prize in electronic engineering, where his life's work was praised in an address by the vice president of the organization, who said, "Were we to seize and eliminate from our industrial world the result of Mr. Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, our electric cars and trains would stop, our towns would be dark, and our mills would be idle and dead." His name marks an epoch in the advance of electrical science. Yet Tesla cared very little for the decoration, opting to leave the Engineers Club when the awards ceremony was taking place shortly before he was presented with the medallion, forcing his friend and the person who had nominated him, B.A. Berendt, to embark on a frantic search that ended in Bryant Park, across from the venue, where Tesla was busy feeding pigeons. Tesla particularly loathed the fact that the award was in his rival's name. Despite being lauded for his work in electricity, Nikola Tesla remained poor throughout the 1920s, and because he made only a small income from the royalties he received from licensing his minor inventions, he became embroiled in a string of legal disputes, such as in June 1925, when he was sued by the attorney Ralph J. Hawkins for failing to pay $913 in fees. It was during this decade that Tesla started to retreat from the public eye, living hotel to hotel as an eccentric recluse and spending so much of his time feeding the pigeons in Bryant Park, behind the New York Public Library, that one end of the park, Nikola Tesla Corner, now honors his name. However, on his 75th birthday in 1931, Nikola Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on the front cover of Time magazine, and thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Kenneth Swayze, He received over 70 letters of congratulation published in a testimonial volume from some of the most esteemed scientists of the day, including Albert Einstein. Interviewed by Time magazine, Tesla outlined many of his future plans and confidently disclosed how he was going to disprove Einstein's theory of relativity. Now, he was unconvinced that energy was released from a split atom, as well as espousing the possibility of interplanetary communications in a conversation he enjoyed so much that every year thereafter, Tesla would organize a press conference on his birthday, usually a 6-hour affair where Tesla would speak to a number of reporters and update them about his scientific and personal progress. For example, in 1932, he informed the general public about his desire to build a motor propelled by cosmic rays. And in 1936, he told journalists that he wiggled his toes hundreds of times before he went to bed, an exercise he believed would tone his body and enable him to live until he was 135 years old. The 1934 party was a particular highlight, where Tesla first revealed he was in the process of creating a particle beam weapon, claiming in the New York Times that it could send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 250 miles from a defending nation's border and will cause armies of millions to drop dead in their tracks. Anticipating the later doctrine of mutually assured destruction and the concept of nuclear stalemate, Tesla believed his laser beam could end war completely, since it was so devastating that every conceivable defensive measure would be useless against it. Although Tesla was susceptible to flights of fancy on occasion, the death beam was a real project and was the subject of a Tesla study rediscovered in 1984 entitled The New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media, which laid out the fundamentals of a weapon system that discharged tungsten and mercury particles at 48 times the speed of sound to produce devastating projectiles. Despite Tesla's invention being impossible, it elicited a great deal of publicity, motivating Tesla to recruit Hungarian architect Titus de Bobula to design a new tower to evaluate the death beam. Yet the project would never get off the ground, as by 1935, Tesla was no longer working with de Bobula, who had proven himself a slippery character after attempting to borrow money from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an illegal arms deal in Paraguay. Nevertheless, Tesla, ever wily, was still able to use the furore that surrounded him to his advantage in some situations, offering up a working prototype of the laser beam valued at $10,000 to the managers of the Governor Clinton Hotel as compensation for the $400 that he owed them, while warning them that the box he gave them, supposedly containing the weapon, would explode if improperly handled, resulting in terrified staff depositing it at the back end of the hotel vault. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community, and Tesla soon found himself entering negotiations with the League of Nations, the UK government, and even the Soviet Union, who signed a contract in April 1935 stipulating that Tesla was to supply them with the information necessary to construct the weapon, although it is unknown if Soviet scientists actually carried out the research. The project, however, would start to disintegrate from January 1938, after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla, while the final nail in the coffin would occur in 1940, after he was left empty-handed, following a desperate attempt to persuade the US government that the laser beam could be a viable World War II weapon. Hampering Tesla in his last-ditch attempts to liaise with international governments was his declining health, which had started to deteriorate in 1937 after he was run over by a taxi and refused to get medical treatment for injuries that he would never recover from, subsisting on a meager diet of boiled vegetables and warm milk, and making sure to keep 3 feet away from everyone to avoid catching germs. Tesla's personal health choices led to no improvements, and by 1942, He was spending the majority of his days confined to his bed, where his grip on reality started to loosen. When in July, for example, Tesla tried to send money to Mark Twain, who had died in 1913, opting to see only a select few visitors, including the exiled Prince of Yugoslavia, Peter II, and a young scientist called Blois Fitzgerald, the creator of an anti-tank gun, who would come to discuss inventions. Tesla isolated himself from the world as he deteriorated. Nikola Tesla died of a heart attack in his sleep on the 7th of January 1943 at his executive suite in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, where he had been living for the previous 10 years. Inundated with letters of condolence from major scientific and political figures all over the world, such as Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the US President, the Vice President Henry Wallace, and a host of Nobel laureates, Tesla's funeral took place at St. John the Divine Cathedral in New York City on the 12th of January, where it was attended by over 2,000 people and presided over by members of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Afterwards, Nikola Tesla, who by the end of his life boasted over 700 patents to his name, was cremated, and his ashes were placed inside a golden sphere, which is still exhibited at the Tesla Museum in Belgrade. Following his death, the US government were curious as to whether among Tesla's surviving notes there could be information to help them in the war effort. So they investigated his documents, but found nothing of profound importance. And by 1951, they had been repatriated to the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and were accompanied a few years later, in 1957, by Tesla's ashes. For decades after, though, the mystery surrounding the laser beam gun persisted, as the US government consistently denied they had in their possession one of Tesla's microfilms, which, according to official records, had been intensively reviewed for over a month, sometime after his death. The truth of these claims, however, remains unproven. Born to Serbian parents on the Austro-Hungarian borderlands, Nikola spent his early childhood in pastoral paradise, playing for hours in the farmyard and the churchyard with his siblings and his cat, Maciek, who first set in motion Tesla's lifelong obsession after showing him the strange ways that electric phenomena interacted with the material world. As a youngster, Tesla was besieged by a catalogue of perplexing illnesses, including an oversensitivity to mental images which made the products of his imagination seem real, as well as a fixation with quantifying everything he saw and experienced. Tesla was a classic eccentric genius, possessing an irrepressible self-belief in his own ability to devise fresh and original concepts, which he presented with the flamboyance and performance flair of a showman, as on stage he was equally as electric as his subject matter, coming across, in the words of New York World reporter Arthur Brisbane, as a most radiant creature with light flaming at every pore of his skin, from the tips of his fingers and from the end of every hair on his head. By the middle of the 1890s, Tesla was at the apex of his power and making major contributions to a number of other academic fields. But Tesla, who prioritized intellectual pursuits and never took a wife or started a family, also had his fair share of anxieties, the pressure of his line of work making him particularly susceptible to emotional outbursts of despair and anger when things were not going his way. Tesla's misfortunes often arose because he was overly confident in his outlook, produced only a few tangible commercial results from his experiments, and had no qualms about irresponsibly spending all of his investors' money while still asking for more, a habit that would irreparably damage his reputation in his later years and transform him into an impoverished recluse who hid away in New York hotels. As he began to ail in the 1930s, Tesla enjoyed a renewed wave of international popularity when he revealed that he was planning to assemble a laser gun that he anticipated would be so powerful that it would end all conflict. Yet, like many of his schemes, it would never come to fruition, fizzling out by 1940, after his last effort to interest the US government failed. Although, many decades after, curiosity about the death ray would still persist, following a period of mental and physical deterioration in 1942. Nikola Tesla died at his room at the Hotel New Yorker on the 7th of January 1943, but was immortalized for his foundational contributions to science. Today, one of the world's most prominent and valuable companies is called Tesla Inc. It is a company which seeks to revolutionize transport systems and how energy is delivered across the world. And while it has no direct connections to Nikola Tesla, the man, it is fitting that his life's work has been remembered in this way. Tesla, an ethnic Serb, hailed from Croatia in the mid-19th century, at a time when the Balkans was very far from the center of technological and industrial development, and formed part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a backwards power which did not contribute greatly to wider societal development at the time. And yet, despite these impediments, he made enormous breakthroughs during his lifetime, in a wide range of different fields. It was Tesla who first pioneered alternating current, who made major advances in radio technology, and who first devised many of the systems which are used today in renewable energy systems. Perhaps most impressively, he devised the entire concept of wireless technology and communication. In this respect, he stands in a small line of individuals in modern history, which includes Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, Thomas Edison, and Albert Einstein, whose life's work have transformed our understanding of modern science and how society functions. Given all of this, we might ask why Tesla was not credited as much as he should have been in his own lifetime for his successes. The answer to this conundrum is relatively clear. Tesla's ideas and the systems he came up with were simply ahead of their time, and he was overshadowed by the innovations introduced into Western society by Thomas Edison, a similar genius whose designs around electricity were more suitable for the level of technological development which prevailed in Europe and North America in the second half of the 19th century. But while many of Edison's inventions and pioneering work around electricity generation are now viewed as being somewhat archaic and inefficient, Tesla's designs and ideas are still widely praised. Perhaps in this respect, it should be left to Edison to have the last word on Tesla. While he dismissed the Serb's idea of alternating current as being impractical at the time, in the end, Edison concluded that Tesla was one of the truly great figures in the development of our electric world. Edison was entirely correct in his assessment. While Edison won the contest to become the leading figure in electrification in North America at the end of the 19th century, when you boil a kettle or use many other electrical appliances today, you are most likely using an alternating current device rather than the direct current which Edison championed. As such, while Tesla lost the current war in the 19th century, he was a prophet of 20th and even 21st century technology and energy efficiency. Although Nikola Tesla did not invent, or rather discover, AC power, his genius lay in his ability to find far-reaching real-world applications to new discoveries and natural phenomena. He possessed a vision which few of his contemporaries could match, even Thomas Edison, and there is no doubt that he changed the world just as much as his former employer, as the light bulb would be next to useless without a reliable and safe means of power delivery over long distances. Indeed, there are few people whose work has impacted more on modern-day society than Nikola Tesla, with electric power now being available to the majority of the human race, largely thanks to his work. He even tried to work out a way in which power could be delivered freely to consumers, which perhaps both explains why he is today so highly regarded, but also why he never managed to monetize his work in the same manner as people like Edison. Perhaps what most endears us to people like Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and the breed of latter-day inventors and scientists who, with little or no formal education, revolutionized their respective fields, is the image of the eccentric mad scientist working alone on experiments and calculations. In an age in which the discoveries and achievements of individual scientists are today subsumed by the multinational corporations they work for, there is something romantic and inspiring about one human being having such a positive impact on human civilization through their own endeavor. Nikola Tesla is one of these people, and despite the fact that he did not perhaps receive the money or recognition he deserved in his lifetime, he has, since his death, been immortalized as one of the greatest and most important inventors to have ever lived. What do you think of Nikola Tesla? Do you believe he was a more brilliant scientist than Einstein? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Let's finish the studio over here for a second. What a day. I swear. What's the guy's name for the trip? Really doesn't stop smoking? And I didn't know you stopped smoking. It was a snap fix. I didn't know you stopped smoking a cigarette. He comes up here and share. He says, I give the sheer give you life. I didn't know the sheer for your death.
The man known to history as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February 1809 in Shrewsbury, the county town of Shropshire in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame, at over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone. Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother, Susanna Darwin, née Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8, of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her, except her deathbed, her black velvet gown, and her curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who had mooted a theory of evolution in his poem The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans, noting, for instance, the fact that human males had nipples, and flies unused fourth wings. He also created designs for a rocket engine which would be powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a canal bridge which would lift barges, and a copying machine, many of which were not realized in practice until long after his death. Erasmus Darwin was a notable writer and an accomplished man of science who turned down an offer from George III to become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry and the management of a new club, the Lunar Society of Birmingham, which was devoted to philosophical discussion between industrialists, scientists, and poets, to name a few. The relationship between Erasmus and his son Robert was strained, leading Charles to have little contact with his grandfather's theories and writings. These were not treasured by Robert, who instead attempted to encourage the young Charles to become a man of medicine. The Darwin family also included several other children, including one younger and 3 older sisters, as well as a single brother, Erasmus, who was 5 years older than Charles. His sister, Caroline, provided Charles with his first education, despite being only 9 years older than him. Having been educated for a time by Caroline, Charles later became a student of the Reverend G. Case, a Unitarian minister, who noted that Charles had a passion for collecting various ephemera from the natural world, including seashells, mineral stones. When aged 9, Charles was enrolled at Dr. Butler's school in Shrewsbury, where he boarded despite being a mile away. He recalled later to run home before the school was closed for the night in order to see his family, which he argued was absolutely essential in maintaining his mental health and well-being. Darwin spent much of his free time reading and was deeply interested in the poetic works of Byron and the writings of Shakespeare, although he later lost interest in them. He was also fascinated by the idea of travel and enjoyed reading works which depicted adventure and foreign lands. Charles's interest in science stemmed both from his readings and from the activities of family members. His brother's interest in chemistry led him to construct a makeshift lab in their garden shed, and his uncle excitedly instructed Charles on the operation of a barometer. His fascination with fauna was augmented on family trips, such as those which the Darwins made to the Welsh coast, in which Charles noted that the insects and flowers to be found there were not always the same as in his home county. Charles performed with average success at school and entered the University of Edinburgh when he was aged 16, although it was noted by his father that a significant reason for his leaving school early was because he lacked any great progress in his studies there. Charles was emotionally healthy, from what we can gather from contemporary reports and autobiographical statements, although he recalled that he had once kicked his puppy for the sense of power that it afforded him, and that he was sometimes frustrated by the social standing of the sciences, which were often regarded as beneath a gentleman. Entrance to the University of Edinburgh was encouraged by Charles's father on the basis that this would lead to his inevitable medical career. The university was a renowned centre for medical learning and counted amongst its alumni Charles Bell, the discoverer of Bell's palsy, as well as the functions of the root of spinal nerves, William Hewson, the father of hematology, and James Lind, who discovered cures for scurvy and typhus, as well as the model for the first clinical. Charles entered the university with some misgivings about his own enthusiasm for the course, and was not helped by the poor teaching standards he found there, later recalling the boredom he had felt in lectures, and bemoaning the lack of hands-on experience which his teachers afforded him and his classmates. University had nonetheless given Charles some experience which he would later come to rely upon. He presented his first academic paper to the Plinian Society while studying there, and had met an academic who would later come to support his theory of evolution, one Dr. Grant. After 2 years at Edinburgh, Charles had decided that he no longer wished to study medicine, following in the footsteps of his brother, who had already quit his medical course at Edinburgh, and his father decided instead that he should enter the clergy as an alternative. Charles was entered at Christ's College at the University of Cambridge when aged 19. He once again by his own admission, wasted his student days by becoming involved with a group of fellow students who preferred the shooting field to the library, and he gained a pass mark in his final exams. The university had been invaluable to Charles as a means of introducing him to academics who would be formative in his own pursuit of science. J.S. Henslow and Adam Sedgwick both influenced Charles as a student, and later in his life. Henslow was the man who would arrange Charles's journey on the Beagle, and often met with him for walks and discussions about science and art. Darwin also befriended H. Thomson, later an MP, and Dr. William Whewell, who was to become the Master of Trinity College, and later the Dean of Hereford. Darwin left Christ's College in 1831 and joined Sedgwick on an excursion the same year to North Wales, where he was taught the theory and method of geology and was given an opportunity to apply his newfound skills as part of an academic investigation. In August 1831, Henslow wrote to Darwin and informed him of an expedition planned aboard the Beagle, a Cherokee-class 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy. Her captain, Robert Fitzroy, had written to Henslow and had stated that he would welcome a naturalist on his voyage, given that they would undertake the journey without pay. Darwin was delighted at the chance to undertake a voyage as a naturalist aboard a Royal Navy vessel, although his father was angered that he was yet again stepping further from a career as a doctor or a clergyman. Charles implored his uncle to speak to his father, and after a discussion between Josiah Wedgwood and his brother-in-law, Robert agreed to let Charles embark on the Beagle. On the 27th of December 1831, the HMS Beagle departed from Devonport. Charles, with a degree in theology and classics, was her resident naturalist. Scientifically, he was alone and had no one of comparable experience or expertise, even though he lacked an academic background in the discipline which underpinned his vocation. Charles spent his first day aboard the Beagle constructing a timetable for himself, which would allow him to become acquainted more intimately with the subjects of meteorology, mathematics, and biology, as well as other subjects such as French and the Greek New Testament, which he decided would form the basis of his reading on Sundays. He also had copies of Paradise Lost and Humboldt's Personal Narrative, in which the scientist and explorer Alexander von Humboldt detailed his adventures to the Americas. Darwin noted in letters home that he had a difficult relationship with the captain, Fitzroy, as did many other members of the crew. Fitzroy was a member of the aristocracy and an illegitimate descendant of Charles II, with a wicked temper which would flare erratically. Darwin also recounted an event in which he argued with Fitzroy on the subject of slavery, which the latter supported. Darwin wrote that the argument had been so fierce that he had pondered leaving the Beagle altogether. Darwin shared his lodgings aboard the Beagle with Augustus Earle, a draftsman, and became friendly with several other members of the crew, including John Stokes and Charles Musters, a first-class volunteer. Another, Sims Covington, was a cabin boy who was later to become a personal assistant to Darwin. Over the course of the voyage, Darwin's notes show a man becoming ever more convinced of the potency of natural selection, as well as his conviction that fossils were the remnants of life forms which had existed before humans had appeared, all of which he formulated during his first few weeks at sea, as he studied aboard the vessel in his cabin. He concurrently battled seasickness and wrote simply that the Bay of Biscay was hell. During the first weeks of 1832, Darwin commenced practical studies and developed a net for collecting plankton, which he studied and wrote about emphatically in his diaries, noting the vast array of colours and forms which these creatures took. On the 16th of January, the Beagle made landfall on St. Jago in the Cape Verde Islands off the coast of modern-day Mauritania. He recalled that upon setting foot on the island, he was entranced by the volcanic rocks, the song of strange birds, and the vast array of flora and fauna that he saw. During his time in the Cape Verde Islands, Darwin developed a theory that hard white rocks which littered the islands, were formerly molten lava flows which had flown over the seabed and contained imprints from shells and coral reefs. On the 28th of February, the crew of the Beagle alighted on the shores of Bahia, now a state of Brazil, and home to the city of Salvador. He wrote that this land is a chaos of delight, and his time in Brazil was to have a great impact on him and his work. He wrote of the beauty of the wildlife and of the nature in Brazil, and argued that this was nature in its grandest form. He also stated that, to a naturalist, there was a pleasant nuisance in having to stop every few yards to study a new creature or flower. Darwin also encountered much slavery in Brazil, which was the last country in the Western world to abolish the practice, which it eventually did in 1888. He was deeply disturbed by what he saw, and wrote that, "I hope the day will come when they will assert their own rights and forget to avenge their wrongs." Darwin and his companions settled at the small village of Botafogo, which was located a short distance outside of Rio de Janeiro, situated on a lagoon. He soon embarked on a 3-week ride into the countryside from his base, during which he travelled a distance of several hundred miles, in what would have been a dramatic and exhaustive introduction to his new landscape. When working from his base in Botafogo, Darwin also maintained a strict routine and collected specimens one day, to be followed by a day of preserving and analysing his finds on the following day, a 2-day timetable which he maintained for the duration of his stay. Darwin was able to observe dramatic and exciting natural events in person when in Brazil, and noted with great interest an incident in which he had witnessed a vampire bat bite a horse, and made notes on glowworms, butterflies, and fungi. On the 5th of July 1832, the Beagle left Rio and travelled south for Montevideo, now the capital of Uruguay. Upon their arrival, the crew were informed that a revolution was taking place in the city, an event which was part of a series of conflicts which had emerged in Uruguay following the Declaration of Independence in 1828, and reflected a conflict between two political factions which had entered the vacuum which followed. The conflict into which the Beagle had strayed was a rebellion by the Montevideo garrison in support of Juan Lavalleja, the leader of the 33 Orientals, a revolutionary faction which opposed the presidency of Fructuoso Rivera, a veteran military commander who was the incumbent leader. Fitzroy made the decision not to land in Montevideo, and instead proceeded to Buenos Aires, whereupon they were fired at by an Argentine naval vessel, a problem which was later rectified by the governor. After this, the Beagle returned again to Montevideo, and Fitzroy requested to land at a private mooring. After this stop, the Beagle continued south, hugging the coastline in order to observe it. It was during this stretch of the journey that Darwin was marooned for a single night. This was due to bad weather, which meant that the Beagle was unable to come and pick him up from the island, at which he had stopped in order to take samples. He would later write that he never knew such cold, although the experience allowed him to come across samples of fascinating fossils, such as that of the extinct giant armadillo and the giant sloth. The ship continued to pace back and forth between Buenos Aires and Montevideo, allowing the crew to send and receive mail, and Darwin to ship off his specimens home. Fitzroy, the captain of the Beagle, was also able to undertake a disturbing practice when he released 3 Fuegan prisoners that he had attempted to westernize from a previous voyage, sending them back to their communities with a bizarre assortment of items, such as cabbages, tea trays, cutlery, and wine glasses. This was an incident, however, which Darwin expressed his opposition to. The next few weeks were spent by Darwin undertaking riding expeditions around Buenos Aires and Patagonia, during which he reported to have felt the extremes of human comfort, writing that he often suffered from a great thirst, and that the seemingly endless riding had caused him to feel incredibly tired. He was also plagued by mosquitoes and reported that the jaguars which inhabited the surrounding forests had caused great fear amongst his guides. On returning from an expedition back to Buenos Aires, Darwin found himself unable to enter the city on account of another revolution, and instead was forced to remain outside the city proper for a great period of time. He was unable to reach the Beagle until the 4th of November, after which the vessel sailed, eventually calling into the Rio de Santa Cruz in Argentina. The Beagle had been damaged over the course of her voyage and required repairs, which were undertaken at the mouth of the river. Meanwhile, Fitzroy had planned an expedition to the Cordillera de la Costa mountain range, which would require the crew to embark on a 245-mile trip upstream, a journey which was spread over 13 days, and which the captain ultimately deemed a failure. On the 12th of May, 1804, the Beagle set out on her final trip south and crossed into the Pacific Ocean on the 9th of June, eventually reaching Valparaiso in Chile at the end of July. From here, Darwin trekked the Andes and was able to observe the differences in flora and fauna which correlated with their altitude. Darwin then contracted an illness, likely to be Chagas disease, which caused him to experience fever, swollen lymph nodes, and headaches, and to which some historians attributed his later poor health, such as his lethargy and heart problems. He reported at the time in his letters home that he had experienced great periods of tiredness and that he had suffered from blackouts and confusion. From Valparaiso, Darwin made one of his most important geological expeditions and ascended 10,000 feet into the Andes in order to observe the segmentation of the Earth from the sides of the mountains which surrounded him. He commented that it was the first view I ever saw which really resembled those pretty sections which geologists make of the inside of the Earth. Darwin also advanced on one of his longest expeditions, traveling some 450 miles to the north, during which he collected well over 100 geological specimens, which he labeled and recorded. By this time, he had been away from home for over 3.5 years, and his letters, despite showing his excitement at his work, reflected an ardent desire to return to England. On the 7th of September 1835, the Beagle sailed for the Galapagos Islands, which were to become synonymous with Darwin's work. As soon as the ship anchored off the islands, the focus of Darwin's work switched from geology to biology, and he noted eagerly that the flora and fauna of the islands closely reflected those of South America. Darwin's observation of tortoises and birds on the islands stemmed from his interest in the fact that locals were able to identify which island an animal came from on the basis of their appearance. Such was the localization of their variants. He realized that finches on the various islands had differences in their appearance, which correlated with the island from which they had originated. The beaks of the Galapagos finches were of particular interest to Darwin, and he noted that some were better suited to the consumption of insects and some seeds, suggesting they were adaptations to specific environments. However, his notes at the time suggest that he did not realize the implications of his observation, writing that, "When I see these islands in sight of each other, and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted by these birds, but slightly different in structure and filling the same place in nature, I must suspect that they are only varieties." The Beagle remained in the Galapagos archipelago for a further 4 weeks, from which it sailed south over the Pacific, spending Christmas Day of 1835 in New Zealand. While there, he commended the work that was being performed by missionaries in the region, and indeed, one of his first published reports from the voyage was included in an edition of the South African Christian Recorder, in which he wrote, "Missionaries thoroughly deserve the warmest support, not only of individuals, but of the British government." Such was his interest in the work of these organizations. Darwin co-signed this statement with the Beagle's captain, Fitzroy. On the 12th of January 1836, the Beagle landed in Australia in what was the 5th year of her expedition. He noted in his diary that he was pleased to have a level of immunity to European diseases. Such was the suffering of native communities with illnesses such as measles. In Australia, Darwin also noted the similarities between different species of mammal and noted their development had occurred in tandem with those of other continents. He stated in his notes that he was surprised that such similarities had developed through such a varied pathway, noting that it seemed as if two creators had come by the same product through an entirely different process. The Beagle soon set sail for home and made an unexpected stop in Bahia, where the ship had landed 4.5 years before. Darwin was exhausted and craved a return to England, writing, "We have now steered, thanks to God, a direct course for England." Darwin, on the return voyage, reflected on the majesty of the untouched natural world which he had been able to encounter through his journey, and the power of nature which he had been able to discover undefaced. This he referred to as an almost religious experience, writing that it inspired a feeling that there is more to man than the mere breadth of his body. On the 2nd of October 1836, the Beagle landed at Falmouth in Cornwall, and 2 days later, Darwin had returned to his home in Shrewsbury for the first time in over 5 years. He found that his family welcomed him home with open arms, and his father, impressed with his discoveries, accepted his choice of career as a naturalist. Once he had returned home, Darwin went to Cambridge and then to London in order to arrange and edit the official Zoology of the Voyage of the Beagle, in which he wrote extensively about the journey, as well as his discoveries and ideas. Humboldt, his hero, was impressed with Darwin's work and praised his writing on travels in the tropics. Over the course of the 1840s, Darwin published further works which stemmed from research which he had conducted on the Beagle, including coral reefs, volcanic islands, and geological observations on South America, and was able to encounter various great scientists such as Sir Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker. Lyell was a prominent scientist and proponent of the theory of uniformitarianism, the idea that present-day natural laws and processes exist not just here today, but through space and time. Darwin adopted this theory and argued further that it could be used to explain a continuous process of change in organisms. Hooker was a young man and shared a great love of naturalism with Darwin. The two became firm friends, and it was to Hooker that Darwin confined his theory of natural selection, which remained a secret between the two for a number of years. By the time that he had returned from his voyage, Darwin was convinced that organisms underwent a process of change and adaptation. He further theorized that this could be the case on a grand scale, and that the change which occurred within a species could be responsible for wholesale and dramatic changes, both in their appearance as well as their mode of life. In July 1837, Darwin commenced work on a new text which he called The Transformation of Species, and only just over a year later, he had recorded what he now called the theory of natural selection. Darwin documented the thought process that led to his theory in his notebooks. He began from an observation that sexual reproduction leads to greater variation in a species than does asexual or parthenogenic reproduction. Darwin noted that through reproduction, offspring within a species had differences from one another and from their parents, which can be referred to as random variation. These differences themselves appear to be directed toward any environmental advantage or design, and were random, sometimes inhibiting the capacity of the organism to live, and other times enhancing it. A variation could, over a period of time, become ubiquitous amongst a population of offspring if it provided an advantage in life. Those within a species who were better suited to a certain environment would live and pass these characteristics on to their own offspring. leading an entire population within a certain area to bear these particular variations. Much of Darwin's theory was also based on establishing a common ancestor of species which had diverged from one another in present characteristics, which he did through an examination of fossils, demonstrating that species who shared relatively few characteristics with one another had in fact stemmed from the same ancestor, and that they had diverged from one another through adapting to particular environments. Darwin noted this point in his writing, stating that in South America, parent of all armadillos might be brother to Megatherium, now dead. The level of variation in nature had been well covered in previous works. The Archdeacon William Paley, often credited with articulating an argument for the existence of God from design through an analogy involving a watch, had himself written of the great differences present amongst animals and plants, which he had presented in his work, Evidence for Christianity. Darwin was puzzled by the potency of seemingly designed adaptations amongst species which had evidently undergone random variation. This evidently frustrated him, and he wrote later that how selection could be applied to organisms living in a state of nature remained for some time a mystery to me. It was whilst reading Thomas Robert Malthus's work on population on the 3rd of October 1837 that Darwin finally cracked the mystery of selection, explaining the preservation of useful variation and the disappearance of unhelpful or inhibiting variation. Much of the remainder of Darwin's professional life was defined from this point. He was committed to demonstrating the potency of natural selection as an explanatory theory for the modern natural world, and worked hard to document it in nature. Darwin also had other matters on his mind. 37. The latter part of the year saw him construct a document in which he debated the various pros and cons of getting married, in which he weighed a fear that he would be unable to travel and would have greater financial commitments to a constant companion, charms of music, and female chit-chat. He eventually erred on the side of marriage and entertained the joys which would come with it, before concluding, marry, 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 QED. Darwin evidently also had a constant companion in mind when he wrote his list, and proposed to Emma Wedgwood soon afterwards, and on the 11th of November 1838, the two were engaged to be married. Darwin and Emma departed on a week's holiday from London, after which they moved into a townhouse at 12 Upper Gower Street on New Year's Day 1839. Indeed, 1839 started well for Darwin, and he was appointed a member of the Royal Society on the 24th of January, 5 days before his wedding. The couple remained in London for a time, although increasingly poor health had motivated them to make a change. Darwin and Emma moved to a country home named Down House in the Kentish village of Down. Hooker and T.H. Huxley, a fellow biologist, were regular guests at Down House, and Darwin wrote lovingly of the rural isolation of the place and the solace which it afforded him to conduct experiments, read, and spend time with his family and close friends. On the 27th of December 1839, William, the first of 10 Darwin children, was born. William was of great interest to his father in many ways, including scientific, and he kept a detailed record of his son and his activities, including the ways in which he developed and adapted. Darwin was, by all accounts, a loving and devoted father, who dedicated time in playing with and helping his children. He was very concerned with their health, but afforded them great freedom. Down House was a perfect environment in which Darwin could continue his research, and he stored vast amounts of information from his studies there, specimens and notes, as well as letters and documents that he had received from around the world, information from experts and naturalists across the globe. Despite the joys of family, Down House, and his advancing scientific work, Darwin was plagued by illness from 1837 until the time that he died in 1882. When his father died, he was too ill to attend the funeral procession, and a dinner held after a scientific presentation could rob him of strength for a number of days. Darwin also suffered from a great deal of self-doubt, which he had surrounding the potency of his own theory of evolution, refusing to publish his findings until he had collected a wealth of evidence which he could use to overwhelm any potential critics. Originally intended to be a short essay, Darwin produced a draft for a 230-page long work in which he outlined his theory and provided an incredible barrage of evidence for it. He had intended to keep the work to himself, although was encouraged by Hooker and Lyell, who were impressed and urged him to make his findings public. One of the major motives for Darwin's eventual decision to go public with his findings was the receipt of a letter from Alfred Russel Wallace, in which Wallace posited precisely the theory that Darwin had developed and asked for comment. Darwin did not wish to rob Wallace of what was a perfectly legitimate independent discovery, and arranged to have his findings published alongside Wallace's in a joint paper. It was this product that was presented before the Linnean Society on the 1st of July 1858, and later published in the Society Journal. After this presentation, Darwin was motivated to more fully explain his own theory and findings, and did so in the form of the Origin of Species, which he managed to complete in the remarkably short period of 13 months. He would go on to write 10 further books, all of which laid out his position and provided evidence. And in doing so, he changed mankind's perception of the natural world in a profound manner. There are several reasons why Darwin waited such a long time to formally present his findings. He was greatly concerned with ensuring that he provided a mass of evidence to back up his claims, and was sidetracked somewhat by his work with barnacles, work which led him to investigate their reproductive processes, and which showed him the significant variance in the phenotypes which developed. One of the major forces that influenced Darwin to produce and publish his Origin of Species was undoubtedly the influence of Wallace, and it is important that his work be remembered alongside that of Darwin as research which revolutionized biology. Once it had been produced and published, The Origin of Species was a hit. The first edition sold out on day one, and the subsequent editions which were drafted and produced were in great demand. The book itself was thoughtful and well organized, presenting the basis of the theory of evolution alongside a wealth of evidence which covered all major areas of known biology. Darwin also tracked the evolutionary development of several organisms and investigated how organs had become specialized to their roles, how some species had become extinct, and forecasted the explosion of the human population. One of the reasons for the success of the work was the review it received from the noted zoologist Thomas Henry Huxley, who praised the work and exclaimed, "How extremely stupid not to have thought of that." Several other highly influential scientists endorsed Darwin's work, including Hooker, Lyell, and Canon Tristram, the zoologist of the Bible. However, Darwin encountered much criticism as well as praise for his work, and was roundly attacked by writers such as Philip Goss, who asserted in his book Omphalos, the world had been created by God in the way that it now appeared. In other words, that nothing had changed since the world had been created. His book fell flat. Other critics attacked Darwin on a scientific basis. Adam Sedgwick argued that he had abandoned the accepted scientific method as it had been formed under Francis Bacon, and another dangerous opponent was presented in the form of Richard Owen, an anatomist and paleontologist who attacked the Origin of Species in a lengthy review, which Darwin himself stated was malignant and clever. Religious opposition to Darwin was furious, and he was accused by Henry Tryman, the botanist, that the threat he had posed to the doctrine of the creation was so powerful that the Origin of Species had made Darwin the most dangerous man in England. Tensions on this matter came to a head during a notable debate at the British Association in Oxford, during which Bishop Wilberforce attacked the theory of evolution, which was successfully and effectively defended by Huxley, who was at the height of his power. Indeed, Huxley remained a staunch defender of Darwin, and at a later public encounter with Bishop Wilberforce was reported to have informed the bishop that he would rather have an ape for an ancestor than a man who used his reason and intellect to attack those seeking the truth. The incident apparently caused an audience member to faint, and Huxley's following scientific arguments, combined with this comment, led Wilberforce to silence. Darwin later jested to Huxley, "How durst you attack a live bishop in that fashion?" Similar battles were fought between scientists and preachers across the world. In the US, Germany, and Russia, exchanges were held publicly between scientists and their opponents, bringing academics such as Ernst Haeckel to the fore, in a position similar to that of Huxley. Darwin attracted political as well as scientific attention. Karl Marx repeatedly tried to dedicate his book Das Kapital to Darwin, although this was rejected on numerous occasions. Darwin was later honored with a statue in the Soviet Union, which was used in part to spearhead a rejection of religious ideology. After 1859, Darwin published 10 biological works, 6 of which were engaged with particular botanical problems, dealing with questions concerning devices for securing cross-pollination, as well as the operation of climbing plants. One concerned earthworms and their effect on the natural environment, and the other 3 concerned themselves with evolutionary biology. Many of these later works were designed to augment and complement the theory that he had presented in The Origin of Species, although they also contained some odd digressions into theories of sexual selection. The first of these was the variation of animals and plants under domestication. In this work, Darwin turned his attention to the significant variation which existed amongst domestic animals and included dogs, cats, and foals, examining and analyzing the variation which they exhibited. He maintained from this his original conclusion that evolution was a slow process which relied not upon sharp variance between members of a population, but on small, incremental differences which became increasingly potent in a species over a long period of time. Later in his life, Darwin presented the theory of pangenesis, which was his attempt to examine and explain the ways through which characteristics were transferred between members of a species. He posited that something called gametes were transferred between beings through sexual reproduction, a theory which was, of course, erroneous, but which was nonetheless a valiant attempt to account for inheritance in the absence of any knowledge of DNA. Following his variations, Darwin worked on a new book, The Descent of Man, in which he sought to powerfully reject the idea that man had descended from Adam and Eve, and posited rather that they had developed over a great period of time through the process of natural selection. Darwin asserted that humans had descended from a form of ape-like primate, which may have originated in Africa, a theory which remains highly supported by more recent research conducted by academics such as Broom and Dart and Leakey. Many critics of the time were outraged at what they saw as his assertion that humans had monkeys as their ancestors, which was not, in fact, what he was arguing, since monkeys were a product of a period of evolutionary development which had been concurrent to that of humans. Darwin led his investigation with an examination of the similarities of humans and apes, and noted the similarity of the formation and operation of some organs and musculature between them, as well as the similarities in brain structure. He also noted several vestigial characteristics in humans, such as the embryonic formation of a vestigial tail, and that some humans possessed what later became known as Darwin's point, which manifests as a thickening of the helix at the tip of the human ear, an evolutionary trait connected to the pointed ear tips of several primates. Darwin also emphasized that humans and primates shared not only physical, but also emotional characteristics. He argued that apes demonstrated an advanced emotional maturity, which manifested itself in reason, imagination, and sense of morality, although he emphasized that, whilst recognizable as a distant embodiment of human-like intellect, that of mankind was doubtless greater. Darwin also dedicated a great deal of the descent of man to the topic of sexual selection, and argued that much of the struggle in nature was for reproduction. Mammals attempted to win out over one another for sexual engagement through physical combat, which enabled them to reflect shows of strength. He argued as well that for many species, the size of the male was an important determining factor in the sexual freedoms it could enjoy, and noted this as a significant factor in the mating behavior of animals, such as the sea elephant, sometimes called the elephant seal. In birds, Darwin argued sexual preferences and choices for members of a given species were more often determined by visual displays. Male members of many avian species were more brightly colored than females, and their mating behavior often commenced with a dance or visual ritual, which enabled the male to display their feathers and plumes to a female. Darwin noted this behavior was particularly significant for birds of paradise and hummingbirds. Some of these ideas have since been discredited, such as Darwin's general assertion that animals were polygamous. We now know that many birds engage in monogamous relationships, and there have since been biological distinctions made between social and sexual monogamy, which Darwin confused with one another. Indeed, we now also know that colored plumage on birds often acts to defend territory and intimidate attackers, as much as, if not to a greater extent, than it serves in determining sexual relationships. These omissions informed Darwin's further general assertion that sexual reproduction within a species was almost solely determined by the choice of the female in sexual partners. This view has since been discredited, and we now know that many of these rituals are in fact mutual in allowing both partners to make a decision. In the final chapter of his book, Darwin turned to the sexually selective practices of humanity, and asserted that, in this case, selection was almost always made by men, who, he argued, would choose a female partner based on several characteristics, such as their figure and facial structure. He indicated that many fashions attempted to augment desirable characteristics amongst humans, and for men, fashion reflected wealth and social status, which informed choice that women made. These theories are, of course, very much of their time, and have been subject to countless criticisms from social scientists, and indeed, there is an obvious omission of several fundamental aspects of human social and sexual engagement, such as the importance of the formation of emotional bonds between sexual partners, and the fact that female choice in human sexual preference has been a constant throughout human history. Darwin was important for the fact that it introduced the concept of displays as a form of choice information in sexual preference, although the field has advanced significantly in the intervening years. Emotions and their development were also of interest to Darwin, who noted that primates and humans shared several emotions and had a similar reaction to emotional stimulation, such as public shaming, and that both expressed more complex emotional responses, such as the desire for deliberate revenge when wronged. He pursued this field of study with his 1872 book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, in which he studied how emotions were expressed physically by certain species. He noted with interest the expressions of emotion in cats, horses, monkeys, and apes, as well as a plethora of other animals such as porcupines, hyenas, and kangaroos, leading him to conclude that emotional expression was innate to many animals. In his pursuit of data on genuine emotional expression in humans, Darwin focused his attention on the expressions of infants and inmates in asylums, obtaining photographs of facial expressions which he labeled and analyzed. Concluding from this, and a study he conducted internationally, that despite culture and region, human emotional expression was largely common across the world, and many behaviors and modes of expression would be recognized between humans wherever they were from. Darwin further argued that these forms of emotional expression, as they occurred in animals, stemmed from a preparation for action. Swans demonstrating a state of anger with arched wings and two-footed propulsion. Dogs baring their teeth in distress, which stemmed from an evolutionary practice of preparing for action, and thus giving animals with these displays of emotion an advantage in their survival. Darwin also dedicated later books to the development of vegetables and plants, and argued against the view that some plants engaged in self-fertilization. The variation which existed in species would have to stem from some degree of cross-pollination, which he wanted to further investigate. Some work had already been done on the subject, notably by Christian Conrad Sprengel, who had advanced the theory that flowers attracted bees and thus played a role in the process of reproduction and cross-pollination. In his 1793 book, Das entdeckte Geheimnis der Natur im Bau und in der Befruchtung der Blumen, which was groundbreaking work in the development of biological understanding, but received little acclaim during the author's lifetime. Darwin wished to build on this understanding through research which analyzed the reproductive processes of plants and the process of cross-pollination. He studied orchids in particular and the ways in which the proboscis of moths had developed to obtain the nectar contained within them. One genus he studied was the Coryanthes orchid, which was structured in such a way that bees would tumble into the center of the flower and become covered with pollen, which once they crawled out, they would spread to other plants. The various and ingenious ways in which plants were adapted to the process of cross-pollination was a source of immense interest to Darwin and led him to describe them as beautiful adaptations, which could transcend in an incomparable manner the contrivances and adaptations of which the most fertile imagination of man could invent. Darwin examined these processes further in his later book, Effects of Cross and Self-Pollinization in the Vegetable Kingdom, which argued that there must be some innate value in the cross-pollination of vegetables, and that over time, plants and pollinators such as bees become suited to one another, through features such as the development of an elongated proboscis, or a flower which allowed access to a certain species of bee. Darwin also advanced theories on the growth of plants and indicated that stems had the capacity to bend as they grew through the process of asymmetrical growth on one side of the stem, overtaking the rate of growth on the other side and thus pulling the plant over a curve. This process was often seen in plants which adapted themselves to make best use of light conditions, although it was a process which also took place at night, indicating that mechanisms beyond the reflexive response to light must play a role. Darwin's last book was produced in 1881 and concerned earthworms. He conducted much of this research in his home in Down House and erected a worm stone so that he might record the rate at which the stone descended into the earth, and thus how potent the influence of earthworms on the structural integrity of the soil in the lawn was. He conducted further experiments which allowed him to write about the anatomy, habits, and physiology of earthworms, and even analyzed the effect that music would have on their behavior, noting that a bass note played on a piano would send them into their burrows. Darwin, now late into his life, demonstrated that earthworms had caused the monoliths at Stonehenge to sink and thus appear far shorter than they were. He also showed that their actions were responsible for a Roman villa sinking so deep into the earth that it was too submerged to be affected even by invasive agricultural practices such as ploughing. This thesis, a little-known work by a man who is best remembered for his other research, nonetheless encapsulates the doctrine which was central to much of his work. that small, incremental actions and processes would, over time, come to have significant effects on the natural world. In the winter months of 1881 to 1882, Darwin experienced serious heart problems and was incapacitated more completely than he had been already. In February 1882, he wrote in a letter to a friend that he believed his course was nearly run, and on the 19th of April, he died, a short time after his 73rd birthday. Darwin was buried in Westminster Abbey and was carried to his grave by the President of the Royal Society, Huxley, Hooker, and Wallace, as well as several other notable persons, to be buried alongside Isaac Newton. Darwin was notable in his life for many things. The fact that a man with no formal scientific training would complete a voyage as testing as that on the Beagle, to then introduce one of the most powerful and influential models of biological development in human history, as well as a wealth of other botanical, paleontological, and geological theories which were groundbreaking in their own right, was truly remarkable. And he is today celebrated as the father of numerous scientific branches. The influence of Darwin's central theory of evolution cannot be overstated. The disruptive effect that this had on biological, scientific, religious, and social understanding remains truly significant across the world today, and he is often celebrated as a paladin of reason and scientific pathfinding. Darwin was characterized in great part by his humility, his dedication to his self-appointed task of scientific advancement, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. We undoubtedly owe our modern understanding of our own origins and existence to him, and he remains one of the most celebrated scientists ever to have lived. What do you think of Charles Darwin? Does he deserve his reputation as one of the greatest and most influential scientists who has ever lived? Or should some of the credit for the theories of evolution and natural selection be at least in part shared with largely forgotten figures such as Alfred Wallace? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. history, as Albert Einstein was born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban center of the Kingdom of Württemberg, a major constituent part of the German state in the late 19th century. His father was Hermann Einstein, an Ashkenazi Jew from Buchau in Württemberg. Hermann had been academically gifted and showed a strong ability in the field of applied mathematics when studying in Stuttgart, the capital of Württemberg, in his youth. However, the Einstein family were not wealthy, and he was forced to abandon his studies and went to work in the feather bed shop run by his cousins, Mozart Hermann Levy, in Ulm in the 1870s. Albert's mother was Paulina Koch, a member of a family of German Jews who had developed extensive connections as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 1876, and Albert was their first child. A daughter, Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later, in 1881. Albert's youth was dictated to a considerable extent by his father's business dealings. When he was still an infant, Hermann Einstein, following the business advice of his brother Jakob, decided to move the family to Munich, the largest city in southern Germany, lying some 170 kilometers to the east of Ulm. This occurred in 1880, as Jakob and Hermann sought to establish Einstein & Co. as an electrical engineering company in Munich, just as the great age of electrification to begin sweeping the Western world. There, Albert was enrolled in a Catholic elementary school before being transferred to the Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich in 1887. Albert remained there until 1894, but at that stage, the Einsteins were once again uprooted when Hermann and Jakob failed to secure a contract to begin the electrification of Munich. Instead, they headed for northern Italy, settling first in Milan and then in Pavia. Albert briefly remained in Munich to continue his studies, but after several months became disillusioned with the strict rote learning on offer at the gymnasium and convinced both his parents and the school authorities to let him leave to join them in Italy. Albert continued his education in Italy from 1894 onwards. He was already showing distinct signs of a precocious ability as a scientist and mathematician, although his father desired for him to take a more keen interest in applied engineering and so follow him into the family business. In Munich in the summer of 1891, he had taught himself algebra and the advanced geometry of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. A family tutor by the name of Max Talmud, who excelled himself in the fields of optometry and ophthalmology, was employed by the Einsteins to teach young Albert advanced mathematics and scientific principles, but he soon found his charge was becoming more knowledgeable than he himself was when it came to subjects such as calculus, algebra, and geometry. Nor was he a prodigy who was solely interested in scientific and mathematical topics. As he entered his teenage years, he was also reading widely of some of the advanced philosophical writers of the 18th and 19th centuries, notably the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781, and offering one of the most analytical discussions of metaphysics, the study of the nature of reality, is one of the densest philosophical tracts ever written. Yet Albert seemed to understand it clearly at age 14, something which bewildered his tutor. Young Einstein's abilities did not go unnoticed by his teachers, tutor, and parents. Thus, shortly after he arrived in Pavia, and following his 16th birthday, he was sent to take the entrance exams at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School in the city of Zurich, an advanced school of science, mathematics, and engineering. Although he scored high on the technical exams, Albert was not admitted at this time, in part owing to his youth. The following year, he passed the Swiss Matura, an equivalency exam in the country for those who had not gone through the formal schooling process within Switzerland, but wished to complete the secondary education curriculum there. Earlier that year, he had also renounced his German citizenship to avoid being called up for the required military service expected of all young men in the country. Thus it was that, as a stateless individual, he finally entered the Polytechnic School in Zurich in the autumn of 1896, age 17. There he would study physics and mathematics, the two subjects which he had demonstrated a prodigious ability in since he was a child. He would remain there for 4 years, eventually acquiring a diploma in 1900. Einstein's years in Zurich were those in which his research interests began to emerge in a fully formed state. He was becoming an eclectic scientist, one who might broadly be categorized as a physicist, but whose area of expertise covered a wide range of topics, such as the discovery of an accurate way to measure the dimensions of tiny molecules, a field of endeavor belonging to quantum mechanics, the broad science of describing the physical properties of nature at the atomic and subatomic level. Additionally, he was concerned to measure how light moves. At the time he was beginning to conduct complex research into this subject in turn-of-the-century Zurich, the prevailing view amongst European and North American scientists was that light traveled exclusively in wave patterns. As would become clear in the years that followed, Einstein doubted this theory and believed a further layer of complexity existed within the mechanism whereby light traveled. The other aspects of advanced physics were at the heart of Einstein's research in his mid-20s. They formed the core of his doctoral thesis, which he was studying for part-time throughout the early 1900s and which he completed in 1905 in Zurich, entitled A New Determination of Molecular Dimensions. His research in the early 1900s was evidently aided by Mileva Maric, a young Serbian mathematician and physicist who had begun attending the Polytechnic School in Zurich around the same time that Einstein had first been granted teaching hours there after finishing top of the class in 1899. Maric was one of only 2 female students attending there at the time. She and Einstein were soon involved in a relationship with each other, and it is now assumed that she contributed to his research, though the exact degree to which she did so is unclear. In any event, her own research was interrupted in the summer of 1901 when she fell pregnant. Maric and Einstein were not yet married by then, and this was a time when having a child out of wedlock was still considered a social scandal. It appears that Mileva returned to her native Serbia to have the child, who was called Liesel in their correspondence after her birth. What happened to her thereafter is unclear. Some sources believe she died from scarlet fever in 1903, but others suggest she was put up for adoption in Serbia. It seems more likely that she died as Maric and Einstein had married in January 1903. They would go on to have 2 further children, a boy, Hans Albert, born in the summer of 1904, and another son, Edward, in 1910. It may seem peculiar in retrospect, but Albert did not immediately find it easy to find a teaching position upon completing his diploma in Zurich in 1900. He spent the next year and a half trying in vain to acquire a junior-level lecturing and research position in a Central European university, but to no avail. In the meantime, he acquired Swiss citizenship in 1901, finally acquiring statehood after half a decade of theoretically being without a national affiliation. With Swiss citizenship in hand, a family friend and associate from the Polytechnic in Zurich, Max Grossmann, enlisted the aid of his father to get Einstein a post at the Swiss Patent Office in the capital Bern. Here, Einstein worked as a patent assistant examiner. What this effectively meant was that Albert was tasked with assessing the merits of various inventions and devices, which were brought before the patent office by individuals who wanted to have their intellectual ownership of their invention recognized. To ensure credit for the device was given to them, and they could benefit financially. Einstein worked there for the next several years. Beyond serving to support his young family, his work focused on many different devices involving electrical conduction and mechanics, and it has been posited that this impacted on Einstein's own research during his formative years. The manner in which Einstein burst forth from almost complete obscurity within the developed world's scientific community to become one of Europe's paramount physicists in the mid-1900s is one of the strangest stories in the history of science. While he was completing his doctoral studies and working in the patent office in Bern in the first half of the 1900s, Einstein was working on a series of papers for publication in the pages of Annalen der Physik, one of the world's leading academic journals for the study of physics, which had been published in Germany from 1799 onwards. This eventually resulted in 4 separate research papers, which were all published in the journal in 1905. Individually, they made major contributions to various fields within the study of physics. Collectively, they have been deemed to represent a revolutionizing of humanity's conception of the molecular and atomic dimensions of the natural world and the development of modern physics. Consequently, 1905 is usually referred to by biographers of Einstein and historians of Western science as the Annus Mirabilis, or miracle year, of Einstein's career. The first of Einstein's 4 papers of 1905 was entitled "On a Heuristic Viewpoint Concerning the Production and Transformation of Light," and was published on the 9th of June. This explained what is known as the photoelectric effect for the first time. The photoelectric effect is where electrons are emitted when electromagnetic radiation, such as light, hits off a material or substance. The electrons which are emitted during such a process are called photoelectrons. Up until 1905, when Einstein described this photoelectric effect, the prevailing view amongst physicists was that light traveled much like a wave in the ocean. But Einstein explained that the photoelectric effect meant that light also traveled in what he termed to be a finite number of energy quanta, which moved without dividing, and which could only be absorbed or generated as entities. This not only explained much that was previously unknown about the nature of light and electrons, but had fundamental implications for understanding how light of a certain frequency could bring sufficient energy into play to liberate an electron. This built on work conducted by physicists such as Max Planck in previous years, but Einstein's paper added extensive new details on how energy and light interacted through the photoelectric effect. This had major implications for practical applied physics, and many years later, this discovery would be directly cited when Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics, although it was not until the mid-1920s that his findings were fully accepted amongst physicists. Just 6 weeks after this first paper appeared, Einstein's second paper of 1905, entitled "On the Motion of Small Particles Suspended in a Stationary Liquid, as Required by the Molecular Kinetic Theory of Heat," was published in Annalen der Physik on the 18th of July. Prior to Einstein's paper, there was no accurate way of measuring the dimensions of molecules, but several scientists in the 19th century, such as John Dalton, had noted that chemical substances tended to combine together or break down in weighted proportions, which suggested that they were all made from an as yet unidentified physical molecule that was common to all things. These unitary molecules are known as atoms today, after a word which had been coined by ancient Greek philosophers of the 6th century BC, who were themselves seeking to understand the nature of existence 2.5 millennia before Einstein's time. Einstein's second 1905 paper showed how these atoms were measured more comprehensively by using what was termed Brownian motion, whereby particles, in this case pollen, were suspended in a water solution. Einstein's paper, along with a corroborating study produced by the French physicist Jean Perrin in 1908, demonstrated unequivocally that atoms and molecules were real entities, which were the building blocks of existence. Thus, this second paper of 1905 was a major contribution to humanity's acceptance of the existence of atoms and molecules, and the emergence of atomic theory as the basis of much of 20th century physics. Einstein's third paper was published just over 2 months later on the 26th of September 1905. This was entitled "On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies," and focused on the issue of special relativity. This sought to reconcile an equation which the Scottish mathematician and scientist James Clerk Maxwell had devised in the early 1860s regarding electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations led to difficulties in how physicists should understand mechanics which occurred close to the speed of light. In response to this problem, Einstein outlined his special theory of relativity, or special relativity, in his 1905 paper. This stated that the speed of light is the same for all observers regardless of the motion of the light source or the observer of the light source. This opposed the idea postulated over 2 centuries earlier by Isaac Newton, which held that the speed of light is not fixed. Moreover, Einstein's special theory of relativity correctly assumed that when 2 objects are involved concerning light, there is no true way of knowing which is in motion and which is not. Einstein had come to this realization while traveling in a streetcar in Bern in the early summer of 1905 and looking at the clock tower in the center of the city. He realized that if his car suddenly started traveling at the speed of light, the clock arms on the clock tower would suddenly appear as though they had stopped. But the clock inside the streetcar would continue to move around as though nothing had happened, because both Einstein and the clock in the streetcar were traveling at the same velocity. Therefore, the speed of movement was relative. If the streetcar had suddenly accelerated to the speed of light, it would not mean that the clock tower had stopped, only that it appeared to have done so relative to the speed which the streetcar was now traveling at. This was the special theory of relativity at work. Einstein's 4th and final paper of his Annus Mirabilis was published on the 21st of November and was entitled, "Does the inertia of a body depend upon its energy context?" I do that title today, but a great many are with the equation which Einstein pioneered in the paper, E equals mc squared. In brief, what this means is that the energy of a body at rest, defined as E, is equal to its mass, or m, multiplied by the speed of light, the c of the equation, squared. This equivalency equation showed that a massive particle possesses an energy, or rest energy, which is distinct from the kinetic energy of a particle. This would come to be known as the mass-energy equivalence, and highlights how the rest energy of a particle, such as the nucleus of an atom, could be so massive as to result in an enormous amount of light and thermal energy being released if the particle was disturbed sufficiently. As we will see, the practical application of this equation was to have devastating consequences in later decades, and Einstein later grew to regret this aspect of his research. Einstein's 4 papers published during 1905 did not simply constitute breakthroughs in the confined world of academic theoretical physics. His research shaped the application of science to the modern world in the decades that followed. For instance, when you walk up to an automatic door today and it opens in front of you, this is because the sensors used in the doorway react when the photons in the light beams they emit are obstructed, in this case, by a moving person. The sensor then tells the door to open. Einstein first explained how photons work. Solar-powered calculators and streetlights that automatically turn on when it gets dark, amongst other innovations, also emerged from his work on light. The special theory of relativity helped lead to the development of global positioning systems, or GPS, over time. Thus, when you switch on Google Maps, it is effectively functioning based partly on research which Einstein published in his Annus Mirabilis papers. And when a nuclear power plant creates massive amounts of energy by harnessing the energy in the nucleus of an atom, they are doing so based on Einstein's discoveries concerning energy and mass equivalence as contained in the equation E equals mc squared. Einstein's groundbreaking research findings, published in 1905, soon came to the attention of the European scientific community, though at a time when people were still reliant on the circulation of hard copies of academic journals and word of mouth for research to be disseminated. It took a few years for the import of his findings to become clear across Europe. As they did, they transformed his career. By 1908, he gained a teaching post at the University of Bern and was able to leave his position at the patent office. The following year, he was appointed to a new chair of theoretical physics, which had been created at the University of Zurich. He remained there for the next 2 years. During this time, he continued to refine some of the points he had made in his 1905 papers, while also moving on to begin developing the theory of general relativity as an offshoot of his work on special relativity. The theory of general relativity holds that the observable gravitational attraction between two masses results from the warping of space-time by those two masses. This research made major initial contributions to the science of black holes and other mass objects within the universe. In 1911, Einstein left Switzerland after over 15 years there to take up a new position which had been offered to him at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, the oldest university in what is now Czechia, but which was then a constituent part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In tandem, he was offered Austrian citizenship. Although he spent just over a year there, he published upwards of a dozen papers on topics such as the mathematics of radiation, quantum theory, and gravitation. Before long, a new offer pulled him back to Switzerland. This was an invitation to teach at his old alma mater, the Polytechnic School in Zurich. He was there by the summer of 1912 and would spend the next year lecturing to classes who were increasingly familiar with the growing fame of the German physicist, while also researching problems on gravitation and molecular heat. Much of this latter work was undertaken in conjunction with Marcel Russmann, the Swiss colleague who had attended the Polytechnic with Einstein in the late 1890s and whose family had aided him in acquiring his early position at the Bern Patent Office. In the spring of 1913, less than a year after taking up his position in Zurich, Einstein was visited in Switzerland by Max Planck and Walter Nernst, two of the foremost scientists of the age. Both worked in Berlin and had come to Zurich to convince Einstein to return to the land of his birth to take up a position at the University of Berlin. The post came with automatic membership of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as well as his appointment as director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. This would allow Einstein to concentrate on his research and build a team of researchers around him. It was an offer he couldn't refuse, and was made more attractive by the prospect of being close to his cousin Elsa, who lived in Germany and whom Einstein had begun corresponding with frequently since the spring of 1912. Thus, early in 1914, Albert made the move to the German capital. His first wife, Mileva, agreed to move at first with their two sons, but she was immediately unhappy in Berlin and sensed Albert was growing closer to his cousin, and soon decided to return to Zurich with their children. They remained separated until 1919, when they finally divorced, at which time Einstein married Elsa. By then, both she and Albert were in their 40s, and this second marriage of Einstein's did not result in any further children, though Albert became stepfather to Elsa's two daughters from her previous marriage. Einstein's arrival in Berlin was immediately interrupted by the outbreak of the First World War. For years, tensions had been building between the major European powers over issues as disparate as colonial rivalry in Africa, the vacuum left by the collapse of Ottoman power in the Balkans, and the naval race between Britain and Germany. These all coalesced in the summer of 1914 into the outbreak of a pan-European war, which soon became a worldwide conflict. When it erupted, and Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium as a means of striking quickly at northeastern France drew widespread international condemnation, a document entitled Manifesto of the 93 and addressed to the civilized world was soon being circulated in Germany. The move was led by figures like Adolf von Baeyer, the 1905 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and Paul Ehrlich, the 1908 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his pioneering work in chemotherapy, and was effectively a letter from dozens of prominent German academics sounding their support for Germany's war effort. Einstein, who was a lifelong pacifist, refused to sign it, and instead, with several other German academics, drew up the Manifesto to the Europeans. This expressed the idea that Europe's sense of common culture could be harnessed to bring the war to a swift end. Unfortunately, their hopes were not met, and the war was to drag on for 4 more years of interminable conflict, followed by years more of revolution and civil war across much of the continent. Despite the ongoing war, Einstein was able to commence new research in a concerted manner in Berlin from 1915 onwards as the initial shock of the outbreak of the war lessened. However, it was not until 1917 that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was finally established in Berlin, with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays wrought by the war effort had delayed its inception. He would serve as head of the institute for the next 16 years. Meanwhile, in 1916, he was admitted as a member of the German Physical Society, which had been established in 1845, and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honors would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1920, and admittance as a foreign member in 1921 to the Royal Society, arguably the world's most prestigious scientific society and one which dated back to 1660 when it was founded in London. Such honors aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1910s. For instance, in 1916, he hypothesized the existence of gravitational waves, which are effectively ripples in the curvature of space-time. These could not be detected using the instrumentation available in the early 20th century. But in 2016, a century after Einstein predicted their existence, they were finally confirmed by American scientists. He was also beginning to theorize the existence of what we now know to be black holes, points in space where gravity is so strong that neither light nor particles can effectively escape from them, and which distort space and time. As with so much else, his work on black holes was pioneering and paved the way for many of his successors to produce detailed accounts of the building blocks of the universe later in the 20th century. He could, however, be mistaken too. In 1917, he began working on what he termed the cosmological constant, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Many years later, when the American astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered the recession of nebulae in the universe, Einstein realized his earlier theory of the cosmological constant was incorrect and referred to it as his, quote, biggest blunder throughout his career. His other great research project of the war years, though, was far from a blunder. Einstein had been working on the concept of relativity for over a decade, and special relativity was the subject of one of his acclaimed papers of 1905. Yet it was not until the mid-1910s that he began finalizing his research on the subject of general relativity. The general theory of relativity outlined the geometric theory of gravitation. This moved far beyond Newtonian ideas concerning gravity to explain gravitational pull and the full complexity of geometric gravity as it applies to the universe and not just individual planets. There is an ongoing debate as to who actually arrived at general theory of relativity first, as his contemporary, the German mathematician David Hilbert, essentially arrived at nearly identical conclusions as Einstein did in the mid-1910s. As with Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace, who both broadly developed the theory of natural selection at the same time in the mid-19th century, both Einstein and Hilbert were in communication with each other, and Einstein had visited the University of Göttingen, where Hilbert was working in 1915 to present lectures on his own findings. What seems relatively clear is that Einstein and Hilbert influenced each other sufficiently that they both arrived at the same conclusion concerning general relativity within days of each other in the winter of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in some countries such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement of bitter civil wars, which eclipsed anything that those countries had seen during the war itself. Yet, with the resumption of some form of normal life, academic discourse resumed fully, and research began to be disseminated widely again. Thus, Einstein and Hilbert's work on the general theory of relativity reached a wider audience within the community of Europe and America's physicists. As it did, there was an increasing appreciation of how groundbreaking their studies were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington, an English astronomer and mathematician during a solar eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe developed by Isaac Newton nearly 250 years earlier. Given all of this, it is perhaps unsurprising that in 1921, the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm decided to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work in discovering the photoelectric effect in his paper from 1905 in the award designation, but it could just as easily have been awarded for a wide range of research findings over the previous 15 or so years. Receipt of the Nobel Prize in 1921 and the opening up of the world during the boom time years of the 1920s after years of war and social discord saw Einstein and Elsa, whom he had just recently married, decide to travel internationally. In early April 1921, they sailed into New York City, where the couple were greeted by John Francis Hylan and a delegation of some of the most senior members of the city's Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein met President Warren Harding in the White House. Afterwards, they left for a Pacific voyage to the Empire of Japan, and then onwards to Singapore and India before reaching the Middle East. There, Einstein visited Palestine, which had become subject to a British mandate following the end of the First World War, and where the Jewish Zionist movement was attempting to establish a new state for the world's Jews after centuries of being scattered around the globe. Afterwards, he returned to Germany, but the 1921 to 1922 trip was the beginning of a pattern of significant trips to different parts of the world. For instance, in 1925, he visited South America, spending weeks in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, countries which were booming economically and socially in the early 20th century, and where Einstein was revered within the academic community. In the mid-1920s, Einstein became involved in a scientific debate which was widely reported on at the time. This was between himself and Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who had won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, 12 months after Einstein had been awarded the same honor. A dispute had been building between Einstein and Bohr throughout the mid-1920s over their differing interpretations of quantum theory. Much of this centered on Bohr's refusal to believe that photons, which Einstein had first theorized the existence of in 1905, were real. He did not accept that they did exist until 1925, and even then, the debates raged on over other elements of their respective views on quantum mechanics. Debates were held in London and elsewhere between 1922 and 1925, but culminated in a famous academic disputation in 1927 at the 5th Solvay Conference at the International Solvay Institutes of Physics and Chemistry in Brussels. Here, Bohr and Einstein continued their debate, with both figures arguing points which proved to be accurate. However, beyond the theoretical arguments, the conference is noteworthy for the number of the world's most accomplished physicists it drew together. 17 of the 29 attendees had already or later received Nobel Prize awards, while Einstein and Bohr were joined by figures including Marie Curie, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger. It points to the sheer level of brilliance of the scientific community in the interwar period. The late 1920s also saw Einstein reconceptualizing his own theories of the universe. This was in response to the discovery by the American astronomer Edwin Hubble of the recession of the nebulae, or what is now termed Hubble's law. This states that galaxies are moving away from Earth at speeds which are proportionate to the distance they are from the Milky Way. These speeds are always faster, meaning that the further a cosmic body is from the Earth, the faster it will move away from the Earth. These findings, which were made public in 1929, required Einstein to abandon his current theory of the universe at that time, which was known as the cosmological constant, which supposed that the universe was largely static in the way that it expanded. That is, that the cosmos had been expanding since the Big Bang at a relatively constant speed. Hubble's discoveries forced Einstein to re-evaluate his hypothesis, as it was now clear that the universe was expanding at an ever greater speed. Hubble's discovery was also partly responsible for Einstein's decision to embark on a new journey to the United States in December 1930. He wanted to meet Hubble and thank him for his research, which he duly did in 1931. However, the trip is generally more remembered for Einstein's visit to California, where the ostensible purpose of the voyage was to take up a 2-month visiting trip at the California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech today. During this sojourn, Einstein ominously noted that science had as much and perhaps a greater capacity to do harm than to do good within human society, a reference no doubt to the increasing use of technology in warfare, an issue the pacifist Einstein found abhorrent. This same aversion to the growing militarism of the 1930s led Einstein to have an affinity with the novelist Upton Sinclair and the actor Charlie Chaplin, both of whom he met in Los Angeles during his visit, and who were both publicly affirmed pacifists themselves. Einstein's growing friendship with Chaplin led him to attend the premiere of his new film, City Lights, a silent film which was significant in establishing the romantic comedy genre in American movies. When Albert and Elsa Einstein entered the cinema with Chaplin, Einstein was cheered with the same regard a Hollywood icon could obtain. It was also the beginnings of a long friendship with Chaplin, which saw the actor visit Einstein's Berlin apartment shortly afterwards, and Einstein renewed their acquaintance when he himself returned again to America early in 1933. While Einstein had been holding his positions in Germany and traveling widely in the 1920s and early 1930s, as his fame and accomplishments increased, the political environment back in his native Germany was changing for the worse. Germany had been mired in political chaos in the aftermath of the First World War, but from 1923 onwards had entered into a period of pronounced prosperity and instability. That was shattered late in 1929, when the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City crashed and a massive economic depression set in across the developed world. In Germany, as millions lost their jobs and their economic security, a huge proportion of the population turned in national elections to the rabidly anti-Semitic National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazis, under their leader Adolf Hitler. In Reichstag elections in 1932, they became the largest political party in Germany, and in the first months of 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of the country. Within weeks, the party effectively turned Germany into a one-party fascist state. This was extremely ominous for the country's Jewish population and individuals like Einstein. In the United States, he decided not to return to Germany, and instead the Einsteins settled in America after a brief visit to Antwerp in Belgium, where Albert handed his German passport into the German embassy and renounced his citizenship. In Berlin, the Nazis had already searched his apartment twice on account of his Jewish heritage, and over the next year or so, Jewish academics such as himself were forced out of their positions across Germany. In the United States, following his decision to seek permanent residence there in 1933, Einstein quickly acquired a position at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton University in New Jersey. It was the institution which he would spend the longest portion of his career at, and, barring a directorship at Brandeis University in Massachusetts in the mid-1940s, Einstein was primarily associated with Princeton for the remainder of his life. In the mid to late 1930s, Einstein undertook some further notable work here on the east coast of America. A particularly significant engagement resulted from collaboration with Nathan Rosen, a Jewish-American physicist. Einstein and Rosen produced a model of what a worm might look like. Wormholes are theoretical structures which might connect disparate points in space-time together. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical writings on space travel. In due course, they became a mainstay of science fiction writing from the middle of the 20th century onwards. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland of Germany. which would soon have global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and building thousands of tanks, fighter planes, and bombers. Then, beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to annex Austria into a Greater Germany and to seize territory from its other neighbors such as Czechoslovakia and Lithuania. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain and France determined that they could no longer appease the Nazis and declared war on Germany. In the immediate term, the government of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not have public support for American involvement in what was deemed within the US to be a European war, which it should not involve itself in. However, when Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan, attacked a US Pacific Fleet at rest in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, the United States also entered the Second World War. More than any war in human history, it was one which would be shaped by scientific innovation. Despite his pacifism, Einstein was soon involved in correspondence with the US government concerning the growing conflict. Indeed, this had commenced weeks before the war erupted in Europe. Early in 1939, European physicists had discovered nuclear fission using uranium. With this discovery, the theoretical possibility of developing a nuclear bomb of some kind moved ever closer. A number of European physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, realized exactly how possible it now was that a dedicated research team could develop a nuclear warhead. This deeply worried many European scientists, as many of the continent's leading physicists worked in Germany and could be co-opted into helping the Nazis develop a nuclear weapon, one which Hitler and his accomplices would have little compunctions about using as a conventional weapon of war, despite its absolutely cataclysmic capacity for the loss of human life. Consequently, Szilard and two fellow Hungarian physicists, Edward Teller and Eugene Wigner, composed a letter to the US government warning of the risks of the Nazis developing a nuclear weapon before any other state. They sent this to America, where Einstein appended his signature to it before it was sent to the administration of President Roosevelt. What has become known as the Einstein-Szilard letter was influential in the months that followed in the US initiating its own program to develop a nuclear weapon. The Manhattan Project, the US government's program to develop a nuclear weapon, was initiated on a piecemeal basis late in 1939, just weeks after the receipt of the Einstein-Szilard letter. This ran enormously against Einstein's own pacifist inclinations, though the possibility of the Nazis having such a weapon before the US had forced him into warning the government of the dangers of this occurring. This aside, he viewed war of any kind as a disease which should be resisted by all of civil society in the modern world. Accordingly, he did not play a role in the Manhattan Project itself. Rather, it was led by Robert Oppenheimer, an American theoretical physicist. Though its activities were limited between 1939 and 1941, once the United States entered the war in December 1941, funding and resources increased enormously, particularly so as it became increasingly apparent that the Nazis were, in fact, trying to develop superweapons such as a nuclear bomb at various installations in Europe, notably in Norway, where what is known as heavy water was being produced, a form of hydrogen with different nuclear properties which could conceivably be used to manufacture a nuclear weapon. The research here, though, was slow and was scuppered on numerous occasions by sabotage missions launched by British Special Forces and Free Norwegian fighters. By that time, the Manhattan Project was employing upwards of 130,000 people in the United States, and a nuclear reactor had been demonstrated in Chicago as early as 1942. Eventually, in mid-July 1945, the world's first nuclear device was detonated in the desert of New Mexico. By the time the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the Second World War had already been over in Europe for several weeks. However, because of the agreed Allied policy of leaving the conclusion of the war in the Pacific against the Empire of Japan until after Nazi Germany had been defeated. The conflict was still raging there by the summer of 1945. Accordingly, the administration of President Harry Truman quickly decided to use the new weapon against Japan in the belief that doing so would ultimately save over 1 million lives if it forced Japan to surrender quickly. Thus, on the 6th of August 1945, the first nuclear weapon used in warfare was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, killing upwards of 75,000 people on the first day, and a further 60,000 or so in the months that followed from radiation sickness. 3 days later, a second nuclear device of a slightly different kind was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, killing upwards of 80,000 people across the initial destruction zone. And as a result of the after effects, Japan did quickly surrender. But Einstein was appalled by the ferocity of the attacks and the fallout from them. Shortly after the bombings, he declared that the time has come now when man must give up war. It is no longer rational to solve international problems by resorting to war. He subsequently expressed his regret that his research on the molecular structure of the world and the concept of mass energy and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development of nuclear weapons. The post-war years saw Einstein continue to research and publish, though by then he was nearing his 70s, and the pressures of his public profile and some health concerns restricted how much he could accomplish. Nevertheless, at Princeton in the late 1940s, he developed what he referred to as his unified field theory, findings which he published in Scientific American in 1950 as On the Generalized Theory of Gravitation. This unified field theory sought to develop a single, unified theoretical framework which could be used to understand the fundamental forces of nature and the universe. Efforts had been undertaken by many physicists throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a unified theory, but none had met with acceptance across the academic community. Einstein's theory attempted to incorporate elements of his work on general relativity, electromagnetism, and gravity, and proposed a single origin for the entire set of physical laws, one which could unify forces such as gravitation, electromagnetic forces, and even the curvature of space-time, with which much of Einstein's work in the 1930s had been concerned. Ultimately, his work and that of others in developing such a unified theory were unsuccessful, but his research in this respect is nevertheless regarded as being consequential in the further development of differential geometry, a study of the geometry of smooth shapes and surfaces, particularly as they apply to space. The years following the end of the Second World War in America also saw Einstein acquire a form of celebrity within mainstream society, which was largely unprecedented for a theoretical physicist. In many ways, this went back all the way to the early 1920s and Einstein's first arrival in New York City. His theory of relativity had just been confirmed by other scientists, changing our fundamental understanding of the universe, while Einstein was the recipient of the Nobel Prize. The New York Times had run a story in December 1919 proclaiming that Einstein had, quote, destroyed space and time through his research findings. Here was the most fundamental overhaul of human thought since Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection a half a century earlier. But Einstein's work was greeted with applause, whereas Darwin's had been viewed as sacrilegious. His associations with figures like Charlie Chaplin in Hollywood and his increasingly iconic physical appearance all made him a more identifiable figure in the years that followed. Most tellingly, by the 1940s, it was becoming apparent how Einstein's revolutionary ideas were changing society and the world in practical ways, not just from the perspective of theoretical physics. As all of this occurred, he became a figure as fated within American society as Stephen Hawking later would be in the second half of the 20th century, or figures like James Lovelock and Richard Dawkins in the early 21st century. By the time his working life came to an end, Einstein's written and public output was enormous. Though it may seem unusual to many, Einstein's primary academic output was in the shape of papers in academic journals. of which there were nearly 300 over a span of 55 years, rather than books. This was and remains the primary means of communicating research for academics working in the hard sciences. Such books as Einstein authored, of which there were over a dozen, were generally reproductions of work he had already published as academic papers, the idea being to tie together his existing work on general relativity and other topics, or to try to make the material more accessible to a general audience. Some of these were used as advanced undergraduate and postgraduate textbooks for students of theoretical physics for years to come in universities. Additionally, translations were made into multiple languages, ensuring that Einstein's work was accessible in dozens of countries by the middle of the 20th century. Beyond this academic output, Einstein was a voracious correspondent, and at the Albert Einstein Archives at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, there are over 3,500 pages of his private correspondence, dating from 1912 to 1955. He also wrote widely on various political, philosophical, religious, and humanitarian issues. Unsurprisingly, collected editions of Einstein's work, correspondence, and other writings, such as those published since the late 1980s by the academic press of Princeton University, the university where Albert spent nearly all of his career in the United States, have stretched into dozens of lengthy volumes. The individual who produced this enormous body of work was, despite his brilliance and celebrity, a resoundingly modest individual. He once proclaimed of himself, quote, "I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious." He never acquired the trappings of wealth or fame, and indeed visitors to his home in Berlin in the 1920s, or America in the post-1933 period, were generally struck by the modesty of the abode, where the most lavish adornment was usually a piano so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved. His family life, it must be admitted, was difficult. His two biological sons went to live with their mother after she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. But Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Politically, he was humane, holding a lifelong aversion to violence and war. He deeply admired Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent opposition to British rule in India, and the two became correspondents. Over time, his political views moved towards a criticism of capitalism and advocacy of socialism, while he also wrote on numerous occasions about the desire for a system of global government and an end to competition between nation-states. He held positive views of the United States, deeming the country to be a meritocracy, but the FBI had developed a dossier on him before he ever fully relocated to America from Europe, and by the mid-1950s it ran to over 1,400 pages, a not wholly unusual development for a former German and an academic in post-war America. An intrinsic part of Einstein's character was his Jewish heritage, though he himself was a professed agnostic and viewed the Bible as a collection of primitive legends. His Jewish heritage also shaped his life from the 1930s onwards, as it saw him relocate to the United States in the face of the Nazi threat. Einstein also became noted in his later years for his support for Zionism and the State of Israel. He had visited Palestine back in the 1920s when it was being governed as a British mandate in the aftermath of the First World War. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with the goal of reforming a Jewish state after nearly 2,000 years of being dispersed around the world. In 1925, Einstein agreed to be listed amongst the first Board of Governors of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem when it was established that year. Then, in the aftermath of the Second World War, hundreds tens of thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War headed for the Holy Land. When the British mandate there expired in March 1948, the Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for the Jewish people in the Levant. In 1952, Einstein was offered the ceremonial position of president of the country, though he declined on account of his age and inability to leave the United States at that stage. Einstein remained supportive of the Zionist movement until his death, but one wonders what the pacifist in him would have made of the Israeli state as it descended into interminable warfare with its Muslim neighbors from the Suez Crisis of 1956 onwards. By the time Israel entered into the Suez Crisis or the Second Arab-Israeli War against its southern neighbor Egypt in 1956, Einstein had died. Shortly after the end of the Second World War, he had begun to suffer from an abdominal aortic aneurysm, an enlargement of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen. It can become blocked, much like any other part of the circulatory system, owing to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. Einstein had the issue operated on successfully in 1948 by reinforcing the aorta wall, but despite improving his lifestyle, including adopting a vegetarian diet, the problem resurfaced again early in 1955 when the aorta ruptured, causing internal bleeding. He was admitted to hospital on the 17th of April, but refused emergency surgery to try to intervene to stop the bleeding, proclaiming philosophically that it was best to meet death with dignity when one's time had come. He died the following day on the 18th of April 1955 at 76 years of age. The surgeon who carried out his autopsy afterwards removed Einstein's brain for scientific study, though this was done without the permission of his family. It was subsequently dissected, and the remains of it are today found in the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C., while some sections were put on display in the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia in 2013. It has been suggested that the abnormal number of glial cells in his brain might account for Einstein's inordinate aptitude for mathematical equations. His body was cremated shortly after his death in New Jersey, and his ashes were modestly scattered at an undisclosed location. Albert Einstein was one of the most influential thinkers in the history of science. So significant were his findings in his research over a span of half a century that his surname has become synonymous with elevated intelligence. Perhaps what is most unusual about this is that it all sprang from relatively humble beginnings. In the 1890s, he was effectively an international nomad when he was still a teenager and young man, moving between his native Germany, Italy, and Switzerland as his parents tried to balance their financial and business situation with their awareness of their son's precocious abilities as a mathematician and physicist. His time at the Polytechnic School in Zurich provided some stability, but Central Europe's universities saw fit not to hire him when he completed his initial studies there, and instead he spent several years working in the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. It was here, while evaluating inventions during the day and starting a young family, that he began working on some of the most significant research in the field of physics ever undertaken. The result in the Annus Mirabilis of 1905 were 4 groundbreaking studies which revolutionized humanity's understanding of the nature of the universe, at once revealing the existence of photons and the nuclear and atomic building blocks of existence. 1905 changed everything. In the years that followed, Einstein was promoted year on year to ever more significant academic positions, until he eventually reached the peak of European academia in Berlin, just as the First World War broke out. In the midst of that calamitous conflict, he developed the general theory of relativity. In 1921, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work, though more accolades followed in the decades ahead. What is perhaps most notable about Einstein's career, however, from the 1920s onwards, is the public profile he developed. Visits to the United States, South America, across Europe, and the Middle East allowed him to advocate on behalf of a number of causes. The most significant was his ringing of the alarm bells about the threat posed by Nazi Germany from 1933 onwards. Indeed, he immediately renounced his German citizenship when Hitler seized power and moved to the United States. There, he continued to note the dangers posed by the possibility of the Nazis acquiring a nuclear weapon. However, it was a double-edged sword for Einstein, the pacifist, for the cost of seeing Nazi Germany defeated in the nuclear race was seeing the US drop its own atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. In the aftermath of the war, he used his position to advocate on behalf of a state for the Jewish people in the Middle East following the Holocaust. When he died in 1955, he was the most acclaimed scientist in the world, one who ultimately influenced the entire fields of physics, mathematics, and cosmology in the modern era. The history of the 20th century might well have been significantly different had it not been for Einstein. What do you think of Albert Einstein? Was he the most revolutionary intellectual in modern history? And what might explain his inordinate intellect? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
So that's blood water. I imagine. I receive it in the vessel. It's not water. It's like what? So another active project for let's move on. Castrating. Interesting. It's got to be something. Lost culture. So that love, people of president, it should be brought to the I love the word pastor. I don't know why. Just repeat itself. Said, you're right. He purchased my social and I shady stops right over. So when the shape touches, when the shape touches through, it stops. I'm supposed to sorry, pause it. And when the shape touches fingers, it's contaminated. And it can go on. It can make other things coming. So what happens after the shape of the second hand? Okay, what does it mean? When the fighter steps the station, the punch the other fighter. It becomes a it punches us all. But if it punches one, it's not right there. This is before it's important. What happened with COVID mice? Mice are shading, and then they affect at all. Right? Which will report to the market. I'll follow the mice. Let's say, so he answered that. I was just talking about COVID. Transfer the use of the food into money. Now the money becomes credit. He was living some big dollars. It's like, well, Mr. Shady, the money for the so the food now becomes credit. Becomes Mr. Shady. Now the budget. Terrible. I'm a 26 of this world. Turning to that, dark bulk specialist in financial services. I do revenue, listening to emergency financial balances in the workshop. I don't know. If you guys going through the thing, I don't know if you're upset at 75 my school is actually maybe the nicer. It's a problem. You know any nicer shading you get from it? I will only come when you have second hand. And maybe they agree that touching is lovely. Maybe touching is shady. Second hand, handed or second is shady. They don't do it. I'm going to get it right to the thing with this week. But now, everybody else, the year goes down. How do I know it's going down? Well, you can't. How would you get that sweat? Let's say you should eat it. Let's say cut it for 3 times so and have other meaning that you can bread. Okay, then put it in your mouth. Really, you know, the salt is not bread. And that would be a problem. I'll give you a mushroom, a very good mushroom would be, if I give a bowl of meat, what I do, no. But the eater has to watch it. But there also, the guy, they just let me eat whatever it is. It's me. It's not what's there. It's shaming him. It's not what's there. It's not about it. Maybe it's a public reason that doesn't have to watch there. Only the person eating. We're not the other person. The person that's touching it. And the person that's touching it doesn't have to watch there. It's like Terry, bread. If you're feeding a very sick person, any medicine, bread in his mouth, who has to watch the their health? The patient, not the guy feeding. So we're able to make it your own something. Go around and touch it. Let's say because something is not red, you're just ready to put it in his mouth. Tell him to talk about it. Every time you put a skin on. Commissioner says that if your hands are a second full, then you're allowed to touch, and you're allowed to touch one that didn't have water, enough water. So why? If your heart water. What's the problem? Your hands are only a second. It's only a second. Answer the Gemara now. This is not a shady. It's a Rishon of Goma. We're talking about hands that are the highest level of Goma. That's what we're at. A Rishon. How? You put your hands in the house of the sun. You stuck it through the window. So now they got a Rishon made. And now, with the keys that has blood on it, you can make a product. You can make a movie. You can make it a what? A shady. It's going to go down one. Your question was your hands are only shady. A shady doesn't affect the way you pull it. And now the whole thing is your pull. How do you not pull it? You're right. A shady can't do anything to pull it. But a Rishon could. Tell our above me that he doesn't scare me about the hands that are, a Rishon. She would have loved it. This only is what you're saying. Sorry. Hey, you have this pull it in. Hands can never become a Rishon. She was going to lose all of it. He said the name of it. Her name is Rabbi. He said the name of Rabbi. That feels foolish. She has the room. Hands can become an issue. And a second control, which makes the sense is much more sensitive to color. So the car right now we ask is supposed to put it in. You put it in. No, what the car right now is supposed to put it in. She has to put it in for the water. But the meat, of course, but you what? It's not a shame. Only a reason. And I feel it's that's the case that I had in the shame. It's already it's the other guys that are looking for this hand in the other certain town. The other place is that we should keep that knowing. No man though, my dad said the hand could be a research. Not only in similar but on my end, you understand. Stick your hand in the face of the Buddha, your hand becomes a second. And then this is this one here. If you stick your hand in the third house, the whole body becomes a body. Because it makes you good. Open your head, man. Only part of your body. Well, I'm going to say, the question is why you put the hand. Because the body has someone other people push it for a while. They make this kind of shot. When I saw you dying the opposite, I didn't know that the category. I was going to say, Obama. You know what I'm saying? Right. Oh, should be Obama. Behold, the one, it's only shaking. A hand at maximum would be a shake. So, whereas we're saying an answer, now this is what we got a guy in here, Bishop, for instance. Say, so they added forward vegetables in it. Imagine down to one people learn. And they're all asking the only question they had their entire life. So that day a lot of confusion happened. And one of the things shows this, where he had to get up and say, oh, there is it says everything. Let me show you the video real quickly. It's perfect. Yeah. This that mouse is not something. Wow. So the fire oven becomes a wall, a reason. The food inside the oven becomes a shady. Would a shady make a sushi? Says Rabbi yes. Slishi. You didn't know that before. That's only she does with the people. So stop calling it. Let's see the side. Get one. It says, you have the power to people on that. Look how I'm there. The shady about the Slishi. Give it up. People trade. This is about where you saw that before. Where does the shady? Show us the Slishi. Come on. And here we finish off with the. Like that's what we keep us in the sense of with the right side. Maybe it's referred to the right side. The Rabbanah life. Or we're talking about hands. Hands are only coming to Rabbanah. So that the Rabbanah doesn't have the play out of the power to make a shlish, a shady of shlish. Rabbanah side. And a walking from That's a beautiful picture taken by a nurse in a hospital. Nurse. No. It's a father. It's a father. With his baby learning Torah and a nurse. So I want to stay in the picture. My wife got on the phone. We got remember that we were down the aisle. We didn't move up. Something I was proud of the rest of my life was having I'm not ready to be and I even several of us made that much more amazing. This class is only on one space to teach. But some of the gentlemen kind of showed up, said everything about the kind of community of people around you. The family members that give us not just a different program, brother runs in our program. But it's only one of us is here in my life. I also want to know, and I don't say this lightly, that the impact of yogi has had a real and lasting impact. It doesn't even show me every single day. The rhythm it creates, create image they for me, the shape to make me a better person and steadier. There's a few compliments, deep appreciation of love, regard, glad, and dream I had in the best of soon. Gary said that you would have been born in Carolina, and she's from Brazil. Yaakov Gross. Oh no, Sunday Gross. My name is Sunday Gross. Maybe I'll be a sponsor of something else. I like this business. This is random, very really number. The impact that it's had on my life because of tremendous. Before I could be a part of the life, I learned fire regularly. What's this? You barely learn. But today, I try to learn between 4 and 5 hours every day. Something very sure of the phone, online, first. This first is a new one, meaning it's a lender. There's a good thing goes up. Instead of the down, all the other stuff. You just want to be more curious of where you think about it. Heavy metal plus. There's a new past. I consider what's missing. And I say, that's the top. When it almost comes in, here's the top. Yeah, it's more consistent with this exercise. And so Zempic, everything. Concentrate on that one task. The other element is the shopping set. Only that and sit down for the same time. But if I say time, you will have really down. Shut up, very much. Never at home, so everybody will agree. But the product was so something only nothing else. What about the other animal? The other animal is constant. No reason why the other animal should be. It's a good treatment like that. So what happens before I go home? Also, I shouldn't two things at the same time. But of course, the top of the black and white cow is not a good treat though, because you didn't know about it. So you didn't check another one before I go. You only checked it before I go, by itself. And I sliced it with the watermelon. Oh, and what about the crab? A slice of watermelon. If you slice it into the slice of watermelon, the answer is, if you slice the watermelon without knowing it, it's not happening. You're more nice again. The problem is, they don't concentrate on the animal. It's a concentrate on the black and white animal or the watermelon. It'll make it good. So it's not a problem at all. Either way, it's not a problem. So it says you are inside. Literally, also, according to the thing it says, and you can share another animal by mistake. So really, that is the structure at the same time. And that's what I'm saying. And here,
Tony, if you're here, I'm still sleeping, big dog.
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the Road Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hello, everybody. We're here. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store. Welcome, Brian.
Hey,
Good to be here. We're both wearing black hoodies. Good to be here at the world famous Comedy Store, live on the Sunset Strip. Speaking of strip, the great Ryan J. Ebelt is here. This guy knows how to strip down a piece of paper and turn it into an amazing piece of art. He draws every single episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. All those prints are available at RyanJebelt.com. Follow him on social media. He's also been doing auctions, things like that. Incredible stuff as of late. Every tour poster, every episode of the show, every guest that's ever been on, he's drawn it. RyanJebelt.com, including the Kill Tony books, a couple Kill Tony shirts, some really cool stuff over there. RyanJebelt.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Things are happening here. They're doing shows out the window, on the patio. Things are happening here. The momentum is once again rebuilding at the store. Excited for a big up-and-coming return here and other big things happening. But you know what? Before we start tonight's episode, let's get a word. You know, you love the show, and the only way to support us is by supporting our amazing sponsors. And here's a little bit more about tonight's incredible, lovely sponsors. Things are challenging these days. Seeing a doctor shouldn't be. That's why I use PlushCare. PlushCare provides primary and urgent health care through virtual appointments. And scheduling an appointment, even for the same day, is really easy. I just pick a slot that works for me and book online, so I don't waste time on hold or sitting in crowded waiting rooms. With my PlushCare membership, I can see my doctor from the comfort of my own home, even in my PJs. I can get diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my local pharmacy if needed, all within minutes. And if I have questions before or after my visit, I can send unlimited messages to my care team anytime. Plus, PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states.
And with how difficult things are, if you're feeling anxious, depressed, or stressed about what's going on in the world, and who isn't, PlushCare doctors are here to help, and help by discussing treatment options and providing prescriptions as needed. You know, where I live, it's really hard to get a doctor. Sometimes you have to wait almost a month just for something basic. It was so nice being able to just fill out a couple questions with the PlushCare app, and it was really easy to sign up. It was really easy to schedule an appointment, and I felt very confident with the doctor that I was given.
All PlushCare doctors graduated from one of the top 50 medical schools in the U.S. and are highly rated by their patients. That gives me peace of mind that I'm getting the highest quality health care. PlushCare makes it easy for me to get the excellent care I need when I need it. They can do the same for you. Start your membership today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony to start your free 30-day trial. That's plushcare.com/Tony for a free 30-day trial. You need to see a doctor? Do it online. Make it easy. plushcare.com/Tony. Hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges, from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back live on Kill Tony. This is very, very exciting. I'm especially excited about tonight's show because we do have a guest. This young man's been on the show many times. This is truly, just like me, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Multiple specials, multiple albums. He's a freak of nature, another comedian that I started with and I can't wait to hang out with. Here tonight on the show, once again, it's the return of the great Jamar Neighbors, everybody. Yeah! Absolutely. One of my favorites on the planet, Jamar Neighbors.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Jamar.
Thank you for having me back, Tony.
Indeed, I'm glad you're back. You and I just had fun the other day. We were performing in the window here at the Comedy Store to the people out on the patio, packed patio. We did a little fucking duo.
Yeah, we got it in real tough.
We were like Neil Brennan and Dave Chappelle at the same time, if Neil Brennan was funny. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Neil. Everybody knows you're hilarious. Everybody knows you.
Neil.
Everyone knows Neil wrote all the good stuff on that show.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're going to have so much fun. What else?
Man.
Hi, how you doing? You guys were awesome the other night. Whatever that was.
Thank you, man. I like your microphone, man.
Oh, thanks, man. I made for me and Tony.
Some My Little Pony shit, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's
Fuck with that, dude.
That's my
Indeed. We're going to have fun tonight, Jamar. I'm sure you remember. It's been a little while, but you remember there's a band on the show?
Right.
Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be before the show. We never know what songs they're going to play. We don't ever know anything about them. Let's all find out what they are tonight, because they are the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony and Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jetski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Oh, this is interesting. Whoa, we know these guys. Oh my goodness. They are Rastafarians. Oh my God. This guy just took a hit of a bowl out here. This is incredible. Wow. We have the rope snake guy. very, very famous character in the show's past. How are you, Rope Snake Guy?
Skeeter from the island. Brah, brah, Catalina Island. Brah, brah.
You're from Catalina Island?
Yeah, man.
That's normally we're very rich. Do you have rich parents?
Yeah, man.
What do they do?
They own banks.
Oh, wow. Okay. How'd you end up like this? They didn't give you a lot of attention as a kid?
No, I appropriate other people's culture.
Wow. Very interesting. What'd you have for breakfast today?
French toast crunch.
Beautiful, beautiful. And behind you, we have the former leader of the NAACP,
Rachel Dolezal. Brah, brah.
Rachel Dolezal. That's right. How are you, Rachel?
Nah, man, my name is Kelsey with an I.
Wow, you don't even have a Rastafarian accent at all.
No, man. I'm just high as fuck.
I love it. You're high. How much weed did you smoke today?
I don't even know, man. I don't know numbers anymore.
Very exciting. And then clearly next to you, there is a white man wearing a Rastafarian hat with a wig attached.
No, I also have an accent, man.
Oh, wow. What's your name?
Name's Rocco.
Why?
Rocco from the streets, man.
Okay, Rocco. And then here we have another beautiful girl. This is a beautiful, beautiful. What's your name, young lady?
My name's Ethan, man.
Oh, wow. Oh, Ethan. I'm sorry.
And that hit I took, it's actually CBD, but don't tell anybody. I'm trying to be cool, man.
Wow, what does CBD stand for?
Can't be done.
Wow, very good, Ethan.
Can't be done.
I'm excited that the Rastafarians are here. We're going to have a drum beat. The old Rastafarian rim shot tonight. I'm sure we're going to hear that a lot. I'm excited. Let's just jump right into it. We have a bucket filled with comedians' names. Well, it's not really filled. Let's face it, there is a limited, very limited amount of entrants tonight. But before we go to the bucket, why don't we get things kick-started with an absolute icon here on Kiltony, a guy that everybody knows, a guy that everybody loves, and also some people hate, but I love him, and I refuse to let the naysayers say that he shouldn't be part of the show any longer. I will always fight for what I believe in, and I fight for this man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's known other than the Big Red Machine, the Tennessee Strangler, the King of the Koalas, the great William Montgomery.
Jamar, they call me the Tennessee Stranglers. First and foremost, for all the fucking haters out there, get a load of the set. This is probably going to be one of my best sets. Not sure if y'all saw this, but there was an international mixtape competition held a couple days ago in Beirut. The social distancing has really hurt the clown car industry. Was watching American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. When the credits roll, the first 24 names are Jewish. Director, producer, writer, hairdresser, dog handler, the dog. What's the difference between Antifa and the Houston Astros? Nothing. They both steal signs and come from a hellhole.
Wait, who does?
What was that word?
The Astros and who?
And Antifa.
What, Antifa?
Antifa is how it's pronounced.
They both steal signs
and come from a hellhole. Oh, yeah. Think about that and feel alright.
Everybody now. Okay. William, what movie were you talking about?
Herbie the Love Bug.
Okay. And you saw the credits, and it had Jewish director, writer, producer, hairstylist, dog handler,
and hairdresser.
And dog?
Hairdresser and dog.
You mean dog?
What do you mean, dog?
So yeah, that's the name of the animal.
Y'all ready? Jamar, do you pronounce it that way? Which one of those jokes was like your favorite one? The best one? The what? The best one. What did I think was the best one?
The Beirut one is my guess. I think you're going to go with the Beirut one.
What was my favorite joke from that one?
You can wait to tell it in this set.
Which one?
Beirut.
Was watching American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. I was excited about that one.
What did you think was going to happen when you said it?
I thought they were all going to get sick. When somebody gets AIDS, they get sick.
Actually,
Really? Look at Magic Johnson.
yeah.
What do you mean Magic Johnson? Who's Magic Johnson? People throw that name around.
Basketball.
Who is that?
He was the first guy.
No, seriously, who's Magic Johnson, Redman?
He used to be a basketball player. Now he's
Now he's what?
Face of it.
Now he's a face of AIDS?
Actually, a mosquito is the face of AIDS. But he's the second face of AIDS.
Tell me about it. Mosquitoes, man. Those things have killed more people than anything else.
Like what?
Malaria, they carry malaria.
What else do they carry? You carry your bags if you're a light traveler.
They carry your bags if you're a light traveler. I don't get that one. You want to explain that one? No, shut up. You want to explain that one?
Oh, you're very angry tonight.
Yeah, I'm angry tonight.
Why are you telling me to shut up? Good vibes only.
Oh, Rudaby.
What'd you say?
Oh, Rudaby.
Rhubarb.
Oh, Rudaby.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they call it Rega. Beirut is actually my favorite baseball player.
Beirut? What do you mean?
Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth? Do you want to take it again, you bitch?
I'm not lying.
I would fuck you up.
If you look at the video again after these airs, there was a mosquito that landed on William while he was
I
talking.
know, I saw that.
It landed on your beard.
That's fucked up, man. What do you mean it landed on my beard?
Oh,
It
shit.
is.
It did.
Hold on.
That shit
Bring your
just
head
passed
back.
his forehead.
Go tilt your head to the right. Go to the right.
You got the right.
Wait, go back.
That's
Hold
it.
on. Stop moving.
Y'all see that shit?
William, move slower.
It's right next to your eye, man.
Stop.
Oh,
Stop.
ring.
Stop.
There it is.
There it is. What is that?
A mosquito soul.
There's something like on the light or something.
No, it's mosquito.
What do you mean something on the light? Is something wrong with my face?
Stay right there. Don't move. Now move a little bit towards Ryan. Listen to my direction. Move your head a little bit towards Ryan. No, don't look at Ryan. Move your head towards Ryan. No. Move your body.
My eyes?
Here, let's try this.
My body.
Move your body towards. No, not that
What
way.
do you mean?
Like, go that way. Nope. Watch me. Don't turn. Just there. Wait. It's right there. Don't move. Don't move.
Yeah.
Do you see it? What the fuck is that?
Y'all see that?
Damon, you see that? Nope. William, what did I tell you? Don't move. Stay right there. So put your chin down.
Jamar, get my back on those.
William,
Jamar, get my back on those.
It's on his
What are they talking about?
it's like
That mosquito soul.
it's on your
Mosquito soul.
Damon, is that in the
It's
light?
like a silhouette of a mosquito.
Yo, fix your lights, you bitch.
No, you're not allowed to call staff members that name. Sorry,
Okay.
Damon.
Well, he tricked me last night.
He didn't trip you.
Yeah, he tricked me
Is
last
there a bug
night.
on the lights, or is that on his head?
Yeah, what's going on with the lights up there?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Whose sweet little voice was that? It's flying in the beams. What bitch just said that?
William, you can't just call random.
I'm on edge, Tony. I'm sick, man. You know I'm sick right now. I got 104.
Oh God.
I got 104. I'm an asymptomatic character, and I've been kissing people.
Yeah, who have you kissed lately?
David Deary, he's a known faggot.
Oh my God, William.
Look at him. Look at his fingers by his penis. That guy knows what's up. I'm going to be kissing him tonight.
No, don't walk that way. All right. Well, William, what's been going on in your personal life? How's your relationship with the girl that hits you?
Last night she called me her brother, and I started calling her
Why is
my
that?
older sister. Yeah, what's that noise? Was that supposed to help, Red Band? Cool, that was fun. Jamar, would you agree that's funny? He did that fucking noise.
Jamar, what do you think about William?
Like, just as a whole.
Yeah, as a whole.
You want to look at my tag? Oh, like, sometimes he's annoying, but sometimes he's funny.
Yep. No, I agree.
Wow.
I think
exactly right.
I think 100% of people would agree with that.
Is that it, Jamar? But that came from. Is that really what you're gonna say?
It's so bizarre.
I told you that shit every time I see you. I say, I know, and I hear it. Yeah, so then hear it. And we're in quarantine. God, what do you do like when you're normal? I am skating around the Eastgate shopping mall in Memphis.
I love that. I love that peanut butter colored T-shirt you're wearing. It's so in style.
It's more of a burnt orange.
A lot of people wearing pumpkin pie this time of the year.
Pumpkin pie. What did you call it? A peanut butter color? It's more of a like. Did you really call it that?
Yeah, I did. Piece of shit.
Would you agree with that, Jamar? What would you call this one? Rusted orange? Pumpkin pie.
Orange juice left out for a week.
Pumpkin Old Spice. Flint, Michigan water. Flint, Michigan water. Why are y'all all teaming up against me tonight?
It looks like you just lost on the floor is lava.
Why are y'all teaming up against me? It looks like a beautiful shirt, man. What's going on here? Why is this happening? Look how weak his knees look.
Yeah, you've suffered serious knee injury.
What do you mean? I have strong knees.
Your knees look like little bitches. Look at them.
Yeah. You're getting roasted by the Lance Armstrong.
What do yours look like?
One's broken and it still looks better than the nose.
Well, your Oriental girlfriend, when she was sucking your dick at the memorial,
all right.
her knees look good.
We're not going to go down this road again.
Keep going.
Your girlfriend looks Oriental because she's crying all the time.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Why didn't that get that response?
Redman,
What happened there?
lit William up.
Damn, Red.
You just got lit the
Why'd you do that to me, Red Man? Damn, why'd you do that to me?
Oh my
Jamar, I've been thinking about holding the microphone this way. Do you like it?
All right, there goes William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes.
Yeah.
Another solid week with William.
One love.
Let's get together and feel alright. Alright, the show has begun. William has done it. It has been begun. And he is begun. William
I love you, William.
Montgomery.
Sometimes.
Pulled a name out of the bucket. Yeah, exactly. It's a love hate. He actually called me the other night and kept me on the phone for about 30 minutes. If you're wondering how many people call me just out of the blue, I believe it was about 11:30 at night.
Why would you answer that?
I don't know. I feel sometimes I get a call from someone like that, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're about to kill themselves, and if so, I'm going to save them if the off chance that they're going to kill themselves.
You think William will kill himself?
No, just his liver. No, I don't think so. But I also think that maybe he needed to get bailed out of prison. Like, there's a lot of things. He's got a wild. He's a real rock star. Like, what you see with William is what you get.
All right, dude. He's an accidental overdose candidate for sure.
30 minutes, highs and lows in the conversation. He's making me laugh a lot. I'm infuriated at some points, explaining to him some rules at the Comedy Store that he's been breaking lately. Other times he's cracking me up. I mean, extreme highs and lows in this phone call. I can't stand being on the phone, especially at 11:30 at night. It ended up not being a suicide call at all or a jail bailout. He was asking me if when things open up again, if he can open for me on the road was the bread and butter of this conversation.
And did you go, oh, hell no? Or what was your
That's exactly what I said. I was like,
oh, hell no! Can you call me one time at 11:30 at night, William?
oh boy, he's asking for the number.
I'll give it to you after the show, man. We'll see.
If you, yeah. But,
you want to do my apartment show? All right.
there you go.
Got it. You booked.
There you go. See? That's me getting you a gig. That's going to hold you over for the years until you open up for me. You're welcome. I pulled a name out of the bucket. This should be exciting. I believe this young man's been on the show before. Make some noise for Brandon Bieterstadt, everybody. Here we go. Brandon Bieterstadt.
What's up, everybody? So I was at the grocery store earlier today, and I was buying condoms, and I noticed that there were some sheepskin condoms. I started thinking, the guy who invented sheepskin condoms might have been a pervert. Like, what was that business meeting like? Oh, latex is not going well. People are complaining. It doesn't feel good. Does anyone have any ideas? Well, sheepskin feels pretty fucking good. Hey, Bill, I gotta ask, how the f*** do you know that? So I've been pretty into this Black Lives Matter thing. I'm flirting a lot. I think mainly I've learned that white people suck. Here's just a couple reasons that what I think white people suck. White people suck because they put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish. You know how many white dudes speak Klingon? That's a made-up language to speak to only other white dudes. White people suck because they get more mad when you misgender their dog than a trans person. He's a good boy. Apologize to Cooper.
Hey, every little thing is gonna be alright. Welcome to the show, Brandon Bieterstadt.
Thank you.
Where are you originally from?
I'm from a small town in Iowa.
In Iowa. What's the name of the small town?
Newton, Iowa.
Newton, Iowa. How long have you lived in Los Angeles?
I'm at 5 years.
How far east of La Brea do you live? Very far east.
I'm right in Chinatown,
Right.
as you would expect.
So that's about 15, 20 minutes east of La Brea, for those of you that don't know your Los Angeles landscape. I could tell because that's what someone that would write a joke about learning a lot from Black Lives Matter would be from. That's exactly where they would be. People between La Brea and La Cienega would not...
Is that street changed now? Like, recently, it seems like it's kind of down.
Comedy Store legend, I just want to wave to him and say hello. The great Argus Hamilton
Hey, Argus.
popping his head through the door. Hello, sir. Good to see you. We're doing an episode of Keltoni here. Argus is a legend, record holder for most appearances all time on The Tonight Show as a comedian, and a great uncle to us all.
And wearing Steve Martin's jacket.
That is awesome. He is a rock star.
It's not dirty, no nothing. He ain't spilled no spaghetti sauce on it.
Nope, he keeps it clean. Thank you so much, Argus. I love it.
Just performed through the glass.
That's it. I love it. We're doing it. Hey, whatever it takes for us to... It's crazy, right? I know. That's why I've just been blowing dudes to get by for money. We love you, Argus. Thank you. Follow him on social media.
Some say that jacket's actually black, and that's just a bunch of cocaine.
Okay, Red Van.
This is going well.
What's his name? Bieterstadt?
Bieterstadt.
Peter, what'd you say about white people be doing what?
White people put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish.
And is that because you do these things? And then, so, like, does that go for you too?
Oh, that's a great point. I am a white person.
Do you put more effort in
I
contacting
speak Spanish,
aliens?
actually, and I don't believe in aliens. So I am an observant of my fellow whites.
Oh, so you're just criticizing what very few white people do and making...
Oh, bullshit! There are plenty of whites that are obsessed with aliens.
Tony, I thought you was being real.
I've actually, I've heard
Red Van, if you're gonna burp, please, like, just don't turn your head in my direction and burp. Like, it's, like, very bizarre to do that. There's all of that way, and, man, really just, like, burping regularly, like you're at home.
I think it's a difference, too. Like,
Very
we're
bizarre.
in Los Angeles, so there are white people who speak Spanish here. But I'm from Iowa, where there's two dudes who speak Spanish, and not well. And I'm one of them.
You should always wear a silver jacket
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's so funny you mentioned that. Those were going to be the next words out of my mouth. I picture a silver jacket and you just fucking slaughter. Have you thought about this at all?
No, but I will never perform again without one.
What's your sex life like?
I haven't been laid in almost a year, but this weekend I'm gonna get laid a bunch.
How do you know that?
I'm going to like a quarantine fuck shack thing.
Where's this at?
It's you're not invited.
I thought you said Black Lives Matter 2 seconds ago. What happened?
Only white people allowed?
You don't want him to ruin all that pussy before you have it?
I have more to learn, I guess.
Tell us about this fuck shack, Brandon.
Oh, it's
Starting with the
on
address.
Airbnb. If you guys want the link to it later, it's I believe $130 a night. It's one of the better fuck shacks in Victorville, which is close to Big Bear, but not in Big Bear.
Hold on.
This is weird. This is real shit. I've actually heard this from somebody that we all know pretty well that they go to.
I want to hear more about this.
Airbnb,
Let's
like,
hear more
fucks
about
and
this.
things.
Keep going. Tell us more, Brandon. Have you done this before?
It's been a year, dude. No,
It's been a year since you've done an Airbnb fuck shack?
No, I used to have regular sex, but now it's
Okay.
kind of one of those things where, like, I had to get tested yesterday to convince this girl to fuck me. Like, it's a different time
So you had to convince a girl who's going to be at the fuck shack?
to go to the fuck shack.
Well, the fuck shack is a little place where we can fuck together. In a fuck shack, baby.
Hey, it's a fuck shack, baby. Okay. Sure.
Are there going to be so you have to convince a girl to go with you to the fuck shack? Or are there other bitches at this fuck shack?
And why would she make you get tested? You seem like you would have negative, like you would cure STDs if you fucked somebody.
I didn't have to get tested for STDs. No, it's
Would you have to get
for
tested?
Corona, COVID.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus, that's so dumb. You could totally catch Corona before that.
I agree, but you can also cure most STDs in no time.
So you have to bring a girl to this fuck shack in order to come. That's why you're asking her?
I thought it was porn. Like you'd have to get tested for STDs before going to a fuck shack.
No, that's not.
It's like BYOB type shit.
It's pretty much like all the massage parlors that used to be fuck shacks during the quarantine have all got together, rented Airbnbs, and like.
So it's gonna be a gang of Asian bitches in.
It's gonna be one chick. I'm just worried.
What's the ethnicity of the girl that you're interested in having sex with?
Well, this one's gonna be white.
Have you ever been with any other type of woman?
I've been with one black chick. Yeah.
Yeah, really?
And a Hispanic chick.
Did she rape you, or like how did that happen? Did you romance a black woman? I cannot picture this for the life of me.
She, out of any girl I've ever been with, is the one who like freaked out the most to find out they have a belly button ring. Like black chicks aren't down with that.
Wait a second. Hold on. You have a belly button ring?
No, I got it pierced when I was like 7.
Do you have a tribal tattoo around the
No, that'd be gay.
the sun?
So is it still pierced?
It's actually harder to take out than keep it.
You named it Tears. You got that shit in right now?
Yeah, dude.
Let me see this shit.
You're trying to be at the fuck shack. You're trying to get me on track.
You gotta see
Let
the
me
belly
see a
button.
dumb belly button ring.
Oh wow, he's starting unbuttoning at the nipples for this. This is a very high unbutton. Oh, there
This
you
is
go.
by far the fattest I've ever been.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We know. We can tell through the shirt.
What the fuck?
Oh, here we go. Oh my.
This nigga got a.
This is
This nigga look like Shakira.
Shakira in the house.
Oh my god. No. Please leave it unbuttoned. This is incredible.
And they got hair tangled in it.
Oh my god. You're so hairy. And that is like a two. For those of you just listening to the podcast, there's like a gem at the bottom and a gem at the top.
I'm stunned.
It is unfucking bookable, this thing.
What is it? Well, like what's hanging from the? Is it a?
Here's the thing: the girls won't fuck me if I have a dangly. So this is just a regular old belly button ring.
So wait, you've had a dangly before?
And they can hear it like making noise.
Oh.
So girls won't fuck me if I have a dangly because some of my pubes get all so dangly when I'm going down on a girl. I'm going down on a girl.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Skeet.
That shit look like it stink.
Yeah, it looks like there's a drink
Oh,
pitcher in the
there
middle
it
of it.
does. Does that still have the price tag on it from Forever 21?
Ice.
Spencer's.
It is so bizarre. Do you do that to be funny? Like, why do you still have that? Why do you do that? Why? Is it to be funny?
You tie balloons to it?
It's not for material.
Yeah, you only do it for the laughs, right?
Yeah. That's 100%.
Does it make you feel good in any way?
I feel less homophobic in a weird way.
What? Less
What? Let me wear that shit.
How homophobic were you before?
Clearly not like that homophobic.
You're from a small town in Iowa. You
No,
should
but
be.
that's the best part. It's like, yeah, in small town Iowa, this is like fucking.
Does your father know? Are you close with your father? He
My
lives in a
dad.
small town in Iowa,
My
right?
dad knows. He texted me.
He's a high school football coach?
My dad has given me a conversation multiple times where it's okay to be gay, even though I'm not. He's just like, if you want to come out, man, I wouldn't even care.
Right, no. I would imagine so. What does he do?
My dad is a salesman.
What, is he really?
Yeah, he's always been a salesman. He's switched jobs, but
What was that?
selling shit.
He sells belly button piercings. So they got a piercing.
I'd have a nicer one, probably.
How many different belly button attachments do you have?
7 or 8.
7 or 8? Oh my god, you're like a video game character.
Is that your pretty
No,
one?
like I said, the girls don't like the privy ones. But my favorite one.
What is that then? I see it sparkling like
They
an
all
engagement ring.
sparkle. They don't sell
You
non-sparkling.
could have a black one in there or
No,
something. Those of
like,
you
cool.
just joining the show, this guy has a belly button piercing. For those of you that have been watching the whole time, it's still there. He still has it. How long have you had this for?
9 years.
9 years.
9.
That shit gotta
I'm calling the police.
Dude, Tony.
I'm about to call the police.
Grandma
on you.
Chris said that's a lot of cum, Chris.
Are you gonna wear that belly button ring to the fuck shack, or are you gonna wear it?
No,
like,
she's
your favorite one?
she's one of the specific girls who does not like the dangling.
Did you move from Iowa?
Yeah.
Has your father ever seen your belly button piercing?
He saw it the first day. Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, "Do not get another piercing without telling me."
Well, where else could you even get pierced that would be that offensive?
Nipples.
Obviously, I was done. It was a one and done. I'm not gonna
So
ask.
the only piercing you've ever had in your life was your belly button. What made you do that?
I think it's funny. It was 9 years ago. It seemed kind of funny.
You didn't do that because it was funny.
And 9 years later, you still think it's funny?
9 years is pretty funny.
It is kind of funny.
It is funny.
It's funny as fuck.
got it.
Why is that not enough?
It's like a middle joke,
You're
though.
fucking comedians.
Hey, no, I'm telling you, I think it's funny.
I don't pull it out in sets almost ever. Interviews, it comes up more often.
Hey, man, look, man.
Let me ask you this: what else have you done like that that's funny? Like, what else have you done?
In high school, if people would cheer my name, I would eat bugs.
What kind of bugs would you eat?
The most famous, like, notorious Brandon bug eating situation was in front of, like, the whole football crowd. Someone had caught a giant praying mantis, and they all cheered my name, and I ate the whole
You
thing.
ate the Lawrence bug.
I hadn't even thought about it.
That's crazy.
But yeah, honestly, like, I know you guys probably think that would make me, like, the loser, but, man, people still talk about that shit, dude.
No, I love it. Yeah.
Are you in the yearbook?
Yes, actually. I'm in the yearbook.
Well, ask what? Ask what?
School shooter!
You're
I
funny,
eat praying mantises!
So this fuck shack, there's going to be one girl there that you really want to. How long have you been communicating with this girl that you're looking forward to having sex with this weekend?
She's my ex, so, like,
How long did you guys date for?
a year.
How long have you been broken up for?
Almost 2.
And how long have you been communicating about going to the fuck shack?
3 weeks, because we fucked,
So it's
like,
been-
3 weeks ago.
Oh, I just asked you how long it's been since you had sex, and you said a year ago.
We had...
He's gonna be lying.
It had been a year since that 3 weeks, and then I convinced a girl to go to fuck shack. And
Where did you fuck her 3 weeks ago?
at my buddy's house
Where in your buddy's house?
on their bed.
Was your buddy there?
No. He was out of town. He said I could stay there to watch his dogs. And
Okay. And you brought a girl over, your ex, and you guys had sex. Were the dogs in the room with you? Were the dogs there?
no, actually, I wouldn't let them be in the room. They're big dogs.
Were they corn dogs?
They were not corn dogs.
They about 2 feet long?
German Shepherd.
Were they breaded on the outside? Okay.
As Iowa State Fair reference.
Thoroughbred.
So how many people do you think are going to be at the fuck shack?
I think it's
It's
going to be
pronounced Shake Shack. Look at it.
It's going to be a getaway. It's going to be a romantic
So it's just 2 people.
So I'm going to fuck in it. And that's the plan.
Are there other people that are going to be there?
No.
Oh,
No, he said
I don't
fuck
know,
shack,
fuck is at the
and
fuck
that's
shack.
a known thing that people have, like fuck parties and use Airbnb.
I'm actually.
it's a fuck shack, baby.
Yeah, I thought that was more of an innocent song. Wait, please, yeah.
Get your belly button pierced at the fuck shack.
Albert Einstein was born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban center of the Kingdom of Württemberg, a major
It is the summer of 213 BC. Roman ships approached the Greek city-state of Syracuse that has allied itself with Rome's great enemy, Carthage. Suddenly, one of the Roman ships catches fire, bursting into flames, throwing the invaders into confusion. Surely, they are too far away from the enemy battlements to be attacked. Then, a flash of light catches their eyes. The defenders are using giant mirrors to reflect the sun's rays, burning the Roman vessels like ants in a magnifying glass. From his vantage point ashore, an old man watches on as his secret weapons wreak havoc on the invaders. His name? Archimedes, the greatest inventor of the ancient world. The man known to history as Archimedes.
The man known in history as the biggest pimp of all time is about to stand. Look at this move, folks. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. If this bitch says 12, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? This is fucking donkey stuff. Look at this move. That's not mine. Gearheads. Folks, look at this one. Folks, Archimedes.
Archimedes was born in the city of Syracuse in Sicily during the early 3rd century BC, probably around 287 BC. At that time, Syracuse was the foremost city of the island and the greatest of the Greek cities of southern Italy, a region known as Magna Graecia, Great Greece. Such was the level of Greek colonization of it since the 8th century BC. Thus, although born in Sicily,
Folks, look at this
Archimedes was Greek and emerged from within a Greek cultural and intellectual milieu. While Archimedes is commonly recognized as one of the greatest scientists and inventors in history, very little is known about his life. Brief accounts of his life and career are found in the writings of Greek and Roman authors from centuries after his lifetime, and these have been embellished over the centuries. For instance, while we know that Archimedes must have been born early in the 3rd century BC, the notion that he was born in the year 287 BC is based on a claim by the 12th century AD Byzantine historian John Tzetzes. He wrote that Archimedes was approximately 75 years old when he died in 212 BC. Still, while Tzetzes was writing a millennium and a half after Archimedes' times, he does cite Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian from Sicily writing in the 1st century BC, as evidence for these details of the scientist's life. Furthermore, according to the Greek mathematician Eutocius of Ascalon, who lived at the turn of the 6th century AD, a biography of Archimedes was written by a friend named Heraclides. While this has been lost in the centuries since, and parts of Diodorus's histories have only survived in fragmentary form, we can assume that writers like Tzetzes and Eutocius, who were writing many centuries after Archimedes' time, did have substantial source material from which they drew their information. Finally, and perhaps most importantly of all, there are several scientific treatises that Archimedes wrote himself that have survived down to the present day, in which he provided prefatory letters to fellow mathematicians, which included further details about his own life. In one of his treatises, the Sand Reckoner, Archimedes states that his father was an astronomer named Phidias, who calculated the difference in size between the sun and the moon. based on the fact that Phidias was also the name of the most famous sculptor in ancient Greece, who decorated the Parthenon and made the monumental statue of Athena Parthenos that stood inside the iconic temple on the Athenian Acropolis. Archimedes' modern-day translator, Reviel Netz, a specialist in ancient mathematics, suggests that the scientist's paternal grandfather was an artist who named his son in homage to the great sculptor. Netz goes further by suggesting that Archimedes' name, which may be interpreted as the mind of the principle, is a reference to the principle or order of the universe. The Greek philosopher Plato, who lived in the 4th century BC, believed that the universe was governed by rational mathematical principles. Perhaps Phidias was a follower of Plato and gave his son this name to reflect his belief in a rational and harmonious cosmic order. Apart from this, nothing is known about Archimedes' family and early life. His mother's name is unknown. There is no indication if he had any siblings, or whether he himself was married and had any children. Instead, many of the ancient works which mention Archimedes pick up his story much later in his life, during the Second Punic War. This includes the life of Marcellus, written by the 2nd century AD Greco-Roman historical biographer Plutarch, and the 2nd century BC Greek historian Polybius, whose histories have provided a universal history of the world and the rise of the Roman Republic down to his own day. Much of Archimedes' story relates to the history of his hometown, Syracuse, in the 3rd century BC. The city was founded in the 730s BC by Greek colonists from the city of Corinth, one of the greatest cities of mainland Greece and one which was strategically located within both the Gulf of Corinth and the Isthmus of Corinth, the latter being the narrow neck of land that connects the Peloponnese in southern Greece to the rest of mainland Greece. Syracuse lies on the southeastern tip of Sicily. The settlement had the advantage of fertile land and deep harbors to accommodate ships trading in the Mediterranean Sea. While it retained some links to Corinth, Syracuse became increasingly independent over time and in turn founded its own colonies. By the end of the 5th century BC, the city and its hinterland had a population of around 250,000, rivaling Athens in size and wealth. In 415 BC, during the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta for hegemony over the Greek world, Athens invaded Sicily. As the richest city on the island, Syracuse was the main target and received reinforcements from Sparta and Corinth. With the assistance of a Spartan general, the Syracusans defeated the Athenians, and by 413 BC, the entire Athenian expeditionary force was destroyed, a pivotal episode in the Peloponnesian War. As such, while Syracuse was located considerably to the west of Greece, it was a key player in the wider politics of the Greek world. Moreover, Sicily and southern Italy had developed into part of the intellectual world of the Greeks. Plato most likely travelled here for a time in his middle years, while the mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras founded a school at Croton and Calabria in southern Italy. Therefore, the place Archimedes grew up in and lived during his lifetime was a vibrant one from an intellectual and scientific point of view. Within Syracuse itself, the city had oscillated over time from being a dictatorship ruled by military strongmen and periods of democratic government. At the time of Archimedes' supposed birth in the early 280s BC, the city's long-reigning tyrant, Agathocles, had just died, and the city's politics were once again entering a period of flux. A tyrant, in this ancient context, was a cross between a king and a military dictator. Geopolitical developments in Sicily and the wider Western Mediterranean in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC would also be central to Archimedes' life story. By the time of his birth in the early 3rd century BC, Sicily was caught in the middle of the rivalry between Rome to the north and Carthage to the south. Carthage was a Phoenician colony that had been founded on the northeastern coast of what is now Tunisia by settlers from Tyre in the Levant back in the 9th century BC. It subsequently emerged as one of the great trading and naval powers of the Western Mediterranean, securing control over large parts of North Africa, southern Hispania and the Balearic Islands in the 6th, 5th and 4th centuries BC. It had also set its sights on conquering wealthy Sicily. The Carthaginians had succeeded in doing so to some extent, claiming the western half of the island in the 4th century BC, but Syracuse, particularly during the long reign of Agathocles, had offered strong resistance to the Carthaginians and remained the preeminent power in the west of the island. Meanwhile, further to the north, a newer power was emerging. The Roman Republic was a rustic backwater state of central Italy for much of the 5th and 4th centuries, while Syracuse and Carthage were great powers to the south. But the Romans were becoming an extremely aggressive military people and, in the century prior to Archimedes' birth, had won a series of wars against their neighbors, bringing a wide range of city-states in Latium and Etruria under their control, before turning their eyes southwards to the Greek city-states of southern Italy. Syracuse's story in the 3rd century BC would be one of being caught between Rome and Carthage as the two powers fought an epic struggle for dominance of the Western Mediterranean. Archimedes would be caught up in that struggle. In 278 BC, when Archimedes was probably a child of around 9 or 10 years, a Carthaginian army laid siege to Syracuse in the North African state's latest attempt to conquer the entirety of Sicily. In response, the city authorities requested assistance from King Pyrrhus of Epirus. He was the ruler of a Greek kingdom in what is now southeastern Albania and northwestern Greece. Pyrrhus had been fighting the Romans in Italy since 280 BC, after the Greek colonies of the south of the peninsula had called on him to aid them against the increasingly aggressive Romans. Now, 2 years after the Pyrrhic War had started in southern Italy, the Syracusans sent messages to Pyrrhus requesting him to come to their aid as well as against the Carthaginians. Pyrrhus accepted and was subsequently proclaimed as tyrant of Syracuse after helping to defeat the besieging army. By 276 BC, Pyrrhus had conquered most of the island, leaving the Carthaginians confined to the port of Lilybaeum, now known as Marsala, on the western tip of Sicily. However, as the port put up firm resistance, Pyrrhus demanded men and supplies from the Sicilians to build a fleet in order to cut the city off from Carthage by sea. The Sicilians found these demands too onerous and accused Pyrrhus of behaving in a heavy-handed manner. The Syracusans and the Carthaginians eventually made common cause to expel Pyrrhus, fearing he intended to try and secure control of all Sicily for himself, following which a young Syracusan commander named Hiero took control of Syracuse. According to Polybius, Hiero noticed mutinous elements among mercenaries who served in the Syracusan army and addressed the problem by leading a campaign against the Mamertines, a people from southern Italy who settled in Messina in the northeastern corner of Sicily. Hiero deployed the mercenaries at the front of the army and allowed them to be killed by the enemy before withdrawing the rest of his army to safety. While this ploy secured Hiero's position in Syracuse, it encouraged the Mamertines to take the offensive against Syracuse. Hiero mobilized his citizen militia and defeated the Mamertines at a battle near the river Longanus in 269 BC. Then, after his return to Syracuse, he was proclaimed as tyrant or king of the city. The Battle of Longanus would have a greater importance still in years to come, as the Mamertines appealed for assistance from the Romans. They would, in turn, launch their own military campaign to the island, and this led to the outbreak of the First Punic War in 264 BC. The clash was primarily between Rome and Carthage. Punic being a Roman term for the Carthaginians, but Sicily would be central to the First Punic War, which lasted down to 241 BC. Hiero remained tyrant of Syracuse until his death in 215 BC, a few years before Archimedes' own death. Plutarch, writing in the 2nd century AD, claimed that Archimedes was Hiero's kinsman without specifying the degree of their familial relationship. While nothing substantial is known about Archimedes' childhood, a passage in Diodorus indicates that he spent some time studying in Egypt, then ruled by the Greek Ptolemaic dynasty, founded by Alexander the Great's general Ptolemy I, following Alexander's death in 323 BC. By the time Archimedes was in Egypt, the king would have been Ptolemy II, who succeeded his father around 283 BC and reigned until 246 BC. The Ptolemies governed the kingdom from their capital of Alexandria, founded in 331 BC by Alexander. By the early 3rd century BC, Alexandria was developing into a major center of Greek learning, and the famous Library of Alexandria was founded at this time. While in Alexandria, Archimedes is likely to have become acquainted with students of Euclid, the father of geometry, who was active in Alexandria around 300 BC, but was quite likely already dead by the time Archimedes was there. Archimedes corresponded with several Greek mathematicians based in Alexandria, including Colon of Samos, also known for his astronomical discoveries, and Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who is best known for being the first person to calculate the Earth's circumference in around 240 BC. His remarkably accurate estimate of 252,000 stadia, or approximately 40,000 kilometers, is within a margin of error of less than 2.5%. Diodorus claims that while he was in Egypt, Archimedes invented a device for drawing water out of rivers and other bodies of water, now commonly known as the Archimedes screw. The device consists of a spiral thread wrapped around a pole, which when inserted into a tube, allows the user to lift water by turning a handle. According to Diodorus, the Archimedes screw was used in silver mines in Hispania, the ancient name for Spain, to remove water from underground streams to the surface to create a dry environment and facilitate mining operations. A version of the device continues to be used in the Nile Delta to this day for irrigation purposes. While Diodorus credits Archimedes with the invention of the water screw, similar devices had been used in Egypt before his time, and Greek geographer Strabo, writing in the late 1st century BC, refers to a screw being used to draw water from the river Euphrates to irrigate the hanging gardens of Babylon many centuries before Archimedes' time. Although Archimedes was known in the ancient world for inventions such as the water screw, Plutarch noted that he never wrote about the practical application of his ideas and was primarily interested in abstract mathematical concepts. According to Plutarch, Archimedes considered engineering and other practical sciences as, quote, ignoble and vulgar, compared to pure mathematics, which was unconcerned with the necessities of life. Plutarch's account includes anecdotes of Archimedes being so devoted to his mathematical work that he would forget to eat and would have to be forcibly dragged to the bathhouse to clean himself. Even in the bathhouse, he would draw geometrical diagrams with his finger while his body was covered in anointing oil. While Archimedes was acquainted with King Hiero and his son Gello II, there is little evidence for him being involved in or affected by political and military events in Syracuse until near the end of his life. Nevertheless, Archimedes lived against a violent backdrop in the Western Mediterranean. The First Punic War for nearly a quarter of a century down to 241 BC, and much of the fighting centered on Sicily, though there were other expeditions launched by both Rome and Carthage to mainland Italy, Sardinia, Corsica, and North Africa. A Roman army laid siege to Syracuse in 263 BC. At that juncture, Hiero chose to make peace with the Romans and agreed to provide military support to them, a decision which made a kind of sense at time, given that Carthage had been Syracuse's main rival for power on Sicily for 2 centuries. The main Carthaginian base on the island was at Akragas, now the impressive archaeological site of Agrigento in southern Sicily. The Romans began to lay siege to the city in 262 BC. Despite heavy losses, they eventually defeated the Carthaginians in battle, enabling them to capture Akragas and occupy Moat.
Folks, look at this. I'll give you an Archimedes screw, girl.
shekel. I'll be a little late. I just take the cup to the line to see. Excuse me, sir. Beach entry is 20 shekels. I'm not spending another shekel. I'll just wait here. Yes! I knew it would work! And the line away is kosher! And it's free! No!
Coast of the island. However, the Romans struggled to expel the Carthaginians entirely from their remaining outposts on the island amidst staunch Carthaginian resistance and the destruction of several Roman fleets in poor weather. This meant that the Romans did not end the war until 241 BC. They were victorious when they did. Sicily became a Roman province outside Italy,
though Syracuse remained an independent city-state ruled over by Hiero and allied with Rome for the remainder of his reign. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians were forced to cede control over western Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica to Rome. Undeterred, they quickly set about rebuilding their strength by expanding their presence in Hispania in anticipation of a war of revenge against the Romans one day. These events would have considerable implications for Archimedes' later life in Syracuse. Given the lack of reliable historical evidence for Archimedes' life, his surviving scientific treatises provide important insight into his work and personality. It is worth exploring the story of how his treatises survived in some detail. With the exception of his possible stint at Alexandria in Egypt during his younger years, he appears to have spent most of his life in his native Syracuse, where he would have worked on his proofs and theorems before sending them to fellow mathematicians in Alexandria, Athens, and other cities in the eastern Mediterranean. Many scholars of ancient science have noted that Archimedes' work was so sophisticated for the time that only a few dozen people would have been able to understand it. While around 10 different treatises can be definitely attributed to Archimedes, the corpus of his work was first collected in late antiquity, around the 6th century AD, when texts were being transferred from fragile papyrus scrolls onto more durable parchment. Much of this work took place in Constantinople, capital of the Byzantine or Eastern Roman Empire, which continued to flourish after the decline of Rome in the West. During the 6th century, Eutychius of Ascalon provided detailed commentaries on Archimedes, and it appears that these commentaries were included in a compilation of Archimedes' work by his friend Isidore of Miletus, best known as the architect of the Cathedral of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Although Isidore's edition is lost, it seems to have inspired at least 3 codices containing Archimedes' work, which were made in Constantinople during the 9th and 10th centuries. The most comprehensive of these was made in the 9th century and includes a dedication to Leo the Geometer, an influential mathematician and philosopher whose cousin, John the Grammarian, served as Patriarch of Constantinople. The 19th century Danish historian and philologist Johann Ludwig Heiberg called this Codex A. Heiberg theorized that another codex, Codex B, contained several of Archimedes' treatises, including the 2 parts of a text entitled On Floating Bodies, which were not included in Codex A. These 2 Byzantine codices were removed from Constantinople in 1204 when the city was sacked by Latin crusaders during the 4th Crusade. By 1269, they were in the collection of the Papal Library in Viterbo in central Italy, where yet another scholar, William of Moerbeker, translated them from Greek into a Latin edition of Archimedes. Codex B may have been lost in the early 14th century, as subsequent Latin translations do not contain a treatise called On Floating Bodies, and are therefore taken from Codex A, which remained one of the most valuable ancient texts in Renaissance Italy until It was lost in the middle of the 16th century. A third codex, dating from around 975 AD, which Heiberg called Codex C, was discovered during the 19th century and was examined by Heiberg in 1906. Better known as the Archimedes palimpsest, after the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the book was taken to the Crusader states in the Levant for safekeeping. It is known to have been in the collection of the library of the monastery of St. Sabas near Bethlehem. Before its acquisition by St. Sabas, the majority of Codex C was transformed into a prayer book in the early 13th century, most likely in nearby Jerusalem. Since parchment was expensive, it was common practice to unbind older books, scrape and remove the ink from its pages, and then use the freshly erased parchment to write a new text, making a palimpsest. This was the fate of the Archimedes Codex, whose diagrams and theorems were meaningless to the Orthodox Christian community in the Holy Land. They took the Archimedes Codex, removed the binding, and tried to scrape off the ink on each page. They then cut through the fold of each two-page spread, turned each leaf 90 degrees, and folded them together so that each page of the prayer book was half the size of the original codex. Only 2/3 of the codex survives in the palimpsest, which also contains material from several other codices. Modern imaging technology indicates that the prayer book was written by a priest named John Myronus and was completed on the 14th of April, 1229. By 1846, the Archimedes palimpsest was found in the collection of the Metochion of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. After the Greek scholar Papadopoulos Karameus catalogued the book in 1899 and transcribed some of the mathematical passages that could still be read, Heiberg recognized it was a text that had been written by Archimedes and examined the book in the summer of 1906. With only his naked eye and a magnifying glass, Heiberg made out a remarkable amount of the original text and discovered a previously lost treatise by Archimedes called The Method, as well as parts of On Floating Bodies that were not included in Rebecca's earlier Latin edition. The codex also included a puzzle called the Stomachion, which had been attributed to Archimedes from Arabic sources, but was not considered authentic. Although he was unable to read all of the text, Heiberg was able to incorporate the method into a new Greek edition of Archimedes' work. The Cambridge scholar Thomas Heath, who had translated all of Archimedes' known work into English in 1897, translated the method in 1912 from Heiberg's text. In the 1920s, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and hostilities broke out between Turkey and Greece, the palimpsest was removed from the Metochion and spent much of the 20th century languishing in a Parisian basement until 1998, when it was sold to an anonymous American buyer who deposited it at the Walters Art Museum in Baltimore. Although the book was in much worse condition than when Heiberg saw it, conservation and the application of new technology has allowed modern scholars to read parts of the text that Heiberg could not decipher a century earlier. Thus, the copies of Archimedes' treatises have had a very colourful history in order to survive down to the present day. And yet, despite all of this work retrieving his texts, it is not possible from the available evidence to develop a clear chronology of when Archimedes wrote each of these texts. Despite these limitations, the treatises written by Archimedes which have survived and anecdotes from the work of others shed light on his work and life in many different ways. By far the most famous anecdote about Archimedes involves him jumping out of a bath and running into the street naked, shouting, "Eureka!" after making a discovery. The earliest version of the tale is found in De Architectura, a 10-volume book on architecture by Vitruvius, a Roman architect and engineer who lived during the 1st century BC. In Vitruvius's account, King Hiero wanted to make an offering to the gods at a temple and commissioned an artisan to make what is usually understood as a gold votive crown, but is more likely to have resembled a wreath. The king measured out a quantity of gold and gave it to the craftsman, who duly presented an item of exquisite beauty to the king. However, after hearing rumors that the artisan had defrauded the king by substituting part of the gold for an equal mass of silver, Hiero decided to investigate and asked Archimedes to find a way to test the object's purity without breaking it. Archimedes struggled to find a solution until he made what may have been a rare trip to the bathhouse. As he lowered himself into the bathtub, Archimedes noticed that the further he sank into it, the more water spilled out of the tub. Realizing he had the solution to the king's problem, Archimedes forgot to put his clothes back on and ran home naked, shouting Eureka or Evreka, a Greek word meaning "I have found it." After returning home, Archimedes made 2 lumps of gold and silver of identical mass to the king's wreath, submerged them into water, and measured the amount of water displaced by each. As gold is much denser than silver, a lump of gold is much smaller in volume compared to a lump of silver of the same mass, and displaced a smaller amount of water. Next, he placed the king's wreath into the water and found that it displaced more water than the lump of pure gold. Archimedes was therefore able to tell that the volume of the wreath was greater than that of the pure gold, and accordingly the metals within were less dense, proving that the wreath was indeed made from a mixture of gold and silver, not pure gold. Vitruvius does not offer any information on the fate of the fraudulent craftsman who sought to deceive both the king and the gods, but it is unlikely to have been a pleasant one. While setting the scene for this tale, Vitruvius states that Hiero had commissioned the crown to celebrate the military successes which made him king. This means that the crown would have been made in the first half of the 260s BC, shortly after Hiero's victory at Longanus. If the anecdote is genuine, the Archimedes who ran out of the bath naked shouting Eureka was not a bearded old man, as is often suggested in accounts of this episode, but rather a youth in his late teens or early 20s. Many historians and scholars of ancient science and mathematics cast doubt on the accuracy of the anecdote by arguing the that the displacement of water from a bathtub would have been far too trivial an observation for a sophisticated mathematician such as Archimedes to shout Eureka about. Instead, it is noted that Vitruvius was aware that Archimedes had written a treatise on floating bodies, but that he had misunderstood Archimedes' discovery, which was about buoyancy rather than the density of substances like gold and silver, and invented the story about the bathtub as a result. One of the most famous quotes attributed to Archimedes is commonly rendered as, "Give me a place to stand and I can move the earth." This quote is found in Plutarch's work. He states that Archimedes told King Hiero that, quote, "if there were another world and he could go to it, he could move this." When the king asked Archimedes what he meant, he undertook to construct a system of compound pulleys which enabled him to move a fully laden three-masted ship across the water with considerable ease. An alternative account involving Archimedes launching a ship is found in the De Hypnosophisti, a text written by a Greek writer, Athenaeus of Naucratis, in the early 3rd century AD. The De Hypnosophisti takes the form of a fictionalized set of dialogues between a large group of intellectuals at a series of dinner parties hosted by Athenaeus. Athenaeus cites a treatise by a certain Moschian about a great ship commissioned by Hiero called the Syracusia, the construction of which was supervised by Archimedes. The shipwrights had difficulty launching the ship to sea until Archimedes came up with the solution. Rather than using a system of pulleys, Athenaeus claims that Archimedes invented a winch to pull the vessel to sea. Archimedes' boast about being able to move the world is based on his work on levers found in his two treatises on the equilibrium of planes, which was probably among the earliest of his surviving works. Archimedes followed Euclid's example in setting out postulates or assumptions, followed by a series of propositions which are then proven based on the initial assumptions. He began in this instance by envisaging two weights resting on a horizontal stick supported by a fulcrum. The postulates then include basic observations such as the idea that two objects of equal weight that are an equal distance apart from the fulcrum will balance, and that if one of the weights is increased, that side would go down, while correspondingly, if it is decreased, the opposite side goes down. From these postulates, Archimedes methodically proved a series of propositions which allows him to derive the law of the lever, namely, that two different weights are balanced on a fulcrum when their lever arms are reciprocally proportional to their size. In other words, if the size of one of the two weights being balanced is doubled, then its distance to the fulcrum must be half that of the distance between the weight on the opposite side and the fulcrum in order to maintain the balance. Based on this principle, a small amount of force can lift a large weight using a lever and a fulcrum if the lever arm is sufficiently long. This forms the basis for Archimedes' belief that he could move the world if he had a lever and a place to stand. It also demonstrates how he could have aided Hiero in launching his enormous ship out into the harbor of Syracuse. Archimedes' fulcrum represented the center of gravity of two objects on a balance, basically the center of a seesaw. In the rest on the equilibrium of planes, he applied a similar technique to determine the center of gravity for two-dimensional shapes, such as parallelograms and triangles. The center of gravity for a parallelogram is relatively straightforward, since it is the point at which two diagonal lines joining the corners intersect in the center of the shape. It is a more challenging task to find the center of gravity for a triangle, which has no obvious center. Archimedes relies heavily on proof of contradiction, namely, by first making an assertion that can be proven false based on existing assumptions and logical deductions, and therefore proving that the opposite is true. Through this process, Archimedes worked out that a triangle's center of gravity lies at the intersection point of lines drawn from any two angles to the center point of the opposite side. Parallelograms and triangles are formed of straight lines, but Archimedes was particularly interested in curved lines and shapes. Another of his earlier works is Quadrature of the Parabola. It is one of several surviving treatises addressed to a man named Dositheus in Alexandria. Little is known about him other than what is revealed by Archimedes' correspondence with him. Archimedes begins his letter to Dositheus by lamenting the death of Conon of Samos, whom he describes as, quote, not only a friend, but an admirable mathematician. Conon was known to have been active around 245 BC when he discovered a constellation and named it Coma Berenices, or Berenice's hair, after the wife of King Ptolemy III of Egypt. Although none of Archimedes' correspondence with Conon survives, he had written to him about mathematics and intended to do so again. Upon learning of Conon's death, Archimedes decided to send it to Dositheus, who had known Conon in Alexandria. In his letter, Archimedes referred to previous attempts by other mathematicians to square the circle. In other words, to determine how to take a circle and create a square or rectangular shape out of the same area, which would enable them to measure the area of the circle. Greek mathematicians had figured out how to measure the area of any shape bound by straight lines, no matter how complex, by dividing them into triangles, calculating their area, and then adding them all up to find the total. In their efforts to square the circle, the Greek mathematicians before Archimedes tried to divide up the circle into smaller segments, but while some of his predecessors offered proofs, Archimedes was not convinced by them. In Quadrature of the Parabola, Archimedes sought to measure the area of a related shape, a parabola, which is made from cutting a cone parallel to one side. Through a process of logical reasoning and proof by contradiction, Archimedes proved that the area of a parabola is 4/3 that of a triangle bounded by it. Archimedes tells Dositheus that he had initially come to the proof, quote, by means of mechanics, before arriving at a geometric proof. Another of his treatises, The Method of Mechanical Theorems, is the only one of his surviving works to demonstrate this mechanical method. The introductory letter is addressed to Eratosthenes, of Cyrene, whom Archimedes praises as, quote, a man of considerable eminence in philosophy and an admirer of mathematical inquiry. Archimedes begins the letter by referring to a previous letter he sent to Eratosthenes, in which he challenged him to come up with proofs of some of his new theorems. Archimedes not only presented his proofs, but also what he described as his mechanical method, which he believed could be used to solve a set of similar problems. Archimedes begins by giving an alternative proof of his discovery in Quadrature of the Parabola by considering shapes as physical objects on a balance supported by a fulcrum with their sizes representing different weights. After this, Archimedes moved on to proofs involving more complex shapes. From these findings, mathematicians have concluded that Archimedes was close to making the discoveries about gravity and mechanics that Galileo and Newton would make 2,000 years later. In the second part of On the Equilibrium of Planes, which is believed to have been written after Quadrature of the Parabola, Archimedes investigates the center of gravity for a parabola and determines that it lies on its axis 2/5 of the way up from the base to its vertex. Archimedes' work with curved shapes brought him into contact with the concept of infinity, which most ancient Greek mathematicians were keen to avoid engaging with. How did a person measure infinity? It seemed like such a tricky issue that few wanted to contemplate it. Archimedes developed his own approach to doing so. A circle, or any curved shape, has an infinite number of sides, which is why it is impossible to precisely transform a circle into a shape with straight sides. However, in his treatise entitled Measurement of a Circle, which only survives in fragmentary form in the various codices, Archimedes approximated the area of a circle by constructing polygons with an increasing number of sizes to fill a circle. He eventually arrives at a 96-sided polygon and calculates that the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter is between 223 to 71 and 22 to 7. In decimal form, Archimedes' estimate of this ratio, represented by the Greek letter pi, was between 3.14084 and 3.14286. If he had increased the number of sides of his theoretical polygon towards infinity, he would have arrived at a more precise approximation of pi, now known to be 3.14159. This approach is known as the method of exhaustion and was used by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz and Isaac Newton in the 17th century to develop modern calculus, the branch of mathematics that studies continuous change. It also points towards the intellectual milieu Archimedes was living within in southern Italy and Sicily. It was Pythagoras who, as we have seen, developed his own school in southern Italy, who had developed a theorem nearly 3 centuries earlier, which allowed for the development of pi in the first place. Knowing pi enabled Archimedes to calculate the area of the circle, which is calculated by multiplying pi and the square of the radius. But Archimedes believed that his greatest achievement was his treatise on the sphere and the cylinder, which again was addressed to Dositheus, who seemingly became one of his principal correspondents after the death of Conon of Samos. In his treatise, Archimedes states that he has proven that the surface area of a sphere is 4 times that of its greatest circle, and that the volume of a sphere is 2/3 that of a cylinder which encompasses it. Archimedes could use this to calculate the volume of a sphere, which is equal to 4 times pi multiplied by the radius of its greatest circle cubed. In the introductory letter, Archimedes once again expressed his regret that Conon was no longer alive, as, quote, he would best have been able to grasp them and pronounce upon them the appropriate verdict. Nevertheless, he hoped that Dositheus would be able to help him disseminate his results among the mathematical community in Alexandria. Dositheus subsequently asked Archimedes for the answers to a set of mathematical problems that he had previously sent to Conon. Archimedes responded by informing his correspondent that many of the problems could be solved using the findings in the previous treatise, but set out the solutions as requested in what is now categorized as part 2 of On the Sphere and the Cylinder. At the end of the introductory letter, Archimedes promised to send Dositheus solutions to problems involving spirals and conoids, which involved a different approach. In a lengthy letter to Dositheus, prefacing his treatise on spirals, Archimedes apologizes for taking so long to send the proofs that had been requested, citing his, quote, desire to communicate them first to persons engaged in mathematical studies and anxious to investigate. This suggests that Dositheus was not a mathematician himself, or at least had stopped studying mathematics to such an extent that Archimedes believed he would not be abreast of the latest research. Archimedes also reveals that 2 of the 9 propositions that he set out in the second part of On the Sphere and the Cylinder were intentionally wrong, and goes on to prove why. By the time Archimedes delivered On Spirals to Dositheus, many years had elapsed since Conon's death. Had Conon lived, Archimedes believed that, quote, he would have discovered and made manifest all these things, and would have enriched geometry by many other discoveries besides. All of this suggests that Conon of Samos was a much more substantial mathematician than the surviving evidence allows us to reconstruct, and that Archimedes' own discoveries were forged out of their close intellectual partnership. In Conon's absence, nobody else had solved Archimedes' problems, and he decided it was time to publish the proofs and see who might respond to his work. Archimedes may not have had high regard for Dositheus as a mathematician, but since half of his surviving work is addressed to him, Dositheus performed admirably in ensuring that Archimedes' treatises were known in Alexandria and ensured their survival for posterity. Thus, Dositheus should primarily be viewed as someone who helped disseminate and
Ricketed and I own America along the shaky shin of the meat stuff with the money. Ricketed and I own America along the shaky shin of the meat stuff with the money. Almost worth the fun. Talk about my bed. Smile is a
popularize Archimedes' work in Alexandria and the heartland of Hellenistic civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean. Archimedes' work on spherical and conic objects, as well as his work on centers of gravity, enabled him to investigate how such objects would behave when submerged in water in his treatise on floating bodies. In this, he worked from the theory that each column of equal volume in a body of liquid is also of equal weight. Otherwise, the liquid would flow from the heavier to the lighter side. Archimedes then determined that a column of liquid with a solid object immersed in it remains the same weight as the column without such an object. For this to be true, the solid object would have to lose some of its weight. If it is lighter than the liquid, it would float, and part of it would remain above the surface. But even if it is heavier than the liquid and sinks to the bottom, it would still experience some weight loss. Archimedes deduced that the weight lost is equal to the volume of water that has been displaced. This discovery, now known as the Archimedes principle, may have inspired the famous story about Archimedes running naked from the bathhouse shouting Eureka. However, the discovery of the Archimedes principle is much more complicated in coming to the realization that larger objects displace a greater volume of water. In the second part of On Floating Bodies, Archimedes proved how different types of shapes floated in liquids of different densities, a discipline now known as hydrostatics. While Archimedes was primarily interested in the mathematical and geometric attributes of the shapes in question, his investigation of curved shapes and their centers of gravity in water and their applications in shipbuilding. The Carthaginians and Romans were already building sophisticated ships at this time, but it is possible that his ideas on hydrostatics were incorporated into shipbuilding methods